I'm the villain of this story, a paranormal wolf-shifter romance. Weddings are supposed to be the event of a lifetime. The dream every little girl nurtures, the best day of your entire existence, supposedly. What a joke. Before weddings come engagements, and sadly, no one ever talks about those. Perhaps if I'd been better prepared, mine would have lasted. I was engaged at Shinatsu, an age when early engagements were common among us shifters, or were wolves, as other species called us. Engagements led to marriages, which led to mating bonds. And a mating bond was what every shifter thrived for. Unfortunately, my engagement only led to heartbreak and no mating bond. While I'd been expecting a wedding, I hadn't been expecting love. All my life, I'd been groomed for engagement, marriage, and mating, yearning for at least a memorable moment, if not the best day of my life. What I never imagined was that I'd end up with no recollection of my wedding day, or that I'd marry someone I didn't choose, someone who'd already been taken. What I truly hadn't seen coming was that I'd become the wife of my little sister's mate, though completely by accident, of course. Why is the shower running? That's the first thought that crosses my mind as my eyes snap open. Not, where am I? As it should have been, because I don't recognize this vast, luxurious bedroom I've awoken in. Nor do I think immediately about what I'm wearing, though that realization quickly follows. As it turns out, I'm barely wearing anything at all, just the tiniest lingerie ensemble I've ever seen in my life. I don't even consider how alarming it is that my hands are tied to the bedpost. I only wonder about the sound of water pouring onto a marble surface somewhere close but out of view. I'm alone in a bedroom I don't recognize, dressed in lingerie, and tied to a bed I don't remember getting into. I don't know where I am or how I got here. But most importantly, there's someone close, someone in the bathroom shower who's bound to come out sooner or later and find me in what I can only assume is their bed. It certainly isn't mine. Gut-wrenching shame forbids me from making any sudden movements. How terribly embarrassing. God. I can only hope whoever finds me in this bed doesn't know who I am. Please don't let them be a shifter, I tell myself, staring at the black marbled ceiling while clenching my teeth. Or at least, not one I know. A rogue shifter with no connections would be ideal. Then again, how humiliating would it be if I'd followed some poor, unassuming rogue with no ties or background to his bedroom? Focus, Vivien, I remind myself, inhaling a long, calming breath. I hold it while counting to 10, then release. Time to think strategically. I pull on the handcuffs, but they remain firmly in place, burning against my wrists. And then the shower turns off. It's definitely not a human in there, I conclude, briefly closing my eyes. A shifter's the scent is everywhere, filling the room. I can't believe it took me this long to notice it. Yes, I was unconscious, but how did that even happen? The evening's details are hazy. What's the last thing I remember? My little sister's party by the hotel pool, maybe. No, I'd gone back to my room. I recall the white marble floor, the cream-colored sheets, and the spinning ceiling as everything seemed to tilt out of place. This room smells different. Yet there are similarities, hints of the garden outside mingling with woodsy furniture tones and artificial perfume. It's the same hotel where I fell asleep. I'm sure of it. But why am I in a different bedroom? What could have compelled me to come here and let myself be tied to a bed? Dressed in, I glanced down at the green, semi-transparent corset pressing against my chest in grimace. It's not mine. Never buy or wear something like this. I need to focus. I came here to visit my sister, who lives with her mate, the hotel owner. Members of my pack accompanied me, including my alpha and his mate. A shiver runs through me at the thought of Jake finding out about this. If he learns I ended up tied to a bed in lingerie, courtesy of some stranger, I'll never hear the end of it. His smug smirk flashes in my mind, fueling my panic. I pull hard on the handcuffs again, straining with all my strength until one finally tears free from the headboard. My right hand is loose now, but my left wrist remains painfully bound, holding me back. Just then, time seems to freeze as the bathroom door creaks open, releasing a cloud of steam into the air. Warm dampness envelops the space, making it harder to breathe. A figure emerges, initially blurred by the haze. As the steam settles, his shape sharpens, towering, imposing, every line of his body defined. The scent hits me next. Another shifter, an alpha, unmistakable. Yet there's something overwhelming about it, dizzying almost. He steps closer, and my gaze drops involuntarily to the towel slung low around his hips. Water droplets glisten on his taut skin, tracing the contours of his muscular frame. Vivien, he purrs, his voice low and familiar. My eyes snap upward, locking onto his face. This voice, I know it. Firm lips curve into a faint smile as recognition dawns. His tousled brown hair clings damply to his forehead, and his strong jawline shadows slightly with stubble. Disbelief floods me. Am I dreaming? Hallucinating? Surely. This isn't real. This particular set of eyes, a deep shade of brown, intense and piercing, roam my barely covered form so appreciatively. His lips, firm and well-defined, curve into a faint smile. If I were anyone else, my jaw would have probably dropped in shock. But I'm me, and my mouth remains politely closed in a tight line. What's with the frown? The man teases, lowering himself onto the bed slowly, like a predator approaching its prey. I am no prey. Yet shock stuns me motionless for a moment too long. I know this man, he is indeed an alpha shifter, the owner of this hotel amongst many others. And none other than my little sister's mate. My sister's mate, who's currently looking at me like he's about to devour me whole. 8 hours earlier, on a terrace outside the same hotel, I wake up to Margot glowing in her light lavender dress. The material shimmers delicately under the warm glow of thousands of candles lit around the pool terrace. My sister clearly spared no expense setting up her mate's birthday party. The entire setup is a mix of elegant luxury and subtle declarations of love for Kieran, who's smiling brightly beside her. They look happy, the two of them. Could the marriage of convenience have turned into something real? Perhaps for Kieran. Margot, though she's our mother's daughter through and through, so it's harder to tell. We look alike, her and I. I tell myself as much as I meet her eyes. We both have the same light green orbs, dark red hair, white skin, and slightly pouty lips. It's obvious we're sisters. But while Mother used to call Margot beautiful, she'd tell me I was perfection as she brushed my hair every night before bed. The face of a queen, she'd say. Well, Margot's the queen tonight, that's for sure. At least, that's what Mother will think. Viv, we need to blend in, Harry tells me, snapping me out of my trance. Try to smile or something. His expression is carefully blank, likely because he hopes not to attract attention, a rather difficult feat for him. Going unnoticed isn't easy when you're one of the most powerful alphas in the country, especially surrounded by other shifters, none of whom fail to notice anything. I don't see your mate anywhere, I reply, schooling my features as I face him. She'll be here soon, Harry says, giving me a quick once-over. You look nice tonight. Don't let her hear you say that, I mutter, taking a sip from my champagne flute. In truth, I'm somewhat flattered he thinks so, despite the detached, unaffected way he said it. My sister is currently on the arm of an alpha while I'm merely standing beside mine, discussing his mate. So I can't help but wonder if perhaps a lighter, more summery color like the one Margot is wearing would have been better suited than the black I've chosen. It's stupid because you can never go wrong with black. But Margot is making her way toward us, a confident smile grazing her lips. I instinctively square my shoulders. Remember, we came here to ask her about Seth, Harry whispers. I certainly didn't come here because of her great personality. I snap before smiling innocently at my sister Vivien. Margot greets me, opening her arms. Neither of us are huggers. So happy you could make it. And with Harry as well, she says, politely inclining her head to him. Good to see you, Margot, Harry replies, though his attention is quickly diverted by another guest who arrives to greet him. I'm left alone with my sister, whom I haven't seen or spoken to since her wedding 5 years ago. We both take a second to assess each other more closely, no doubt with the same intent to find a flaw to exploit in the game about to unfold. So did he bring her here? Margot asks, looking around with an exaggeratedly excited expression. Who do you mean? I reply, rolling my eyes only in the privacy of my mind. She's being obvious, and I know exactly what's coming next. Harry's mate, Margot replies, her smile spreading dangerously. I hear she's quite something. My fingers clench a little more tightly around my glass. Something, I ask challengingly. I want to see how confident my sister has gotten, how much she's changed as the queen to this pack's king. Margot's eyes meet mine. It's like looking in a mirror, and I see her stealing herself. Well, I heard she'd been turned. That's something, isn't it? It's not an overly aggressive question, merely a curious one, and I can't blame her for it. Wolves are rarely ever turned, most of us are born as we are. While a bite can induce transformation, humans rarely survive it. So yes, Emma's survival is miraculous. No, I don't blame Margot for her curiosity. That said, I'm left to wonder how she found out about Emma and what she intends to do with that knowledge. There's power in information. It's true, I reply, adding nothing more. You have no power over me, is the intended reply here. I don't care what you think you know. Margot frowns, barely noticeable, but she's my sister, so I notice. And is it true they're fated mates then? Her and Harry. My spine tenses. It doesn't escape Margot's notice. Oh, I didn't mean it like that, darling. There wasn't anything you could have done. Even Mother doesn't blame you for that missed opportunity. She, of all people, knows you can't do anything against a fated bond. I never wanted to mate with Harry, I interrupt. I'm happy he's found his fated mate. Finding your fated mate is something most shifters dream of, at least when they're young. Though, as we all know, there's very little chance of that happening, and most of us choose a mate instead or are arranged to be bonded with one by our families. Before Harry and Emma, I'd only met 2 other fated pairs. One of them was a packmate, the other my father's. Margot gives me a knowing look, the look of someone who shared that day with me, the day Father had left us and the years that followed. I haven't come here tonight to reminisce. In fact, if it weren't of the utmost importance that I asked Margot some questions, I wouldn't be here at all. I wouldn't have come at all. But that look of hers briefly makes me forget why I'm here. For a second, we're kids again. Margot's grasping at my hand, holding back her tears like I've taught her to do. Emma's over there. I tell her when I spot my alpha's mate amongst the crowd, hoping to change the subject. I maintain my composure even as my sister looks and sees what I see for myself, a young girl with long brown hair, pretty but young and unassuming. She isn't even wearing what I told her to wear. She looks nothing like a queen, really. Margot asks with a telling smirk. Emma's fine, I defend. She makes Harry very happy. Margot's eyes snap towards my alpha. He hasn't spotted Emma yet, but he does seconds later, his face practically transforming at the sight of her. You'd think he'd found religion rather than a mate the way he stares at the girl. Wow, Margot says, something bitter in her voice that feels like an echo of myself. He's got that look in his eyes, just like Dad's. You remember that insane I die without you look? It used to scare me. I want to ask her if she's scared her mate will leave too, should he ever find his fated pair. The urge to ask is strong. Not because I want to know, but because I do know. I know this does scare Margot because it would scare me. It scared me my entire life. I shouldn't have come here. Seeing my family only increases my bitterness to socially unacceptable levels. I'm walking away before I realize what I'm doing and instantly blame myself as I regain my senses a short while later. I shouldn't have let Margot get to me. There are more pressing matters at hand than our father's betrayal or the fact that I still haven't found a mate to get our mother off my back. Meanwhile, my sister's with an alpha who's outdone himself, bringing his pack to new heights. His hotel stretches upwards into the night, a monolith of gleaming glass and steel, its windows reflecting the pool's azure gleam below. I watch elegant arches and expansive terraces wrap around each floor, a mix of admiration and envy pulsing through me like the subtle beat of the night's music. My gaze then drifts toward the silhouette of a woman in blue, staring at me from a fountain in the gardens nearby. Her strawberry blonde hair waves with the light summer breeze. I don't recognize her immediately, but when I do, I feel my wolf tensing against my mind. Oh no, I exclaim because she looks intent on coming to speak to me. Not tonight. Just as I'm running out of patience, words reach me as though they've been whispered in my ear, even though she's standing relatively far away. Never, I bark annoyed. I thought I made myself clear, Vivien. I blink, surprised to find Kieran standing beside me. He looks exactly as I remembered him, all debonair masculine energy and heavy-lidded gaze. Who are you talking to? He asks, looking around. I scratch my throat discreetly. I hadn't expected the alpha to come and greet me personally, or at least not privately. Margot surely wouldn't like it. I hope she catches us. No one else seems to notice. It's nothing good to see you, I tell him, smiling a little more brightly than I should. Is it? Kieran teases, meeting my eyes. There's something behind his gaze that unsettles me, a warmth, though perhaps too intense, and something darker lurking beneath. Of course, I reply without thinking. And do you like what you see? My heartbeat quickens. I'm unsure how to respond. But he waves his hand dismissively toward the hotel gardens before I can decide. I mean, how are you liking all this? Oh, he did that on purpose. The smug bastard. You've done impressively well, Kieran. Congratulations. He laughs, sounding genuinely pleased. Don't make me repeat myself, you know I don't like that. Kieran sobers momentarily, inclining his head politely as he waves at someone further off. For a moment, I think our conversation has ended, but then he leans closer, his lips grazing near my ear. My breath hitches in horror at the intimacy of it. This could all have been yours, he whispers. If only you'd said yes that day. What are you saying? I'm shocked he would bring up our almost engagement so directly. He never would have dared before now. He truly is an alpha. My wolf stirs within me, torn between the urge to retaliate and the instinct to submit. Why didn't you? His voice drops lower. Say yes. Does it matter now? I counter carefully, avoiding any sudden movements or betraying exfils. What's done is done. We could have had it all, you and I. We made sense. I know you thought so too. Yet you refused me. His tone sharpens. Tell me why. So it's an ego thing, then. I pause, considering my next words. It's true I once considered being his mate. Looking at my sister's newfound confidence and everything Kieran has built here, a part of me wonders if perhaps I should have accepted. Do I wish I were the one in the lavender dress tonight, basking in admiration on the arm of this alpha? No, there's no use wondering about what might have been. The past can't be changed, and there's no point in explaining it either. Present day back in Kieran's hotel room. He watches me intently, a slow spreading smile grazing his lips. He moves toward me deliberately, like he knows he holds power over this moment, his scent nearly dizzying with desire so sharp it's hard not to feel its pull. When his fingers touch my thigh, the contact turns demanding. What do you think you're doing? I ask, remaining still for now. A small part of me is curious to see what he plans. He's my sister's husband, her mate. Does he honestly believe I'd ignore that bond and throw myself into his arms? No, I wouldn't, not ever. Though I came here seeking information, thinking my sister might provide answers rather than her mate, perhaps I can twist this situation to my advantage. But all thoughts of strategy vanish when Kieran speaks again. I'll only be doing what every husband ought to do with their wife, he murmurs, lowering his mouth toward me. It's so unexpected that I barely hold back a gasp. He lowers his mouth, kissing me again, lips lingering on the inside of my thigh. The audacity is striking, betrayed. That's what I felt when she pursued a relationship with Kieran, a man who had once been meant for me. But she's still my sister. And before tonight, I'd believed that if nothing else, Kieran was at least loyal. Don't you think you should? I snapped, unable to stop myself. You made a promise to her, if you recall, I cut in sharply. I really don't, Kieran replied, furrowing his brows. To honor her and cherish her. To be faithful to her. My voice rose with every word. Kieran had even claimed Margot on their wedding night, officially making her his mate as quickly as propriety allowed. I remembered him leading her into the reception area the following morning, staring at the mating bite on her neck with unmistakable pride. The memory only deepened my frustration with his current blank expression. Was he really going to pretend he didn't belong to someone else? Men were all the same, selfish and whimsical, utterly untrustworthy. One day they're teaching you how to throw rocks. The next, they're walking out of your life with their new mate. I've never promised her anything like that. For goodness sake, Kieran, I growled, fighting against his hold. I made those promises to you. To you alone. Why would I swear my fidelity to anyone other than my wife? I'm not your wife, I protested, my voice wavering despite my best efforts. It hurt to have him pretend otherwise. It hurt that he married Margot, even though I was the one who ended things between us first. It had hurt then, and it still hurt now. Kieran grabbed my face between his hands, his brown eyes dark and serious, though tinged with concern. He was about to speak when a knock on the door interrupted us. Alpha, someone called out. Sorry to bother you. Not now, Cole, Kieran barked, his gaze still locked on mine. I wouldn't insist if this wasn't a matter of life or death, the man, Cole, pressed. I held my breath. Kieran hesitated a moment longer before releasing me. Don't move, he ordered, grabbing some clothes from a nearby chair and quickly throwing them on. I averted my eyes as he dressed. I'll be right back. Can't you release me before you go? I asked as he moved toward the door. Certainly not. Something has made you doubt my commitment to you, and I intend to rectify this misconception, Kieran told me darkly. His face was as serious as ever as he added over his shoulder before exiting the room. You are my wife, Vivien. You've been my wife for the past 5 years, and mark my words, soon you'll be my mate as well. No more delaying. We've waited too long already. Then he opened the door to greet a sturdy man with very short brown hair. I caught a brief glimpse of him before I was left alone in Kieran's bedroom, still trapped to the bed. 6 hours earlier during Kieran's birthday party by the pool. Would you mind getting me a drink? I asked Kieran, avoiding his earlier question. Why didn't I marry him? He'd asked it so casually, but it lingered in the air between us. To be honest, I wondered myself at times like these times when he smiled at me as though he saw right through my deflection, but let me get away with it anyway. Waving over a server as requested, I turned back to him. What's this? I asked when the drink arrived. The cocktail in my hand looked sophisticated. The hotel's signature drink, a mix of lime and ginger. You'll love it, Kieran says, then adds with a smirk, though don't have too many. We use more concentrated alcohol since we're amongst shifters tonight. I take a long sip, savoring the balance of flavor, bold but not overly sweet. I give Kieran a small smile, which seems to please him. If you'd been my mate, you could have had this every day, he says, his tone light, though his eyes betray something deeper. Why are you so intent on revisiting the past tonight? I sigh, taking another sip to mask my genuine curiosity. Something flickers across Kieran's face, dark, fleeting, almost imperceptible. Did I imagine it? When he speaks again, his voice is measured, controlled. I've always wondered. You said yes. Even your alpha agreed. We had the entire engagement party planned. Kieran, I warn, unease creeping in. I understand his frustration. I never gave him a proper explanation when I ended things, even though it had seemed like a done deal at the time. He likely never found closure. But what he doesn't realize is that neither did I, a fact that hits me harder tonight than ever before. And while I may have been the one to break things off, he met my sister soon after. Do I really owe him an explanation? Was it something your alpha said? Kieran asks softly, though there's an edge to his voice that sets my wolf on edge. What is this undercurrent of danger between us? Why does any of this matter now? Kieran has Margot. I force myself to meet his gaze. His pupils seem wide in the dim light, almost dilated. For a moment, I wonder why. But I push the thought aside. Harry agreed to it. I told you then. Why? Kieran's voice strains against the calm he's trying to maintain. Agitation tightening his jaw as his fingers grip my arm. Just tell me why. I need to know. I hesitate, weighing my words carefully. What would he want to hear? It needs to flatter his ego, soothe his insecurities, but not too much. He's my sister's mate and husband, after all. Before I can answer, my wolf catches a familiar scent from the crowd, and I freeze. Vivien, Kieran starts, but his voice is drowned out by the rush of blood in my ears. Every whispered conversation fades into the background as I scan the room. I hear him before I see him, his laugh, loud and carefree, his head thrown back in what seems like genuine amusement. He's faking it. Jake hasn't laughed like that since he was 15. I glance at the person beside him, a blonde woman in a black dress who fits the type he's always been drawn to. All women do. Do you find me funny? I snap at Kieran, irritated by Jake's infuriatingly confident smirk. His hair is shorter than the last time I saw him, but everything else about him radiates the same arrogance I remember. Kieran was supposed to be on an undercover assignment, so when did he even find time for a haircut? Was he trying to look good for someone? Unbelievable. He can't be trusted. Is that why you didn't marry me? Kieran sounds confused about something, but I have no idea what he's talking about. Didn't laugh enough at your jokes. Laugh at your jokes. What in the world is he even going on about? Don't be ridiculous. Kieran, I say, grabbing his drink from his hands. Jake's blonde friend is openly staring at his stupidly gorgeous face. Her all so obvious it gives me secondhand embarrassment. That's why it takes a moment for my brain to finally register what Jake is wearing. When it does, my irritation boils over into rage. If you don't want to. Oh, Nibispa, no, I exclaim, cutting off whatever Kieran had been saying. He blinks at me in surprise as I hand him back his now empty glass. I'll be right back, I mutter, excusing myself and walking off. Inside, I seethe as I make my way across the gardens behind the pool, eyes fixed on the abomination of a shirt Jake is sporting. My cheeks burn with shame and fury. People are going to see him in that. Doesn't he realize how badly this will reflect on the pack? Of course he does. He must have done it on purpose just to annoy me. Guests part to let me pass, sending uneasy glances my way, but I ignore them as I approach. Jake purposely avoids looking in my direction, though I know full well he's felt me arrive from the way his scent spikes. His blonde friend, however, widens her eyes, her expression downright fearful as it becomes clear I'm heading toward them. "Jake," she whispers, sending me a nervous glance. He smiles brightly at her in a way that makes me want to strangle him. "And so I told the guy," he continues, clearly in the middle of some fascinating story I'm certain is entirely fabricated. But he's forced to interrupt himself when I swiftly grab a tuft of his hair, pulling his face toward mine. Meeting his icy blue gaze after all these weeks feels somewhat akin to being gutted by a large kitchen knife. "What the hell do you think you're wearing?" I demand, putting all my training into steadying the wild pulse of my heart. I wouldn't want him to pick up on it and think it meant anything. "You don't like the color?" Jake asks, batting his eyelashes like the absolute little and beast or Nathby he is. "Don't play dumb with me, Jacob. This isn't suitable attire." "Didn't you read my email?" "Of course I did, Vivien," Jake replies smoothly. "You said it was a pool party." Pool outfit." I stare down at the rest of his ensemble, feeling like a child being picked on. His swim trunks are bad enough, but then I notice the very last straw against my sanity, his flip-flops. Jake wiggles his toes as I gape at them in horror. "This is a black tie event that happens to be by a pool." "So, your shirt has freaking pineapples on it. Fine." Jake begins undoing the top button of said shirt, watching me with a provocative smirk. "If you hate it so much I'll just remove it then. You wouldn't dare." But all protest quickly dies on my lips as Jake's fingers, deft and slow, remove another button then the next. More and more of his sun-kissed skin becomes unveiled. Without thinking, I reach out to still his hand, my fingers catching his and brushing against the skin of his chest. We both freeze as our eyes lock, my hand resting above his heart. "I can't believe you'd embarrass me like this tonight of all nights," I mutter after a ridiculously long pause. "Oh, come on. What I wear doesn't reflect on you. We're part of the same pack. I'm the beta of the pack hence." "Jesus, Red, stop being so dramatic." He cuts me off with an exasperated sigh. "I told you we should avoid attracting attention." I growl at him while buttoning his shirt back up for him, swift and deliberate. "Like you're not trying to attract attention in that dress," Jake retorts, rolling his eyes at me. "Were you hoping your ex-boyfriend would come crawling back, seeing you in that?" This hits too close to home, and he knows it. My lips purse with the desire to retort, but I've known Jake long enough to understand when it's time for a strategic retreat. "Any news on Seth?" I ask instead. "He magically reappeared to lend me this very shirt." Jake smirks. "You think you're really funny, don't you?" "You'd think so too if you had any sense of humor." Jake looks to his right with a frown. "Where did the girl go?" I assume he means the blonde one who had been with him earlier, seeing as she's nowhere to be seen. "An allied alpha has been missing for a month," I remind him with a tense smile. "It's literally why we came here." "Don't you think you should perhaps focus on that?" "You said you'd be asking the questions this evening," Jake says, purposefully looking around for his missing conquest. "And I've been on Seth's trail for weeks already." "Oh, I'm sorry," I pout mockingly. "Was that too much of an effort for you? I was the one to figure out he'd last been seen in this very city. What have you been doing all this time, Vivien? Apart from missing me terribly, of course." "I hadn't even noticed you'd been gone, Jacob." Something akin to disappointment flickers behind his blue orbs, though I know better than to assume it has anything to do with anything but his inflated ego. Across the pool, Margot is walking toward Kieran, who greets her with a warm smile. Bitterness fills me at the sight. Sometimes it feels like it's all I am anymore, just a big pile of bitterness. "Hey, isn't that your ex over there?" Jake says, waving at Kieran. "He and your sister look awfully chummy tonight, don't you think?" "I suppose." I grit out between my teeth. Jake sends me an assessing glance, his face doing that thing it does just before he says something particularly cutting. "To think this could have been you?" Jake murmurs, bringing his mouth close to my ear. Remind me again why you didn't marry him. Every noise of the evening festivities, the sound of the water, the varied laughter. The tinkling of glasses narrows down to the single voice in my ear. He might as well have slapped me across the face. My mind goes blank. Why didn't I marry Kieran? He dares to ask me. I violently push him away with a piercing scream, the force of it more painful than any slap could have been. Jake's eyes widen briefly as he stumbles back onto a low table. My thoughts scatter, trying to make sense of what just happened, something that occurs all too often when we're together. His fingers encircle my wrist, pulling me forward. I barely register the fall before I'm submerged under the pool's glittering surface, his hands still gripping my arm. I can only pray no one noticed us falling. Later. In Kieran's hotel room, it takes a moment for my bearings to return after he leaves. Strange situations are nothing new to me, but this one tops them all. Kieran seemed utterly serious when he claimed I'd been his wife for the past 5 years. The truth, however, is undeniable. Kieran and I have never been married. Yes, I considered it once 5 years ago, but our union hadn't worked out. Yet he seemed so convinced, as if every word he spoke was real. Someone or something has tampered with his mind. Vampires come to mind. They possess the power to manipulate memories and actions. But why would one meddle in Kieran's life? What could they gain from making him believe I'm his wife? Then there's the matter of how I ended up here. Did I come willingly? Why can't I remember? Fragments of the evening resurface, the poolside drinks I ordered from the bar. Had I consumed enough to black out? It takes a lot to intoxicate a shifter, but perhaps that's exactly what happened. Before I can dwell further, my thoughts shift to Margot. No matter how delusional Kieran may be, the fact remains, he intended to cheat on my sister with me, of all people. Now, far from his intoxicating scent and intense gaze, clarity strikes. This isn't right. I need to fix this mess before Margot finds out. She seemed happy earlier, blissfully unaware. I don't want to ruin that for her. I need to leave this room unnoticed and return to mine. Then, I must uncover what's truly going on with Kieran and ensure he doesn't do anything reckless. Like telling Margot they've never been married. My eyes dart to the handcuff binding my wrist. There's no other choice. I'll have to dislocate my wrist, then reset it. The pain will be excruciating, but sacrifices must be made for family, even an estranged one like Margot. Ligaments tear, bones grind against each other in unnatural ways. Pain sears through me sharp and unrelenting, but at least my hand is free. Within seconds, I reset my wrist and rise, determined to set things right. Moving my left hand for a moment, I let it heal itself. It's during moments like these that I'm grateful to be a shifter. The ability to recover from an injury so quickly does come in handy. And I can't deny the perks of enhanced strength and endurance either, they're real. But are they worth the downsides? I'm not so sure. Now isn't the time to dwell on it, though. I glance around for something appropriate to wear, discovering a vast dressing room meticulously organized by color and season. A faint but pleasant scent of lavender and cedar lingers in the air. These must be Margot's clones. I slip into high-waisted pants and a blouse, swiftly deciding against completing my look with any jewelry despite the ridiculous amount my sister seems to have stashed here. She'd probably notice if even one diamond went missing. Most importantly, I have no time to lose. Grinding my teeth. I hope no one will notice me running around with such messy hair and makeup as I push open the door onto an ornate yet empty hallway, well, almost empty. Save for the mountain of a man stationed near my door, who turns to me with a blank expression as I step outside. I'll be heading downstairs for a drink, I announce, going for my most confident, assertive tone. Fake it till you make it, as they say. After all, I'm Margot's sister and the beta of a powerful pack. Surely this guy isn't about to keep me here against my will. Should he try, though, I stand ready to take him down, keeping my posture relaxed while carefully observing his movements. The guard shifts on his feet, raising his hand slowly. From the corner of my eye, I watch him, but he only scratches the top of his ear before nodding slightly, barely sparing me another glance. Without hesitation, I head toward the elevator at the end of the corridor, resisting the urge to look over my shoulder. Once safely behind closed doors, I exhale a small sigh of relief. That was easier than I thought it would be. I enter the reception hall of the hotel, half wondering if I've hallucinated the last hour entirely. Everything looks so normal, the receptionist handing room cards to nocturnal guests, couples heading toward the bar area where a small jazz concert plays softly. "Good evening, Miss Reeves," a staff member greets me as he passes by hurriedly. I'm tempted to correct him I'm not Margot, but is there really a point when attracting attention isn't the safest option? Besides, I'm wearing her clothes. I hurry toward the pool area, hoping to find Harry or even Emma still around, but unfortunately, I don't see or sense them among the guests. They've likely already retired for the evening. However, I do spot a familiar silhouette beyond the pool. In the back garden's a black-haired woman with perfect posture, commanding the space despite her petite frame. She's draped in a dark blue dress that I could have chosen for myself, given how similar it is to the gowns I prefer. I don't relish interacting with her any more than necessary, but I'm in a hurry. "Hello," I greet her, meeting light green eyes that look exactly like mine. Her actual name isn't Genevieve, it's Linda, but for as long as I can remember, she insisted I call her by her chosen name. She finds it more sophisticated. "Vivien," she says, frowning when she takes in what I'm wearing. "I thought you'd already retired for the year." She replies with a tone laced in disapproval, but I hold her gaze, daring her to say something. To my great surprise, she doesn't. "Have you seen Harry?" I ask before she can think of something biting to retort. My mother looks somewhat confused. "Harry Hargrove," I clarify, sighing. "You know he doesn't like using that name." "Mom, I wasn't aware he'd been invited tonight," she says stiffly. "I certainly hope that wasn't your doing." "I didn't pick the guest list," I snap, wondering what her issue with Harry is all of a sudden. She'd always liked him, insisting he'd make the perfect mate for me once he became alpha instead of Jake. I guess Margot was right when she mentioned Mother had been furious about Harry finding his fated mate. She must still harbor some hope we'd end up together, despite both of us repeatedly saying it would never happen. "All right, well," I start, then cut myself off mid-sentence. Beyond the high glass walls, back inside the hotel lobby, stands a man. Tall and unshaven, he isn't doing anything particularly noteworthy other than simply existing. Yet his presence renders me speechless. "What are you staring at Seth Taylor like that for?" my mother asks, following my gaze toward his wavering figure. I don't reply. All my attention is fixed on Seth, who now appears so casually, as though nothing out of the ordinary has occurred. Because Seth Taylor, the alpha of an allied pack, had been missing for a month, he was why I'd come here to this very hotel to find him. And earlier. The memory crashes back into my mind like a painful blow. I'd found him. How could I forget? For even a second, how could I have forgotten? What could possibly have disrupted my memory so profoundly that upon waking, I erased the fact that when I'd found Seth earlier today, or rather, 6.5 hours ago, he'd been very, very dead, inside this same lobby. I avoid the curious glances from the hotel staff as I press the elevator button repeatedly, urging it to arrive faster. The grand lobby boasts marble floors and crystal chandeliers, every detail meticulously crafted to project the power and success Kieran, my sister's mate, has achieved. Meanwhile, my dress drips water onto the pristine marble floor. I'm not sure if the wet sound of fabric sponging against the surface is especially loud, or if my brain is just fixating on it out of sheer embarrassment. "Would you like a towel?" a concierge offers, handing one over without waiting for an answer. I shoot the poor girl a dark look, which sends her quivering away in fear. I might feel guilty if I weren't distracted by my reflection in the elevator's mirrored walls. Wet hair sticks to my face, mascara smudged beneath weary eyes. Tears run down my cheeks, my drenched gown clinging unflatteringly to my body. The only person I feel sorry for is myself. Boiling in rage, I slam my bedroom door behind me and hurry to the bathroom for a quick shower. I'd love nothing more than to stay hidden in here for the rest of the evening. This has to be one of the most embarrassing nights of my life. All those people watching me in silence as I exited the pool, their hushed whispers. The wet flaps of my shoes make me shiver in horror despite the warmth of the shower. Some, if not all, of the most influential shifters in our community saw me humiliate myself earlier, including Margot and her mate. But I can't even hide in shame because there's still the crucial matter of Seth's disappearance. Seth Taylor hasn't officially been declared missing yet, only because his second-in-command fears someone might take the opportunity to claim his alpha title. Our pack wants to avoid that at all costs, These days, more and more packs around the country are being taken over by previously unknown or inconspicuous wolves. Newcomers overthrowing well-established alphas with alarming ease has left the entire community on edge. It used to be rare for an alpha to be dethroned, but now the sheer number of packs led by ill-fitted shifters, who lack both the shoulders to lead and the knowledge to do so, is frankly terrifying. While my pack hasn't been hit by this phenomenon, the fact that others have is putting immense tension on us. Conflicts within and between packs loom large, and the prospect of an all-out shifter war breaking out in the country hangs over everyone's heads. The news that an allied pack had lost their alpha under mysterious circumstances was devastating. According to Seth's beta, the alpha disappeared almost a month ago. Jake's informant claims he was last seen in this city, which essentially belongs to Kieran's pack, and because nothing happens here without Kieran knowing. If anyone could tell us more about where Seth might be, it's him or his mate, my sister Margot. I exit the shower and start reapplying my makeup, still shaking with anger. I can still smell the faint scent of the pool's cleaning product on my skin. If I can smell it, any other shifter will too. A knock interrupts my angry musings. It's Mr. Reeves' server, delivering a bottle of champagne to my desk. He hopes I'll soon return to the party. To think I was once the woman Kieran would have run after, and now I'm just the poor fool he sends champagne to out of pity. I don't bother with a glass and take a long gulp straight from the bottle, then another. Realizing I've left the dress, I plan to replace my soaked one within the back of my car. I grab the now half-empty bottle and head out of my bedroom in a pair of jeans. Tank top in hand, I make my way to the elevator, hoping to get to my car unnoticed. Unfortunately for me, Margot appears, walking toward my room just as I reach the elevator. "There you are," she says, giving me a surprised glance. "Are you okay, Peachy?" I growl, avoiding her gaze. It's stupid, really. She's the one person I should talk to, but I can't bring myself to face her. "Where are you going?" Margot asks, trailing after me. "I left my change of clothes in the car," I grunt, hoping that'll end the conversation. Of course it doesn't. "I can have someone go and get it," she offers, not unkindly. "It would actually be more convenient. I'm bound to run into someone else I know on this errand." But after being so humiliated earlier at Margot's party, no less the thought of letting her help feels too much like giving up. "I'll get it." "It's no trouble," I reply as we step into the elevator together. "But your hair's still wet. If Mom sees you..." "It's fine," I snap, bringing the champagne bottle to my lips. Margot gives me a pointed look before pressing a random floor button, forcing the elevator doors to open before we reach the reception hall. She pulls me out, ignoring my protests. "Calm down," my sister tells me firmly. "You're being erratic." "I'm just trying to get to my car." "Margot, you look like you're about to murder someone. What's it to you?" I roll my eyes, annoyed when I realize I'm out of champagne. "You're my sister. Don't odd me." "I don't want you to cause a scene at Kieran's party." The intimate way she says his name is a stark reminder he's hers now and I have no one. "I'm not going to embarrass you," I mutter bitterly. "You already did," Margot reminds me, sounding frustrated. "It's not my fault I fell in the pool." "You didn't fall. Jake pulled you in because you pushed him first." "Shut up, Margot." My patience snaps. I shove her with my forearm, pinning her to the wall of the empty corridor. She yelps, and I press harder, knowing full well I've always been stronger than her. We may share the same mother and the same looks, but we don't share the same strength. "I told you not to talk about him." I growl, my voice laced with command. "You don't mention him. You don't look at him. You don't say his name. Got it?" Margot's lips pinch into a tight line. She hates that I can get to her. "Yes." "All right," she mutters, trying to free herself. I slam her back against the wall, her head hitting it with a dull thud. "You're hurting me." "You deserve it," I reply, bitterness dripping from every word. Our eyes meet, hers green, so like mine, yet filled with pity. "I'm really sorry about that night." "Don't you dare apologize to me," I mutter, looking away. A piercing scream cuts through the hallway, interrupting us. I turn to Margot, searching her face for answers, but she only stares blankly, confusion marking her features. "What was that?" I ask silently. But there's nothing. No sound. This entire floor is eerily silent, no background noise, no TVs humming from nearby rooms. Just emptiness. Discussions were being had, though I wasn't sure of the details. Probably nothing, Margot muttered, her voice trembling with uncertainty. The sound had come from down the hall. I started walking in that direction, and Margot trailed behind me, vaguely protesting, but I ignored her. I think someone's hyperventilating nearby. Pointing to a bedroom on my right before banging on the door. Open up. A sharp breath hitched behind the wall. We can't just barge in on our client, Margot protested. I ignored her, slamming my foot into the wooden surface. The door splintered, and I stormed inside. The dimly lit room was eerily similar to mine. My eyes darted first to a crumpled figure in the corner, a young woman with short black hair, her shoulders shaking with sobs. What happened? I asked instinctively. Moving toward her, she smelled human, too subdued to be a shifter. But there was another scent in the air, one I recognized. My gaze shifted to the bed where a man lay unconscious, one arm dangling limply to the floor. His face was turned away, but when I finally saw it, my heart stopped. Seth, I exclaimed, shock coursing through me. It was the alpha we'd been searching for, the very one I'd planned to ask Margot about. He was here, right in front of me. Seth, wake up, I shouted, rushing to his side. Behind me, the woman's cries grew louder. I'm sorry, she sobbed. I'm so sorry. Her words didn't make sense until my fingers brushed against Seth's skin. He felt cold, too cold. Still, pale. And then it hit me. I couldn't hear his heartbeat. Oh my God, I whispered, panic rising as I began chest compressions. Oh my God. Seth, Nibisp, Margot. I heard her exclaim behind me. I ignored her, tilting Seth's head back and trying to force air into his lungs. I already tried that, the girl wailed. He's dead. No, this can't be happening. Call an ambulance. I snapped at Margot, who fumbled for her phone, snapping out of her daze. I focused on the crying woman while continuing compressions. What happened? She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. I left to finish my shift downstairs. When I came back, he was just lying there. I tried to wake him up. Her voice broke again. I turned back to Seth, inspecting his body quickly. Dark circles shadowed his eyes. He looked gaunt, emaciated, but there were no signs of struggle. No wounds on his neck, face, chest, or arms. Weight bruises marred the inside of his arm. Viv! Margot's voice cut through my thoughts. Is the ambulance on its way? My sister bit her lip, looking more nervous than I'd ever seen her. Something twisted in my chest. To say things between us were complicated would be an understatement. But she was still my little sister. I hated when she cried as kids, and apparently, I didn't like it much better now. Hey, I said softly, stepping closer to her despite everything. It's going to be okay. All right, tell her. Walking over to her, she shakes her head. Ken, she looks scared. Why does she look so scared? I don't like this, it isn't good. Viv, my sister says, taking my hands in her shaky fingers, there's something I need to tell you, but you have to promise not to get upset. 7 hours earlier at Kieran's birthday party by the pool, I think I may be losing my mind. A few hours before that, Seth Taylor had died. I'd found his body lying on a bed in one of the hotel rooms. There'd been a girl with him, and somebody else, Margot. Yes, Margot had been there too. She looked scared and said she had something to tell me. Had she ended up telling me? I can't remember, and I'm beyond frustrated. Despite my memories of the evening being blurry, I'm convinced Seth hadn't been breathing when I'd found him. I know he hadn't. I'd felt for his pulse, it was missing. The cold feel of his skin beneath my fingers is still fresh in my mind. So what in the world is he doing walking around the hotel lobby without a care in the world? How is he walking? What is happening? Darling, will you stop gaping? It isn't polite, my mother admonishes, making me jump. I'd completely forgotten about her. Don't start, I tell her, eyes glued to Seth's form. He looks relatively unharmed, though the somewhat vacant look in his eyes and the dazed smile on his lips are enough for a careful observer to suspect something might be wrong. I pick up my pace slightly, heart beating wildly in my chest. He may look somewhat out of it, but he's alive. Vivien. My mother grabs onto my hand, forcing me to turn around. Where do you think you're going? Her eyes glance around us, worried someone might see us argue. I snatch my hand away. I'll be back, I tell her before hurriedly walking toward the lobby. Good thing I hurried as well, because Seth is just disappearing inside an elevator when I arrive. There's someone with him, though I can't discern who it is before the doors close. A brunette, to be sure. The same one I'd found crying in his room. The details of her figure blur in my memory. I wait until the elevator reaches its destination, the 5th floor, before getting on myself. I need to find Seth and not let him out of my sight. I'm dragging him home by force if I have to. I stop on the 4th floor, choosing to take the stairs up to the 5th to avoid alerting anyone of my presence. I want to understand what's going on, and a bit of spying might just be the way. I sprint up the stairs but slowly open the door onto the hallway. I hear Seth's voice just around a corner, so I duck behind a conveniently luscious plant and pop my head over the edge of the wall to see what's going on. Further down, Seth is standing by a bedroom door, which I think is the same one I'd found his body in earlier, with a dark-haired young woman. Is she the same girl who'd been crying beside him? She takes Seth's face into her hands and slowly kisses him, a gesture which Seth accepts, though without the enthusiasm you'd expect between lovers. He stands there passively, arms unmoving. His companion opens the door. The bedroom door clicks shut as the two of them disappear inside. I wait a minute or two, but then the door reopens. The girl steps out, calling her goodbyes over her shoulder. No one follows her. She's left Seth in there. Will she come back? In any case, this is my chance to speak with him alone. I wait until she's out of sight before walking over to the bedroom, decisive yet hesitant. Once I'm by the door, noises drift through, someone pacing. The rustle of fabric, movement on the bed. Seth isn't alone. At least one other person is in the room with him. His voice murmurs something indistinct, vaguely questioning. Just as I'm about to barge in, a deep voice cuts through the air, low and commanding. Relax. Go to sleep. You seem tired. What's happening here? I'm pretty sure Seth isn't into guys, and even if he were, his lack of response worries me. He'd been dead a few hours ago after all. There's a window in the hallway opposite the bedroom. If I sneak out and climb along the hotel's exterior, maybe I can peek into Seth's room if the curtains aren't closed. If I were doing anything suspicious in a bedroom, the first thing I'd do would be to draw the curtains. Still, it's a long shot, but I'm desperate for answers. Carefully, I open the hotel window and step onto the ledge. The outside air is warmer than the corridor's stale atmosphere. 5 floors below, dimly lit gardens stretch out. I don't think anyone's strolling around at this hour, but I can't be certain. I just hope my climbing goes unnoticed. Reaching Seth's window isn't as hard as I feared. Unfortunately, the curtains are drawn, though a small gap between them lets me glimpse part of the room. An arm sticks out from beneath the mattress, and a profusion of medical equipment catches my eye. Blood flows from Seth's arm into what looks like a blood bag. My frown deepens. Is Seth donating blood at this hour, in a hotel room, while barely conscious? Did he even agree to this? Why not wait until he's sober? Surely the blood can't be used for medical purposes if the donor isn't coherent. Seth has been missing for a month. I found his body, or thought I did, and now he's alive, but apparently unwillingly giving his blood. What is going on? Whatever it is. I can't leave him in there. I retreat into the hotel corridor, standing in front of his bedroom door. Should I knock? Try to barge in? Or find help first? Harry or Jake first, but why? If Seth disappears in the meantime, I'm about to move when a warm hand suddenly grasps my shoulder, making me jump. There you are, Kieran says, watching me with a mix of curiosity and relief. I've been looking everywhere for you. What are you doing? 100 thoughts erupt in my mind at once. Why has he been looking for me? Has he regained his senses? Where's Margot? She can't see us together. But most importantly, does Kieran know what's going on with Seth? And then it hits me, how could he not? He owns this hotel, his pack runs it. He has to know. Oh my God. He knows, and I'm standing right there by the scene of the crime, so to speak. I take a careful step back, apprehensively watching for any sudden movement from Kieran. A brief flash of Margot crying out Kieran's name worriedly as we'd stood next to Seth's body earlier comes rushing back. She'd been scared, but of what exactly? Of Kieran's reaction. Has he done something to her? I need help. I need to warn Jake and Harry. Are you all right, love? Kieran insists, his gaze intense. Can I perhaps convince him that I've been hanging around here perfectly by accident and am completely unaware of Seth's whereabouts? It's my best bet. If Kieran miraculously believes I'm clueless, he'll let us remain at the hotel long enough for me to get my pack's help in extracting Seth, and perhaps Margot, too. But if Kieran realizes I understand something is wrong, he'll probably try to stop me from alerting anyone. How do I divert his attention? Can we talk in private? I tell Kieran, trying my best to look at him confidently. Of course, he replies, far warmer than I expected, placing a hand on my lower back to lead me away to what will likely be a more secluded area. I follow Kieran back into the elevator, somewhat lost in thought, focusing on how to address the issue with him once we're alone. That's probably why I don't comment on his warm hands still pressed against my back. Kieran's scent gives nothing away. His mood seems calmer than it had been earlier. Hopefully, that means he'll be in the right state of mind for a proper conversation. I realize too late that he's leading me back to his bedroom and hesitate before following him inside. How about we get a drink downstairs? I ask him. I thought you wanted to speak in private, Kieran replies, raising an expectant eyebrow. Unless you've forgotten, my birthday party is still going on down there, and it's full of shifters who could easily listen in on our discussion. I guess that wouldn't really be private. My plan is to steer the conversation toward what happened earlier between me and Kieran. I'll frame the discussion so that if I seem nervous, he'll think it's about my sister finding out rather than me knowing about Seth's presence here. Seth, who'd been drugged as I'm now certain I was, too, which explains why I don't remember my conversation with Margot or how I ended up in Kieran's room. He might be behind it all, or perhaps not, but one thing is certain: he's not to be underestimated. I won't let myself be caught off guard again. I need him to believe I don't suspect a thing while staying vigilant in case he tries to restrain me once more. You look upset, Kieran says, his smile a blend of warmth and concern. Did something happen? I bite back the urge to roll my eyes. So he wants to pretend ignorance too. Fine. Kieran, I start, keeping my tone steady. I hope you know I would never do anything to betray Margot's trust. His latter catches me off guard. I wasn't aware there was any trust left between the two of you. He's not wrong, but it stings to hear it confirmed. To know Margot has shared this with him makes it feel even more real. Still, I press on. Clearing my throat, she's my little sister. Kieran raises an incredulous brow. Are we stating facts now? I think perhaps we should, I snap back. Since you didn't seem very clear on them earlier. Really? How so? Kieran asks, his voice calm but probing. For a fleeting moment I wonder if, like Seth, Kieran could have been under some kind of influence, confused about us because he wasn't in his right mind. The thought vanishes instantly when he grabs my wrist and pulls me flush against him. Is this about that role-playing thing you mentioned? He smirks, flashing me a sultry grin. Do you want to pretend we're nothing to each other? That we just met? I try to pull away, but instead of letting go, he tightens his grip, which sets off a flicker of unease. Kieran may be an alpha, but I'm strong too. I don't usually get overpowered so easily. Yet here I am, unable to break free. Worse still, being this close to him floods my senses with his scent, the heat radiating from his skin. It's intoxicating, far more than it should be. God, have I grown so lonely that any form of touch sends my body into overdrive? Or is it because it's him, the man I once thought I'd mate with? My eyes meet his dark ones. They seem darker than usual. Are his pupils dilated? Kieran, I ask hesitantly, are you okay? Never better, he murmurs before stepping closer. Before I can react, he pulls me toward him, and then his lips crash against mine. The kiss is sudden, deep, urgent, stealing the breath from my lungs. For a moment I'm frozen, my mind struggling to process what's happening. This isn't right. But as seconds pass, I don't pull away. It's been so long since anyone kissed me like this. My body reacts before my brain can catch up, warmth spreading through me, leaving confusion in its wake. We need to stop. I should stop this. But Kieran deepens the kiss, and despite every rational thought screaming at me to push him away, I find myself responding. His hands slide from my shoulders to my back, pulling me closer, and for a moment, I forget everything, the weight of responsibility, the tangled web of emotions, the years of distance, and lose myself in the forgotten warmth of closeness, of human touch. Finally, I wrench myself away, gasping for air. My mind is a whirlwind, torn between guilt, desire, and the gnawing realization that whatever just happened changes everything. Emotion overwhelms me. What are you doing? We can't. I protest, feeling weak and exposed. I never feel this way, and I hate it. Kieran looks confused, almost hurt, which only makes things worse. Viv, he tries, pulling me back, but I move away. I have to go, I tell him, hurrying toward the bedroom door. His voice follows me. Viv, don't, but I'm already running. The blood rushing in my ears, drowning out his protests. My mind swirls with confusion. There's so much happening that I can't even organize my thoughts. My heart beats wildly, making focus impossible. I reach the elevator again, trying to catch my breath. When the doors close behind me, hiding me from view, everything feels like a mess. Kieran, Margot, Seth, and I feel paralyzed about how to untangle it all. I should probably find someone from my pack, but the desire to flee and hide somewhere quiet to process is overpowering. Before I know it, I'm out of the hotel, heading toward the parking lot for my car. It isn't until I get to my spot that I realize my keys are still upstairs in my room. Even if they weren't, it wouldn't matter because my car is gone. Stunned, I stumble backward, glancing around the nearly empty lot distractedly. That's when I see him, a familiar figure crouched beside a motorcycle, helmet in hand. Relief floods through me instantly. Oh, thank God, I breathe, anxiety melting away as I rush over. Jake, my packmate, looks surprised as I approach. He wrinkles his nose slightly, something he always does when piecing together something confusing. The sheer normality of seeing him brings tears to my eyes. Jake. Thank God I found you, I exclaim, gripping his arms tightly. His clear blue eyes widen in shock. Probably because the last time we saw each other, we ended up fighting and falling into the pool. Still here I am, looking like I might cry just at the sight of him. I've had the craziest evening, I blurt out. I don't even know where to start. He stares at my hands on his bicep, clearly stunned. You have, he asks hesitantly. I found Seth and Margot. They panicked and said they needed to tell me something, but then I hesitate. Should I mention Kieran? Knowing Jake, he'd tease me endlessly. Something seems off about him right now, though I can't pinpoint why. Usually I can read Jake effortlessly, but his expression is blank, guarded, almost apprehensive. I woke up in Kieran's room of all places, I explain quickly, ignoring the strange look crossing Jake's face. And Jake, something's wrong with him. He's acting insane. He thinks we're together. Miss Reeves, Jake interrupts, sounding uncomfortable, but I ignore him, too focused on unloading everything. So then I ran. I stagger out, heart racing, and who do I find alive but Seth? Some girl ushers him into a bedroom, leaving him there, and then the unthinkable happens. I freeze, my thoughts slowing, overpowering me. What did you just call me? I ask, my voice trembling. By your name, Jake replies, confusion lacing his tone. That's when it hits me what's wrong. It's the way Jake is looking at me like I'm a stranger. And what is my name? I manage, my pulse thundering in my ears. Well, it used to be Vivien Woods, he says, hesitating. But since you married Kieran Reeves 5 years ago, you've been going by his last name. My heart plummets. This can't be real. Jake tilts his head, studying me with genuine curiosity. I'm surprised you know my name, seeing how we've never actually met before. Never met before. I've witnessed someone come back from the dead tonight, yet this statement feels even more impossible. Images of Jake flood my mind, him at 10, playfully tugging my hair at 12, daring me to climb a tree at 15, grinning as he tried to coax Harry and me into sneaking out. I see him happy, angry, amused, frustrated all at once. The weight of how deeply I know him crashes over me. His likes, dislikes, what makes him laugh or seethe, I know it all. But now he looks at me like I'm nothing, a stranger, and in that moment, the truth slams into me. There's only one explanation for everything, for why Kieran thinks we're married, for why Jake doesn't remember me at all. And though it fills me with dread, I have no idea how to fix it. 3 months earlier back home, I groan, limping down the corridor. Each step sends sharp pain radiating through me. My leg might be broken, but I grit my teeth and push forward anyway, desperate not to be found like this. The fact that Clara, of all people, did this makes it worse. How could I struggle so much against her? She's a weak wolf from an inconsequential pack. Defeating her should have been effortless. Yet here I am, collapsing against my bedroom door once inside. Safe within the confines of my room, I close my eyes, but Clara's dark, unhinged gaze burns behind my lids. Her hands around my throat still throb, though not as fiercely as my shame does. We'd been having such a pleasant evening, Jake, Harry, and I. Emma was absent. A rare occurrence, freeing Harry for the night. Dinner had been lively with other pack members. Some left early, others retired upstairs. We sat by the fire playing cards, just like old times. Where's your better half? Jake teased at one point, pouring himself a drink. Harry feigned off, pouting dramatically. Internally, I rolled my eyes. You'd think they'd been separated for days instead of hours. The dejected way he looked, I was, for once, quite happy with this turn of events. We rarely got to hang out just the three of us anymore. Once upon a time, we'd spent all our time together as a trio. I never thought that time would end, but these days, Emma was almost always glued to Harry's side, and Jake, well, Jake wasn't home very often. I guess that wasn't entirely new. You're being awfully quiet all of a sudden, Harry observed. I was just thinking how nice it was being all together again. We see each other all the time, Harry replied, looking touched though puzzled. Well, yes. I then realized I wasn't sure how to finish that sentence without offending him and scrambled for words. But you're always with Emma, Jake said. Casually though with a sly grin. I would have smacked him, except that would have been too telling. Did I say that? You thought it, 'cause it's true, Jake continued. I'm not always with her, Harry protested. Am I? I shrugged helplessly, knowing full well he'd see instantly through any lie I tried to feed him. To be honest, I was somewhat uncomfortable discussing his mating bond with him. I was uncomfortable with him being bonded in general. Harry had been one of the most rational people I knew before he'd met Emma. The fact that he couldn't even see how codependent the two of them had become only cemented my belief that fated bonds weren't to be taken lightly. He'd changed, and while I knew he was happy, I couldn't help but wonder how real that happiness was, how much of it was due to a form of magic none of us really understood rather than any genuine feelings he might harbor for some random girl who'd been a stranger just a few months prior. It's only natural, I replied carefully. She's your fated mate after all. You make it sound like some curse, Jake joked, though his eyes turned more serious upon reading my expression. I thought for sure he was going to push the issue and was growing more tense by the second when we were interrupted. None of us had felt Clara's approach too focused on our discussion. Though in our defense, we could not have imagined her arriving here unannounced at this hour. Clara was from another pack and didn't live particularly close. What was even more unusual was the way she stood there in the middle of the room, posture so tense I could see her muscles clenching beneath the exposed skin of her shoulders. Clara, Harry asked cautiously, did something happen? She hadn't even bothered looking at him before announcing, I've come to challenge you, Vivien, for your position of beta. She hadn't even looked at me either. She had looked straight at Jake. The room fell silent for a second. Then Jake and Harry exchanged a look before erupting into laughter. Hilarious, Jake said, sounding very much like he sincerely thought Clara was humoring us. I didn't laugh. Clara's gaze was fixed on him, and there was a crazed look behind her eyes. Clara was a nice girl, though shy, who didn't enjoy being in the spotlight. Something about this moment felt deeply wrong. Spotlighting why I'd asked, genuinely curious. You've never even tried becoming the beta of your own pack. Clara had clenched her jaw, looking more like a beast about to strike than a rational human being. Clara, Jake had said, his tone growing serious. Come on, don't be stupid. Viv is going to obliterate you. No, she won't, Clara replied confidently, giving him a sharp look. You'll see. This is about Jake, isn't it? I'd realized then. You slept with her, didn't you? I snapped at him. Jake's eyes widened. That was a long time ago. It was last week, Clara barked. While a truly transcendent experience, he added, making Harry pinch the bridge of his nose tiredly. What does it have to do with anything? She's hoping to impress you, I explained. I will not be impressed if you harm Viv, Jake told Clara, sounding so earnest it made me tense. How could he possibly think this poor excuse of a shifter could ever hurt me? I'd show him he'd regret ever doubting me when I was through with his little conquest. I accept your challenge, I declared, rising from my seat. Viv. No, Harry protested, fury etched across his face. Too late, I shrugged, waving at Clara to follow me outside. I'll be back in a minute. But it hadn't taken a minute. Clara's first lunge caught me off guard fiercer than anything I'd seen from her before. I dodged her swipe. The movement was so swift it was almost a blur. Clara attacked again and again, each strike powerful, carrying a wild, desperate energy. I grew increasingly nervous as I witnessed her strength. You've gotten stronger, I observed, hoping to divert her attention by engaging in dialogue. You have no idea, Clara laughed hollowly, unhinged. I managed to throw a solid punch, but she barely flinched, as though she hadn't even felt it. She ducked under my defensive arm, landing a hit to my side that knocked the breath out of me. Pain flared, and my confidence began to waver. This wasn't the Clara I knew. This was something else, something I didn't recognize. You know, if you're so intent on getting Jake back into your bed, you could have just asked him, I said as another hit. A kick this time sent a sharp pain shooting through my knee. His name flashed dangerously in her eyes. You really are a cold-hearted, she spat with such anger that her words caused me to stumble back, dismissing his feelings like this when everyone knows how much they mean to him. A well-placed swipe to her legs made her lose balance, and she screamed in rage, her snarl pronounced and unnatural. It unnerved me. Clara, this isn't you. What's going on? She didn't necessarily need to kill me to earn my title, but I understood belatedly that it very much looked like she planned to anyway. As she lunged again, I ducked and pivoted, using her momentum against her. My body screamed in protest, but I grabbed her arm, her bones breaking with a resounding crack as I twisted it, throwing her over my shoulder. She landed hard, the thud ominously resonating through the air. I took a couple seconds to catch my breath, staring down at her crumpled form. Make sure she wouldn't be standing back up before throwing a glance at Jake and Harry, who'd been watching from the sidelines as custom imposed. Get her home, will you? I'm going to bed. And on that note, I made my retreat to my room, head held high despite the pain. Looking back on it now, it seems more and more obvious to me that Clara must have done something to enhance her strength like this, though what I couldn't say. But on the spot, I'd just been worried Harry or Jake would judge me for taking so long to overpower her. It's not like we'd ever heard of anything capable of enhancing a shifter's strength. I sigh, struggling to remove my shoes. My bones are going to heal, in fact. They're doing so as we speak, but I must have worsened my fracture by walking on it because it hurts like hell. It had been stupid of me to agree to Clara's challenge. Her dilated pupils, the manic edge to her voice, she hadn't been in her right mind. But I'd been so blinded by my anger. I buried my face into my hands. I wished I could stop letting Jake get to me like this. I really wish. Vivien's voice echoed through the room, making me jump. Is that a wish I hear forming in your thoughts? I groan as the witch appears in the middle of my room, strawberry hair and blue dress flowing beside her with magic. It's been a while since she last stopped by. I hadn't missed her one bit. Go away. I groan, wincing in pain as I inadvertently shift my healing leg. I'm not in the mood for your pestering tonight. The witch tasks. You know I only come here to serve. I owe you a wish. I felt one growing in your soul. Do us both a favor and make it, so that we may finally put all my pestering behind us. I resist the urge to throw a book at her head. She's an all-powerful witch. After all, I'm not about to provoke another dangerous supernatural being tonight. If I'd known saving you from that vampire would get you on my case like this, I swear I would have let it drain you of your blood. I snap, immediately regretting my words. Thankfully, the witch merely blinks at them, uncaring. But you did save me, Vivien. She smiles the most emotionless smile I've ever seen. And like I've told you many, many times over, I'm now in your debt. And like I've told you many, many times over, I'm not interested. I reply, briefly moving my leg to check how it's faring. Growing up, I'd heard of the witch's wish-granting abilities, how she could, for a price, make any of your dreams come true. Though the price, I'd been well taught, was never worth the dream. Our previous Alpha Jake's father, who'd preceded Harry, had warned us never to make one, and I was resolved not to. I told you, the wish will be free of charge. You will not be paying any price. I don't care. I'm not interested. Now go away, I grunt, closing my eyes. I feel the witch's magic thickening around me like a tight vine, becoming stifling, almost pricking my skin. You'll regret not making your wish sooner, she warns. When you make yours on a whim and I'm forced to grant it. Then don't grant it, I mutter under my breath, refusing to open my eyes. You need to know that I can't carry a debt, it's not my problem. I declare it, someday soon, you're going to make a stupid wish you'll regret, and you're going to be sorry. No, I won't. I say with absolute certainty. I have perfect impulse control. But unfortunately for me and pretty much everyone I've ever known, I'd been very, very wrong. Present time. In the parking lot of the hotel, the floor seems to tilt on its axis as I get caught in Jake's somewhat curious yet overall indifferent gaze. I've known this man almost my entire life, and yet from the way he is looking at me, I can tell he doesn't know me. He doesn't remember me. The reality of my new world presses in, suffocating and relentless. Seth isn't dead. I'm married to my sister's mate. My best friend doesn't know me. There's only one explanation for this, that pestering, backstabbing witch must have granted me a wish. I hold back a piercing, frustrated, guttural scream. But why? How could she finally go ahead and do it? She'd claimed she couldn't use her magic unless someone made a wish for her to grant. Does it mean I officially made the wish then? I must have it's only logical. Yet why would I ever do anything so stupid? It doesn't make sense. And yet nothing else does. So it's the only reasonable explanation left. That witch has been harassing me about making a stupid wish for months now, ever since I'd rescued her from a vampire. Apparently she owes me a life debt, which she'd been eager to clear. And if anyone I know has the power to transform reality, it's her. It only makes sense to assume that she must be behind this entire, absolute insanity of a situation I find myself in. This leaves the question. What is it that I've wished for exactly? Why? And when? It must have been before I woke up in Kieran's bed. For that's the first moment I noticed a shift in reality, namely, that he considered me his wife. But it must have been after Margot and I discovered Seth's body. I remember everything that happened before then, and I know for a fact nothing I did involved making a wish. However, between finding Seth dead and waking up in Kieran's bed, my memories are blurry. Therefore, the wish-granting must have happened during that time. "You're not going to pass out on me, are you?" Jake asks. "You look a little pale there, lady." I flinch. This person standing here in front of me looks so much like Jake. He has the same belt, the same short blonde hair and cat-like eyes, the same irritating drawl and small dimples. Yet this man isn't Jake, or he isn't my Jake. There are no assessing glances or teasing smirks. He doesn't share any of our common history with me. This is unacceptable. I don't know what I could have possibly wished for that has ended me in this mess. But I know I'm going to need to fix this. And when I need help fixing things, there's only one person I turn to. "Look, Jake," I say. This is going to sound crazy, but bear with me. Jake gives me a careful look but doesn't interrupt or joke further, a clear sign that he's changed. "Remember how, when we were kids, your father would always tell us there was one thing we should never do, no matter how desperate or foolish we felt." Wait, you say? You know my father, Jake. Focus. Think of that one thing he always told us never to do. Jake's brows furrow, though I catch a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Thank God. Well, I went ahead and did it. I did the thing. Jake asks, "What thing?" Though I know he already knows what I'm referring to. I made a wish. To the witch. Yes, that witch. The one who ruined Harry's parents' happiness, the one your father hates with the passion of 1,000 suns. Jake looks more confused. "You know Harry too?" he asks. I grip his shoulder. "Yes, Jacob, I know you, I know Harry. I know your dad. I'm very well acquainted with all your living relatives because just hours ago, I lived in a reality where we were all part of the same pack. Until I made some stupid wish. And now I'm married to my sister's mate." He stares at me blankly. "You don't remember me. Harry doesn't either." "Who's your sister's mate?" "Kieran Reeves." I snap my fingers. "Concentrate, Jacob. You know I hate it when people call you that." "Of course I do." "Why do you think I do it? Anyway, the point is, I need to fix this mess. And I'm going to need your help." Jake's lips tighten slightly, a sign he's carefully considering my words, but doubt lingers in his eyes. He doesn't fully believe me. "You want me to prove it?" I ask, crossing my arms. "Okay, your full name is Jacob Ronan Hargrove. Your second name comes from your father, who was your alpha growing up. That made you feel like you had a commander rather than a father. You love him, but you two aren't close. Oh, and you slept with your favorite plushie, Dr. Octopus, under your pillow until you were 12. Jake's jaw drops. "You pretend to like cigars. You're obsessed with old watches. You have a deep fear of ducks, don't even try to deny it." I add as he opens his mouth to protest. "And when you're feeling down, you climb this really tall oak tree that stands exactly between Harry's house and yours, the one you grew up in. Because when you two were kids, he'd come join you." Either that, or you listen to Selene die in your guilty pleasure. Jake looks utterly stunned. I've never seen him look this way before. I know you, I tell him, itching to grab his hand, though I'm not sure how welcomed it would be right now. I do, he says faintly, then adds, almost reflexively, ask about Selene. I can't help but laugh in relief. This isn't my Jake, but it's still Jake. And a Jake who doesn't know me is better than no Jake at all. Miss Reeves, a voice calls out. It takes me too long to realize it's me they're addressing. A detail that doesn't escape Jake's notice. A man approaches us sturdy, with short military-cut brown hair. I recognize him as the man who came to get Kieran earlier when I first woke up in this strange new reality. In the quiet corridor. Bathed in soft morning light, I sit on a low bench as Jake informs me that our alpha is looking for me. Should I tell him you're busy interviewing the newest member of our pack? He asks, inclining his head politely. The newest member. I blink, confused. His arms crossed. Jake smirks. She's been very thoroughly reviewing your profile, that's for sure. A Cole, standing nearby, speaks up with a sharp edge to his voice. Or Alpha's wife's cunning reputation doesn't do her justice. His words hang heavy in the air. We're not part of the same pack in this reality, I muse aloud, trying to piece things together. Being Kieran's wife must make him my alpha, now perhaps explaining why he held such sway over me before. Why my wolf had urged submission during our time together. This Cole guy clearly serves Kieran, but discussing his wife like she isn't here seems unwise. I suggest you show some respect if you want to last around here, Cole warns pointedly. My thoughts whirl at his next revelation. Jake wants to join Kieran's pack. Join another pack. That would mean leaving his own, the one he grew up in, his family's pack. It feels impossible. Yet Jake explains it simply, claiming a falling out with his previous alpha. While such switches happen occasionally, either for love or conflict, I can't believe this is genuine. Wolves don't abandon their packs lightly, especially not someone like Jake. Harry and I grew up together, he says when I press him, his tone casual yet laced with resentment. I see him as an equal, not a superior. He meets my gaze steadily, almost convincing. But I know better. I've seen their bond. They wouldn't fight to this point. Even if they did, Jake would never leave his roots entirely and certainly not join another pack. Of that I'm certain. Years ago, when I first joined Jake and Harry's pack, the house struck me immediately. One of the largest I'd ever seen, its grandeur dwarfed anything from my old life. Back then, most of us lived with our parents, far from places like this. Now seated here, memories surface of how many young wolves came to train under these roofs, drawn by proximity to nature and space to grow stronger. Still, none of it erases the truth staring back at me. Jake is lying. And there's more beneath his words than he lets on. The prospect of becoming one of them didn't make the situation any easier. Though you better fix that long face before you meet Ronan, my mother had warned me during the car ride over to the house. It had been a long journey, only heightening my awareness of how far I'd now be from her and Margot. He's a well-respected alpha, you know, she said. You'd do well to impress him during your stay. Yes, Genevieve, I muttered under my breath. He was Cassandra Hargrove's twin. She'd only reminded me 100 times about our new alpha and his legendary dead sister. But I knew better than to point out the repetition. She'd see it as impertinence. I'll do my best to prove my worth to him. You're very advanced for your age. I'm sure he'll be pleased. Her tone softened slightly, but there was steel beneath it. What's important is that you secure a good relationship with his son. I nodded again, careful to incline my head just enough, a delicate motion that wouldn't risk messing up my hair, as she'd taught me. Discipline and poise at all times always expected. He was the heir apparent to the pack, after all. And if all went according to plan, by the time he became alpha, I'd have already secured my place, or at the very least, be engaged. This pack didn't need lucrative alliances, it had more than enough resources and influence. So Ronan wouldn't mind his son being mated to someone on the inside, especially not when I'd proven myself to be the best candidate. She'd told me this before. The last time, I'd made the mistake of voicing my concerns, that perhaps the alpha's son wouldn't like me. I wasn't used to spending time with other shifters my age. I didn't make that mistake again. I couldn't risk Mother forbidding me from coming home for the holidays to see Margot. She'd been inconsolable earlier when I left. I'd bitten my lip hard to hold back tears. Yes, Mother. I'll be sure to become good friends with our Alpha's son. My mother shot me a sidelong glance. I suppose that'll do for now. You're only 11 after all. Though you and I will need to have a little talk about turning that friendship into something more once you're old enough. Maybe next year. All right, I replied, forcing myself not to frown at the thought. Oh, and do remember to strike up a friendship with the cousin as well, she added as our car slowed behind a tall iron fence. Beyond the tree line of the forest stood an imposing Victorian mansion, its sprawling ivy climbing the stone facade. Tall arched windows gave it an almost regal air. Ronan's very fond of him, I hear. One can never be too prudent. We were escorted in, where my mother disappeared into the Alpha's office while I waited in the hall. I tried to focus on the beautiful view outside, but the longer I sat there, the harder it became to ignore the gnawing ache in my chest. Months stretched ahead without Margot. She'd be stuck at home alone with Genevieve and her new mate while I was gone. Are you okay? Why are you crying? A voice asked nearby, startling me. I hadn't even realized I'd started crying until then, but now I felt the dampness streaking across my cheeks, stinging like burns. Hurried. I wiped them away before anyone else could notice. Facing the newcomer, a boy about my age with light blonde hair and sharp, piercing blue eyes that remind me of a cat, I wasn't crying. I snap, I say aloud to myself, I have allergies. Except I don't. My wolf has been manifesting for 2 years now, and I'm well past the stage where small human afflictions bother me, but that boy doesn't know that. Do you want me to show you the infirmary? He asks. I shake my head, lowering my gaze in hopes he'll take it as a sign to leave. He doesn't. What's your name anyway? I've never seen you around here. Don't you know? I reply evasively, worried that asking his name might make me look unprepared. Being unprepared isn't useful. I wouldn't want my future Alpha to think less of me if they found out I'd come unprepared. They'll just call you Red, the boy shrugs, gesturing toward my hair. I glance briefly at a strand before sending him a wounded look. I mean, it's really pretty. I like it. I didn't think my hair was pretty, I hadn't thought much of it at all. Is it really? I'm Jake, the boy says, interrupting my thoughts. He flashes me a bright, happy grin. I don't know what to make of it. Is he mocking me? I hope not. This is the kid I'm supposed to be making friends with, per my mother's wishes. Hello, I say cautiously, extending my hand. My name is Vivien Woods. Jake looks briefly surprised but then takes my hand in his and beams at me. Well, come on, you're going to stay here, right? I'll introduce you to the others. I hesitate, eyeing the thick oak door through which my mother disappeared earlier. She'd told me to wait here. I don't think so, I eventually reply. Mother said I should wait. Jake snorts, as though this is the most entertaining answer he's ever heard. What's so funny? You standing there like a lamp post while your mother is busy with my dad, the Alpha. Who's also my dad, Jake points out, as if this fact somehow takes precedence in his mind. Well, he isn't my dad, I snap, suddenly defensive at the implication. Oh, Jake nods, understanding blooming in his eyes. All right, hold on a sec. And then, to my astonishment, he begins banging on the office door. Dad, can Vivien Woods come play with us while you're with her mom? I feel my cheeks start to burn, pure unadulterated embarrassment filling me to my core. How dare he intrude on his Alpha like this? Does he have a death wish? Trot it out! I protest, trying to pull Jake back. The office door opens to reveal a tall, Viking-like man with dark gray eyes and long blonde hair held back in a bun. He doesn't say anything, just gives Jake a look that has me instantly straightening my spine as the Alpha scent fills my nostrils. My wolf immediately urges me to lay low and comply. Well, Jake, the man asks, sounding perfectly unaffected by it all. Can she? The Alpha's eyes, my Alpha's eyes, fall onto me. My wolf shrinks down on instinct. He doesn't have to say anything. I know he isn't pleased. My wolf senses it. I apologize, Alpha, I tell him, lowering my head. I didn't mean to disturb you. Relax, Viv, Jake laughs, making my heart sink further into my chest. I understand that he is the Alpha's son. But to show so little decorum in his presence, especially when he is clearly displeased, has my wolf hissing in discontent. Only the fear of making matters worse holds me back from admonishing Jake for his startling lack of respect. Where's your cousin Jake? The Alpha asks, interrupting my frantic thoughts. Have him show Vivien around, will you? A brief pout crosses Jake's features. I can do it, he protests petulantly. I gasp before covering my mouth with my hand, a reaction that doesn't escape Ronan's notice. He scratches his throat pointedly. Fine, as you command. Alpha, Jake says in a tone that could almost pass as respectful, if not for the eye roll directed at me as he speaks. Then, without warning, he grabs my hand and drags me along behind him. I'm too stunned to protest. I've never seen anyone so unaffected by their alpha's authority before. It's baffling his father's presence had been positively stifling during our encounter earlier, yet Jake seemed entirely unbothered. And it's not like he doesn't have his wolf. Mine could feel his own. This was something else entirely, something I'd never encountered before. Still standing in the parking lot with Jake, I stare at his innocent expression disbelievingly. So he says he wants to join Kieran's pack. The very idea makes me want to laugh. Even if Jake and Harry had some kind of falling out, which I find nearly impossible to believe, there's no reality where Jake joins another pack. He couldn't, even if he tried. Yes, he might be an exceptionally capable wolf, but submission isn't something he's wired for. No alpha other than Harry would ever tolerate such behavior. Wolves like us instinctively understand rank, it's ingrained in us. Before we see each other as individuals, we recognize one another's roles within the whole, defining ourselves based on our place in the pack. It's not custom, it's natural, driven by our dual nature. When meeting another wolf, depending on rank, you either command or submit if part of the same pack, or fight or flee if from opposing ones. That's how it works for every wolf except Jake. Jake's wolf seems completely impervious to the concept of rank, indifferent to what defines us all. He doesn't comply when commanded and often forgets why most wolves naturally obey him because of his status. He'd never survive in another pack. He simply wouldn't be able to follow orders. The only person he's ever truly listened to is Harry, and that's only because Harry doesn't order Jake around. If Harry wants something, he asks, and since he never demands more than Jake is willing to give, Jake complies willingly. Simple as that. So when Jake says he wants to pledge himself to Kieran's pack, I know he can't possibly mean it. Lies always leave a telltale crease between his brows, and sure enough, it appears now as we speak. Whatever this is, it isn't about joining another pack. Allegiance to Kieran. I watch the small crease deepen, an amused smirk tugging at my lips. I've pledged it already, I remind him. He's on a trial period. Cole's gaze sharpens. Why is Jake lying about leaving Harry's pack? Why pretend to want to join Kieran? To what purpose? He's trying not to show it, but he glances at me somewhat nervously. Jake definitely doesn't want Cole to know his true intentions. But why? In my reality, Jake had been searching for Seth this past month. Seth, whose trail led us here, to Kieran's hotel. This reality can't be so different. Seth is also here. And therefore, so is Jake. But why the pretense? It hits me suddenly because they have no one on the inside. In my world, we'd hoped Margaret, being my sister, could tell us more about Seth. But in this one, I'm with Kieran, and Jake and Harry have no connection to me. They can't just ask me what I know because I'd have no reason to share. That's why Jake joined Kieran's pack to look for Seth. Good, but also not good. Jake and I still share the same goal, save Seth and uncover the truth behind his disappearance. But if Jake suspects Kieran of having anything to do with Seth going missing, and he must, because I do too, then as Kieran's wife, I must appear suspect to him by proxy. That would make him far less likely to believe my story about coming from an alternate reality. As it is, such a tale would strain belief, let alone from someone who might seem like she's hiding something shady. Miss Reeves, Cole interrupts, his tone firm. I really must insist that you come with me now. Our Alpha was quite adamant about having you back at his side. And you know how he dislikes waiting. He says this as though it should mean something to me. Except it doesn't. I have no idea what Kieran is truly like, which could prove problematic. He's clearly up to something, and as his wife, he probably expects my loyalty, or at least that I won't betray him outright. But what would he do if he discovered his wife didn't remember him and felt no allegiance to him whatsoever? What exactly is Kieran Reeves capable of? All right, I reply. Turning over my shoulder to Jake, I add, we'll continue this interview in the morning. His smile white, mirth and intrigue dancing across his features. Looking forward to it, he replies smoothly. Cole and I walk in silence toward the hotel. Only when Jake is far enough away does Cole break the quiet. "Do not concern yourself, Miss Reeves," he murmurs. "If things don't work out with Hargrove, we'll ensure he can never betray the pack." The implication chills me. And how would we ensure that? I ask, keeping my voice neutral despite the unease prickling beneath my skin. "The usual way," Cole answers, his smile cold and devoid of warmth. "The permanent kind." I don't need clarification to understand what he means. Not only does this suggest danger for me if Kieran realizes I'm no longer loyal to him, but if Jake gets caught playing double agent, the consequences will be dire. Harry could be in serious trouble too, but would he even believe me if I warned him? What a mess. I quickly plan my next move as I cross the sparkling reception hall of the hotel for what feels like the 100th time this evening. It looks the same as ever, though more empty at this hour, which only heightens my unease. I glance at the concierge, polite and expectant, wondering what he knows. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a bartender cleaning a glass and wonder what she knows. What exactly is going on in this hotel? Who can I trust? I need to get Jake to trust me, that's for sure. I need to find a way to get Seth out of this hotel. And I need to speak with the witch so she can fix what she's done and send us all home. But what's becoming more and more apparent is that I won't get a chance to tackle any of these tasks if I don't address a more pressing one first. Convincing my husband that everything is absolutely fine with me, and that he has nothing to worry about where I'm concerned, despite what happened between us earlier. From the way Kieran looks at me as I'm led back into our bedroom, this isn't going to be an easy task. He's sitting in the office area of the penthouse, discussing something over the phone, though he's quick to end his call when I arrive to stand in front of him. The silence stretches even after he's hung up, taking an uncomfortable route between us while I desperately try to think of something harmless to say, something casual and reassuring that the Vivien he knows, his wife, might say. But I barely know this man, at least not in the context of this reality. We've been married for 5 years. The Vivien he thinks I am must know what he likes to eat, on what side of the bed he sleeps. She shares memories with him, dreams, good times, maybe some bad ones too. What do we fight about? What do we laugh about? "Come here," Kieran tells me, waving me over. I tense even more, at a loss for words. It's clear that he and my double have an intimate physical relationship, from what I gathered during the few interactions we've had since I woke up in this life. So it doesn't take me long to realize he expects me to sit on his lap. But while this is clear, I can't help but linger by the side of his desk, staring stubbornly at the strong hands that rest on the armchair rather than meeting his eyes. This man is used to touching me. This man expects me to treat him like he is my lover. But in my mind, we've never been intimate. How am I supposed to convince him that everything is fine when the very idea of lying in bed with him has my head spinning with apprehension? He's going to be able to tell the difference. He's Margot's. He's my love, Kieran says softly, putting a finger under my chin and forcing me to meet his gaze. "Won't you please tell me what's wrong?" His eyes are kind. Can this man really be behind whatever's going on with Seth? I think quickly, scrambling for something, anything to say. Something about me cannot be different in this life. I've gotten into an argument with my mother. And Kieran's eyes widen in understanding. I hold back a sigh of relief. Some things never change, like my mother's ability to put me in a terrible mood. "I'm sorry," Kieran says, pulling me against him. I quickly hide my face in his neck so he doesn't see me blush at the feel of his muscles beneath my palms. "How about we stop inviting her here?" Kieran suggests. "I told you we didn't have to," I scoff, the sound coming naturally. I'd never hear the end of it if I didn't invite her to things. Because I know for a fact I wouldn't. Kieran cups the back of my head with his hand, and I find I don't entirely hate the gesture. "I'm sorry about her. Is there anything I can do?" The thought that he might want to get rid of Genevieve should she prove to displease me too much crosses my mind. I become rigid against him, something that doesn't escape Kieran's notice. "Unfortunately, darling," he says, and I brace myself to meet his eyes. There's nothing but understanding in them. "She is my mother," I remind him, hoping to deter him from ever thinking of harming her in the future. I'm still unsure he would, but one can never be too safe. God, this is such a mess. I'm almost tempted to tell him everything, like I did with Jake. but as much as I want to strangle him half the time. Jake is my best friend. I know him better than I know myself, and even he wasn't convinced by my admittedly unusual story. So I can't tell Kieran, not when I barely know him, not when it's clear something wrong is happening in his hotel, amongst his pack. Is this why you kept mentioning Margaret earlier? Kieran asks. Because of your mother. Did she say something? A denial is on the tip of my tongue, but I hold it in. Yes, I reply, because that would make some sort of sense, I suppose, before quickly adding, I don't want to talk about it. I'm going to bed. A flicker of interest sparks in Kieran's gaze. To sleep, I quickly clarify, begging my stupid heart to keep quiet. I'm exhausted. Kieran nods understandingly. Of course. I step into the bathroom to get ready for bed, movement slow and mind elsewhere. It's a lavish space, lined with creamy marble tiles that gleam under the soft lighting. A large freestanding bathtub sits elegantly against one wall, a piece of art in itself. Somehow, I find all the necessary toiletries, including a silk nightgown I realize I find pretty because I must have picked it out myself. I somewhat come back to myself as I approach the large bed. I didn't think I'd be getting back into any time soon. Sliding under the covers reluctantly. Under Kieran's impenetrable gaze, I settle in. Good night, my love, he murmurs, wrapping me in his arms like it's the most natural thing in the world. Thankfully. He doesn't try anything else, but the feel of his body pressed against mine is enough to keep me awake into the early hours of the morning. 4 months earlier. At our pack's headquarters, Reeves Jake declares he must know where Seth is. I flinch imperceptibly, careful not to reveal my unease openly, for Jake is watching me like a vulture. He's only just returned from a short undercover mission, and we're now reunited in Harry's office. He sits at his desk, I on a chair in front of him, and Jake lounges by the fire, sprawled in his father's old leather chair. Margot's mate, Harry surmises, giving me a careful look. The one and only Jake grins. From what I gathered, Seth had been investigating the fighting rings Kieran has going on. He was last seen infiltrating one of them. Why would he do that? I wonder aloud, catching Jake's gaze. I mean, if shifters want to fight for money in Kieran's venues. How is this our problem exactly? Harry sends me a slightly reproachful look, which doesn't surprise me, as he tends to consider everything wrong with the world as his responsibility. Yes, I'm aware it is against her laws, I tell Harry. What I mean is, with everything going on, why would Seth focus on a relatively minor issue now? I was hoping you'd ask, Jake replies triumphantly. Obviously, Kieran wouldn't run rings for entertainment purposes. There needs to be something in it for him. Obviously, Harry nods. Well, turns out he has people betting on the fights under different guises, rather large sums of money at that. Let me guess. These people always win, always. Despite all the odds being against them, to the point where it's practically miraculous who ends up winning at times. You think Kieran rigs the fights in his favor. I don't much like the sound of that, I admit. I may not know Kieran intimately, I've rather missed my chance at that, but I was under the impression that he'd been a decent, honest man. As if, Jake scoffs. His pack has been growing suspiciously wealthy ever since he became alpha. And I think that's precisely why Seth was onto him. He thought there was more to the story. Explain, I encourage. I think they're feeding the fighters enhancement drugs, Jake says, stunning both Harry and me into silence for a moment. Enhancement drugs don't work on shifters. Jake, I remind him. Our bodies purge them out too quickly. Like any drugs, really, unless Kieran's people have come up with a new one specifically for shifters. That's exactly what I'm saying, Jake argues. One capable of making any wolf strong enough to beat even an alpha in a fight. I freeze, taking in the implications. You think Kieran is behind all the pack's altercations that have been going on? I shake my head in disbelief. He wouldn't. He isn't like that, right? Forget how intimately you know him, Harry interrupts before I can take the argument further. Jake sighs but continues. There are shifters taking down way more dominant wolves and stealing their alpha positions with no effort. Remember how Clara almost defeated Viv in a fight the other day. Clara is nowhere near as powerful as Viv. Yet she almost defeated her out of nowhere, Harry concedes. Unlikely. And yet she wouldn't have attacked me if you hadn't left her for. Jake scratches his throat, shaking his head. Not the point, Clara. A rather weak wolf almost beat Viv, one of the most powerful betas in the region. How? How do low-grade, unassuming wolves end up getting the better of obviously more powerful ones at the last minute? I remember Clara's strong grip, her manic eyes and wild laugh. I also recall how, after she regained consciousness, she claimed to have no memory of our fight. According to Seth, her alpha, Clara had been subdued yet irritable for weeks afterward, completely unlike her usual self. I think you're right, I tell Jake. Harry pinches the bridge of his nose. So we're facing a drug epidemic orchestrated by Kieran Reeves of all people. Why would he do that? Because he's a dick, Jake mutters. Harry clasps his hands, turning to Jake. We can't know for sure if Kieran's manufacturing the drugs. He could just be another buyer. But he was definitely on Seth's list of suspects, and whatever Seth found during his investigation had him go missing. That's suspicious, wouldn't you say? Harry nods pensively. Visit some of Kieran Reeves's clubs and hotels. Ask around for the drug discreetly. He turns to me. Kieran's birthday is coming up. Surely your sister has something planned. I grimace. What makes you say that? Because she plans something every year and invites us, but we never go. Harry gives me a tense smile. Let her know we'll be coming this time. It'll be the perfect opportunity for you to reconnect with your baby sister. I'd really rather not. This isn't a request, Harry says, his voice laced with command. An alpha has gone missing, and more packs are being taken over by unhinged low-grade shifters going on violent rampages. If sucking up to Margot can help us fix it in any way, I expect you to get on board. Fine. I cross my arms, avoiding Jake's gaze. But don't make me suck up to Kieran. We haven't exactly left things on good terms. You mean after you broke his poor, fragile heart? Jake cuts in. I shoot him a dark look before exiting the room. I guess I should brace myself for seeing my estranged friend enemy of a sister again. I can only hope I won't have to go anywhere near her mate someone I'm trying very hard not to think about seeing again after 5 years. Still in Kieran's bedroom. I pretend to be asleep as he wakes for the day, pulling me closer against him. Though I keep my muscles limp and my breathing steady. I'm very much awake until the moment he steps through the bedroom door. I hear him greet Cole for the day, and only then do I allow myself to drift off, catching up on much-needed sleep for the next hour. When I stir awake again, sunlight spills through towering windows, casting warm patterns across the silk sheets draped over the massive bed. I pad across the plush carpeting to the bathroom, and after a quick shower, prepare to face whatever the day holds. The rejuvenating showerhead leads to the walk-in closet, where I take more time this morning to appreciate rows upon rows of designer clothes, shoes, and accessories. I imagine myself selecting each item, planning where to wear them, perhaps even smiling with satisfaction at my reflection in this very room. It hits me that another version of me, the one meant to exist in this world, the one who married Kieran and doesn't know Jake, has done just that. Draped in an elegant black dress, my reflection shows someone who belongs here, at ease with the wealth and choices surrounding her. But inside, I feel like an imposter in my own life. Who am I in this alternate reality? Who am I meant to be? What do people expect of me exactly? How can I behave accordingly when I don't even know what's expected of me? What role do I play in Kieran's pack? How much do I know about his shady undertakings? Too uneasy to dwell on this any longer, I head down to the reception to request Jake's room number, betting he's staying here at the hotel for now. Hopefully. The concierge won't ask too many questions or linger on my request. One might wonder what the alpha's wife would want with another man's room key. But the concierge makes no objection. His eyes widen slightly as I approach, his frame shaking somewhat as he hurries to get me what I need. There you go, miss, the young man says, inclining his head so exaggeratedly it feels like he's bowing to royalty. He's human, meaning his scent is more subdued than a shifter's. Though there's no mistaking the undercurrent of fear rising off him. This kid is afraid of me, I realize, baffled. Kieran must have quite the reputation among his staff. Even the humans, who likely have no idea about his shifter identity, seem to fear him. And by proxy, they fear me too. Handy, I admit, as I step into the elevator heading up to find Jake. Being feared saves time, and right now, time is of the essence. My plan is simple. Ask Jake to check on Seth, maybe talk to him, find out what he knows, and get him away from here as soon as possible. I knock on his bedroom door once, twice, then decide to let myself in. If Jake is anything like his double from my reality, there's a solid chance he's still asleep at this hour. The shower is running as I enter the room, which is why I'm slightly startled to discover movement in the bed. Though not nearly as startled as the young woman turns out to be, she jumps up in shock, her eyes meeting mine. "Miss Reeves," she stammers, a flush coloring her cheeks. "I apologize for my lateness." The girl is on the verge of tears, which is probably why I don't immediately realize two things. First, that I've seen her before, and second, that she's naked. The latter fact takes precedence over the former in my mind, and I catch myself pursing my lips. "Where is he?" I demand. Her eyes widen like a rabbit's caught in headlights. "Crushed by a car, who do you mean?" "Jake," I snap. "Who else?" The girl's flush deepens. "Oh well, the shower. I suppose that makes sense, the water is running after all. He certainly doesn't waste any time." I grind out, berating myself for feeling annoyed. This is Jake we're talking about, and the young girl is pretty enough. Perhaps a little too thin for his taste, but what do I know of those anyway? Should I have given him something? "Miss Reeves," the girl stammers, taking my silence for disapproval. "Given him something. What does she mean?" I need to think fast. If I say the wrong thing, the girl might lose her train of thought, and that would be a shame, as my instincts tell me we're onto something here. I raise an eyebrow and tilt my head in expectation. Knowing fully well I tend to look scary when I do, it makes me resemble my mother. "Mr. Cole gave me a dose last night, just in case," she blurts, "but he didn't give me a target." "A dose a target. Collar me and inged. Give it back to me, then," I bluff, holding out my hand. The girl nods hurriedly, ducking her head down beside the bed to look for something amongst her clothes. She hands it to me not a second later. It's a small vial, no bigger than my thumb, filled with a clear, though slightly shimmery liquid. "You can go now," I tell her. The girl practically jumps out of bed to grab her clothes. "Don't go near Jake again." I'm left staring at her naked back, my eyes trailing up the exposed nape of her neck. It only then hits me who this girl actually is. A flash of her crying in the corner of Seth's bedroom comes back to me. That's why she seemed familiar. She was the one I'd found with his dead body in my world. The girl is almost done putting her dress back on. I may not get another chance. I hesitate just a moment further, then taking a gamble I ask, "And how's Mr. Taylor doing?" The girl straightens like she's been slapped. For a minute there's so much outrage in her gaze, I'm almost tempted to apologize for my words. Almost. "He's fine," she replies, forcing the words out through clenched teeth. She looks like she wants to say something else, prompted by her anger. But then she gives me a hurried nod. "Have a good day, Vivien," she says, avoiding my eyes and hurrying out of the room. I'm left staring at the small vial she gave me, with more questions than answers. I'm lost in thought as Jake emerges from the bathroom, fully dressed in a pair of jeans and a tight shirt, ready for the day. "Reeves!" He grins upon finding me there. I roll my eyes at him, flashing the vial in front of his face. "You should be more careful who you spend your nights with around here," I tell him. "That girl said she almost gave you this." Jake takes in the vial remarkably coolly. "And what is it?" he asks, face blank. "With any luck, the stuff that turns random shifters into alphas." This time, I can't miss the quick flash of surprise behind Jake's eyes. "You know about that?" he asks. "Amongst other things," I reply. "I told you. We're part of the same pack where I come from." "We're part of the same pack now," he scoffs. God, he's infuriating. If you think for a moment, I think you believe I'd ever submit to Kieran of all people. If that's what you're thinking, you're sorely mistaken. You know me, I don't listen to anyone but Harry on a good day. A small smirk grazes Jake's lips, which only encourages me to continue. "Where I'm from. We've all been looking for Seth. We're worried his disappearance will make us more vulnerable to the sudden rise of feral alphas. His trail led us to this city, so we began suspecting Kieran Reeves might have something to do with it. And seeing how in this reality Seth is also here." "Seth is here," Jake interrupts, interest lighting up his features. "Yes, I told you that yesterday." "Keep up, Jake." I reply with mock indignation. "Sorry, but even you have to admit you're whole. I'm from another reality. Thing sounds crazy." "It's crazier for me than you believe." I shoot back with a pout. Jake lets out a small, disbelieving laugh. "Okay, so you found Seth." I nod quickly, catching him up on what I saw the night before, how Seth had gone upstairs to a bedroom And what happened after that? They were taking his blood. That can't be good. Surely not. Though there's more to Jake's reaction than he's letting on. You're wearing your I know something you don't face, I accuse, pointing at him. My what? What do you know that I don't? I don't know what you don't know. Frustrated, I grab a tuft of Jake's hair and pull lightly, barking, Jake. His eyes widen, his scent briefly spiking in a clear sign of enjoyment. I'm so surprised I instantly let go. Is this something you tend to do to me in your world? Jake jokes. Because I have to say it's super hot. Is he toying with me? He never indicated he actually liked it when I pulled his hair before. I begin to stammer an excuse, which is Jake raise an interested eyebrow. So you and I aren't together in this reality of yours, he observes. Interesting. There's so much mirroring in his gaze he almost looks like my Jake, which suddenly makes me want to cry. I've never felt so far away from home as I do now, despite being near it. Of course we're not, I reply, looking away. Don't be stupid. Jake stays surprisingly quiet for a moment. When I dare meet his blue gaze again, I catch him staring at me like I'm a particularly interesting puzzle. You're serious, aren't you? He says finally. You really believe this isn't your real? It is. I cut him off. Let's look at this differently. You and I can help each other here. Jake looks like he wants to protest or insist otherwise, but in the end, he just gestures for me to explain. How so? Kieran trusts me, or seems to at least, and from what I gathered, everyone in this hotel is at my beck and call. This could give us an opening into whatever is going on. I wave the vial in front of his face. I found this rather easily. How about you take it? And I'll have it analyzed. Upon hearing that, I almost hand over the vial on instinct, implicitly trusting him to do as he said. But then I remember, while I do trust him to find Seth in this life, I can't be sure I trust him to help. Given how he still seems to doubt my story, I'll make you a deal. I'll give it to you if you get Harry to send the witch over to me. Jake's posture becomes subtly more defensive. Confirming what I already knew, this entire falling out story he came up with earlier is utter nonsense. Sorry, but there's no way I'm letting him make a wish on your behalf, I say firmly. You claim you know us and our history with the witch, so surely you understand why. I nod. I know how the witch ruined Harry's mother's life by granting her a wish, but I also know she tried to make amends afterward. Tell him to give her the ring back. He won't have to make a wish, I reply. Just ask her to get in touch with me. I can see I've captured Jake's full attention now. The fact that Harry has the witch's ring, one she gave to his mother, is family-restricted information. Most members of our pack don't even know this story. Doubt flickers behind Jake's eyes. I'm not sure he fully believes me yet, but he's starting to consider it. All right, I'll try. I trust you to keep whatever this is safe, for now. He sighs, sagging onto his bed. Kieran runs underground fighting rings for shifters. I tell him out of nowhere. Did you know about that? I did. I pause. But does the other me, the one whose life I'm supposed to be living, know too? You did, he observes, sending me a considering look. Yes, though I was surprised to hear about it. In my reality, I don't know Kieran that well where I'm from. But I was under the impression that he was an honest man. Jake snorts. My words seem to spark something in him. So you aren't married to him where you're from? I shake my head. He's made it to my sister in my world, not me. And is that what you wished for then? To be his mate? If only I knew, I mutter bitterly. I certainly hope that isn't what I wished for. It would make me a truly terrible person if I'd indeed wished to steal what was Margot's. She may have stolen what was mine first, but that doesn't mean sinking to her level is acceptable. Though, seeing the situation I'm in now, this may very well be what happened. I actually don't remember what I wished for. I confess, my heart lodged in my throat. In my world, all I remember is finding Seth. I freeze. Should I tell Jake that where I'm from, I'd found Seth too late? Perhaps Jake wouldn't be so keen on fixing reality if he knew about this. His whole goal was to bring Seth back home safely after all. If anything, in this world, he's more loyal to Seth and actual Allie he's known for a while than to me. And then everything becomes blurry, and I wake up here. I must have made the wish after finding Seth, I continue cautiously. Margot had been with me at the time. She said she wanted to tell me something, I think regarding Kieran, but I don't remember if she ever did. You were probably drugged then, Jake concludes. Maybe you made a wish because you were in danger. I feel oddly relieved at the thought. It's been awful suspecting I'd made a wish these past hours, but if I did so out of desperation rather than sheer stupidity, we'll know more once I speak to the witch. I conclude I'll let you know when I've spoken with Harry. Jake tells me, though we should be careful about interacting in public. I don't know how much your husband trusts me, yet his beta definitely doesn't. Cole comes to mind as I think back on what he told me last night about keeping Jake permanently quiet should he betray the pack. You're right, I say. I don't think he does. When should we meet up next then? Jake asks, pursing his lips. Kieran is taking you to the opening of a new club downtown tonight, he says. I'm guessing you don't remember that. I shake my head, letting him continue. Tonight then, I reply, nodding in agreement. I can only hope the witch will have been warned about my situation by then, and that she'll agree to see me. What are we in your world? Jake interrupts my thoughts abruptly. I blink in confusion before realizing I've grasped his hand, which I'm now squeezing nervously in mine. What do you mean? I ask, letting go abruptly. I hurry toward the door, though Jake's voice booms from behind me. Are we close? You and I. It takes all of my willpower not to turn around and look at him. We're packmates, I reply, trying my best to keep my voice steady. We grew up together. My hand is on the door handle when I hear Jake insist. Nothing more. Nothing more, I confirm, exiting the room. Years ago, at our pack's headquarters, the sun is setting behind the tree line of the forest. Inside the house, more and more pack members are arriving for what promises to be a rather large party. We're celebrating Harry's Shishitsit's birthday tonight. I've been tasked with finding him, though that isn't much of a challenge. He is exactly where I've left him, in the back gardens of the house with Chloe. I watch him from afar, running laps alongside the 8-year-old little girl he's taken a liking to, despite her total lack of potential. She's yet to receive her wolf, despite her age. Harry, Jake, and I have all been tasked with training some of the younger members of our pack at times, but I hadn't realized how dedicated Harry had been until now. I'm pretty sure our alpha has already declared Chloe unfit for training for now. I'd heard her cry her little eyes out over the fact, and while unfortunate for the child, it is what it is, and there isn't much one can do about it. Yet here's Harry, forgetting all about his party to help her out, patiently giving her instructions and words of encouragement. The child looks up at him with nothing short of adoration in her eyes. My teeth grind together as my heartbeat picks up uncomfortably against my chest. Harry's a born leader, I realize it fully in this moment. He's kind, nurturing, perfectly unacceptable. For a short while, not long, but enough to make me feel rather sorry for it later. I wish him gone with all my heart. I'm not exactly sure what I plan to do as I climb the flight of stairs to Jake's room. Only my mother's earlier words of warning are ringing in my ears, and I can't seem to shut them out. I can't breathe properly, my chest hurts. Vivien, darling, I've got wonderful news. She'd told me as I gone into town to have lunch with her. Hours prior, she'd made the trip to speak with our alpha, but had asked to meet with me afterward for a checkup. My mother still lived a couple of hours away with her mate, Jim, and my sister, Margot, though the latter would soon come here to study with other young shifters, something I wasn't sure how I felt about. We'd grown apart over the past few years. Margot adamantly refused to speak to me whenever I came home. What news, Genevieve? I replied politely over a salad plate I'd already rid of any trace of sauce. At 16, being a shifter meant I could have eaten fries all day without gaining weight. But Genevieve insisted it wasn't ladylike to have carbs in public. So I didn't, not even when she wasn't there to see it. Force of habit. Ronan is positively impressed with you, my mother rejoiced, making me smile faintly. He essentially sees you as his ideal daughter-in-law. It's good to hear it, I said, though I never doubted the fact. But keep in mind that no matter how pleased he is with me or how eager he is to have me leading his pack alongside his hair in the future, he's unlikely to force either of his sons into an arranged marriage. His bond with their mother was arranged, as you know, and from what I gathered, Ronan hasn't always found it easy. He'd like Jake and Harry to mate with someone they love. So make sure you keep them both invested until Ronan decides which one will become the next alpha. I froze. my fork halfway between my plate and my mouth. Don't gape, darling. It isn't proper. My mother shot me an appalled look that would have made me blush on any other day, but this wasn't any other day, and I found I didn't particularly care. What do you mean, when Ronan chooses the next alpha? I asked, my throat tightening uncomfortably. Jake is Ronan's son. Surely that makes him the next alpha by default. I gulped, waiting uneasily for her answer. My mother, who took her sweet time responding because she loved nothing more than making people squirm, finally spoke. I suppose he is the most obvious choice, she admitted, prompting a sigh of relief from me. But make no mistake, Ronan adores his nephew. The boy reminds him of his late sister, whom he idealized. And let's not forget, Harry is quite gifted. So is Jake. I argued immediately, regretting my outburst when my mother gave me a knowing look. Your preference is duly noted, darling, but you won't be the one choosing. When the time comes, Ronan will pick his hair, and you'll mate with whichever one he sides with. Are we clear? I felt sick. Despite having barely touched my food, my mother noticed. If anything, she was always keenly observant. For a fleeting moment, she almost looked sorry for me. Darling, you must have known, she said, softening slightly. I've always told you to stay close to both boys. Are you worried Harry wouldn't want to mate with you? I wanted to reply. I don't know what Harry wants. Nor do I care, but the words stuck in my throat. Because there's no way I'd ever consider anyone but Jake for a mate, my mother says, looking her cunning self once more. If you'd rather have one of them over the other, there's only one thing left to do. What's that? I ask, feeling like someone drowning yet desperately holding on to their last breath. Make sure your favorite choice wins. Her words swirl in my mind as I rush over to Jake's room, now watching the sun disappear through a window just over the horizon. The sight makes me feel as though I'm running out of time. Jake, I exclaim, bursting into his bedroom, which I find as messy as always. I realize I don't exactly know what it is I want to say now that we're face to face. He smiles brightly at me, the kind of smile that marks his dimples. It hurts to look at it, for I realize it's something I could lose. I cannot bear the thought. What's wrong? Jake asks. Did something happen? He walks over to me when I keep silent, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. Tell me. I'll fix it. My first immediate thought is to ask him to hold me, but I don't act upon it. Mother says the best way to keep a man's attention is to always leave him wanting more, and I'm not sure if Jake would like anything more than a hug. Jake, I have some bad news, I say instead, taking his hand in mine. I realize what I'm about to tell him will probably hurt his feelings, and I instantly regret having only felt sorry for myself until now. What is it? Jake squeezes my hand in return. He's looking at me like what I have to say matters. Nobody else looks at me like that, and I want him to look solely at me forever. Mother says your father hasn't decided yet whether you or Harry will become the next alpha, I confess all in one breath. Jake doesn't react immediately. It's as if he's waiting for me to say something else. When he realizes I won't, he lets out a genuine laugh. And you're surprised? He asks. I always thought that was rather obvious. I mean, everyone knows it well, save maybe for Harry, who's too humble for his own good, and you apparently. I recoil, snapping my hand away from his and ignoring how the loss of contact makes me feel adrift. You knew, I gasp. Of course, Jake shrugs. And I'm glad. Harry's like a brother to me. It wouldn't be fair if Dad didn't consider him too. I roll my eyes, overwhelmed with the urge to shake him out of his stupidly peaceful acceptance. Jake, he's seriously considering him, I insist. He could seriously choose him over you if you're not careful. Jake blinks at me, wondering where I'm getting at. Then so be it, he replies, so wholly accepting of the fact that it makes me want to scream. To be honest, I don't even know if I want to be alpha, he adds before giving me a hesitant look. Like he's apprehensive of what I'll have to say about that. Well, I think it's unacceptable, I stammer. And he better kill the thought immediately. I clench my fists, trying to calm my beating heart, but my head is spinning, and I'm suddenly feeling faint, like there isn't enough air in this room. Doesn't he realize what he's saying? Doesn't he care? Viv, you look pale, Jake says, pulling me toward his bed so I'll sit down. What's wrong? What's wrong? I screech. You're asking me what's wrong. On what planet have you been living, Jake? Don't you understand the implications of what you're saying? I ask, getting up to pace around the room. I need to calm down. Mother said I should give him an incentive to make sure he wins at all costs. Yelling won't motivate him, it's counterproductive. He needs proper motivation, and I need to ensure I don't lose him. Jake, I'll be mated to whoever becomes alpha, I tell him, trying to keep my voice smooth. He looks stunned for a moment before understanding crosses his features. He gets to his feet and pulls me against him, taking my face into his hands. Dad would never force you to mate with Harry. You must know that. Is that what has you worried? The feel of his hands on my cheeks is almost enough to stun me silent. I wish I could take the time to bask in the moment. But we don't have time for that. You're not listening to me, I tell him, catching his gaze. I'll be mated to whoever becomes alpha, Jake. I'll settle for nothing less. Jake searches my face for something he clearly doesn't find. I try to ignore how his dejected expression feels like a stab to the heart. I know I'll see it imprinted behind my eyelids for years to come, that's how much it hurts me. What are you saying? Jake asks, though the quiet, toneless inflection of his voice tells me he knows exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying you have to become alpha at all costs. I insist, stealing my resolve. Hurting him hurts me, but he needs to understand this. He needs to fight for us, for me. But Viv, Jake looks utterly lost. You don't even like Harry that way. Do you? I lower my gaze because I'm about to cry, and I'm not sure tears count as proper motivation. Mother says men aren't very attracted to tears, and that makes some sense to me. I want it to be you, I confess, finding Jake's gaze once more. I want to be yours. I watch his pupils dilate with something akin to fascination. His eyes flash gold with emotion, something that rarely happens now that we all have better control of our wolves. You do, he asks, his voice sounding gruffer than usual. His scent changes as he pulls me closer, and I'm attuned to the subtleties of it, having grown up by his side these last 6 years. I'm sure I've felt Jake experience desire before, mostly for me, or at least I like to think so, but never as intensely as he does now. It's making me dizzy and strangely warm, though not uncomfortably so. It's rather pleasant, in fact. But also like this isn't enough. Viv. Jake buries his nose against my neck, and I feel him shiver against me. He sounds like he's asking for something, and I'd like nothing more than to give it to him. But I'm not exactly sure what it is he wants. And then I remember I'm not supposed to give him anything yet. Anything before he becomes alpha. Promise me you'll make me yours, I whisper, aiming for seductive but only sounding desperate and wanting instead. My eyes meet Jack's again, his look wild, untamed. Something I've never seen before. For a moment I'm worried he's going to pin me down and claim me right here. What worries me more is that I'd let him. Of course, I want him to. Jack's gaze drops to my mouth and I feel his lips briefly graze mine. Okay, he murmurs. I promise. I briefly forget what it is he's promising, too caught up in the way I want him to kiss me again. I think I let out an involuntary whimper. And suddenly Jack is pulling me flush against him. I know for certain that once our lips meet, neither of us will be able to stop. But then Jack's door abruptly swings open, revealing Harry, who looks stunned to find us there. For a quick second, he appears thrilled before he quickly excuses himself, shutting the door behind him to give Jack and me some privacy. I hear Harry's hurried footsteps retreating and catch myself thinking about running after him. My mother would want me to assure him this isn't what he thinks. Jack catches my face between his fingers, twisting it rather brusquely, so I'm forced to look him in the eye. Don't, he growls, as if he knows exactly what I'm thinking. I lift my chin challengingly. I will mate with whoever becomes alpha, I reinstate firmly. Jack's expression soars. Harry cannot have you. Then make sure he doesn't, I reply, slipping out of his bedroom before he can convince me otherwise. Hoping with all my heart I've given him enough incentive to beat his cousin in this game of succession they're both unwilling to play. In the back of Kieran's car, barely 5 minutes into the drive downtown to Kieran's club opening, his hand finds the bare skin of my thigh. I'm wearing a dark green dress with a high slit, paired with an obscenely large diamond necklace that has probably been the highlight of this entire alternate reality experience. I never want to take it off. Kieran looks elegant too, in a sharply tailored suit, his usually tousled hair slicked back in a more sophisticated style that only accentuates his masculine allure. Meanwhile, Jake looks entirely like himself behind the wheel of our Bentley, glancing at me curiously in the rearview mirror when I let out a quiet gasp. "Something wrong?" Kieran asks, his breath warm against my ear. I shake my head slightly, my throat tight with nerves as his fingers trail higher up my leg. I shift in my seat, the leather creaking softly as I try to subtly create distance. Unfortunately, the gesture only seems to encourage him further. The next thing I know, his fingers are beneath the hem of my dress, light yet assertive, and his teeth graze my neck. "You seem tense, love," he murmurs, his voice low and husky. He leans in, his lips meeting mine before I can protest. The kiss starts soft, almost questioning, as though gauging my reaction. There should be a firm refusal, but his warmth is unexpectedly comforting. Despite myself, I feel a response stirring within me. The kiss deepens, his tongue lightly teasing mine, inviting at first, then increasingly demanding. I find I rather enjoy the weight of his hands on my hips, the way his mouth moves against mine. My initial resistance wavers as new sensations cloud my thoughts, and a part of me melts into the kiss. The warmth of his body, the strength of his arms securing me against him, makes it hard to remember why I should push him away. Though I know I really should. But then there's Jake's scent, somehow weaving through the air. I can feel his eyes on me, watching. A powerful shiver runs through me at the thought that he might notice the change in my breathing or how I involuntarily lean into Kieran's embrace. It stirs something inside me I didn't know existed. What will he think? Or say or feel? The soft moans escaping me don't feel like my own. I'm not sure what draws them out, Kieran's ministrations or Jake's silent captivation. Kieran, emboldened by my apparent receptiveness, deepens the kiss further. His fingers venture upward, far beneath the hem of my dress, until they reach a place that sends a shock of reality through me. I jerk back abruptly, startled and perhaps even scared by the realization of where this was leading. My heart hammers in my chest as I scramble off his lap, anxiety flaring bright and urgent in my mind. "What are you doing?" I protest, stilling his wrist. I give Jake a pointed glance before sending Kieran an affronted look. "We're not alone," I remind him, feeling myself blush furiously. "You never minded an audience before." Kieran laughs, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. "In fact, it usually tends to get you going." I don't dare meet Jake's eyes in the rearview mirror. My heart still beats wildly against my chest, shame heating my cheeks, shame mixed with a strange, empty ache I can't make sense of. As the car weaves further through the city, the low hum of the engine serves as a soft backdrop to my increasingly tense thoughts. Kieran seems oblivious to my discomfort. His hand finds my knee again, though he keeps it politely in place. I try to steady my breathing, not letting on how unnerved I am. The car glides to a stop in front of a spectacular building that seems to pulse with energy even from the outside. Its facade is a striking mixture of glass and polished stone. A ripple of anticipation runs through me as Kieran takes my hand to lead me out of the car and up a short flight of stairs into his club. There's a lot at stake tonight, not only because I've planned to speak with Jake in private later. Look for Seth. Observe every one of Kieran's movements like a hawk while playing the loving wife. The cool night air does little to temper the tension rising within me as we approach the grand entrance of the club. But then the heavy doors swing open, and we're immediately engulfed in the vibrant thrum of music and light. Engulfed in a lavish atmosphere. Sleek dark furnishings contrast vibrantly against neon blue and purple lights that slice through the dim ambience. A large circular bar dominates the center of the main room, surrounded by high-end lounges and private booths, each exuding exclusivity within the bustling space. "What do you think?" Kieran asks, guiding me forward through throngs of shifters who aren't solely from our pack. Familiar faces catch my eye, all looking at us, or rather at me. Amused and perhaps a little flattered, I observe their gazes until Kieran whispers against my ear, "At you." Whether or not that's true, an unmistakable murmur of admiration swirls around me. I straighten my spine, my heart swelling with excitement as envious glances from women and respectful nods from men seep into my awareness. This overwhelming admiration, it's the life my mother always envisioned for me. In this shimmering world of lights and music, I am not just part of the pack. I am its queen, Kieran's chosen, standing at the helm of our burgeoning empire. The reality of my position sinks in standing beside a powerful alpha, revered and celebrated, and it sends my mind reeling. It's everything I ever wanted now within reach. And yet, none of it is real. None of this is truly mine. Kieran gives me a proud smile, likely reading my enthusiasm in the way his satisfaction spikes. We'll host exclusive events right there. He gestures toward a vin-up area elevated above the dance floor. And over there will be private dining rooms. Just as I'm about to ask him about one of the art pieces adorning the walls, Cole approaches with a courteous nod toward me before pulling Kieran aside. "A moment, Alpha," he says, urgency masked beneath calm tones. Kieran nods, excusing himself, leaving me to navigate the crowd alone. As I make my way to the bar, the throng parts almost reverently, whispers trailing behind me like shadows. Before I can sit on a bar stool, a familiar hand encircles my arm. "Well, if it isn't the queen of the hour." Jake winks, handing me a glass. "You've got quite the reputation." "Doy," I reply, because even though I'm beginning to feel it, this isn't my world. This is the life Margot lived, the one my mother praised so fervently before everything changed. Changing the subject, I ask, "Did you speak with Harry?" Jake doesn't answer immediately, instead giving me a considering look. "You said you still had some questions for me, Miss Reeves," he says loudly enough for those nearby to hear. His tone is businesslike, likely to avoid drawing attention. "Should we go somewhere private?" "Where?" I ask. "Your office. You have one in all of Kieran's," Jake explains, pointing toward a discreet elevator door at the back of the club. "It also serves as a safe room for you in case of attacks." We make our way toward the elevator, me leading the way. "Are there a lot of attacks, do you know?" I ask. "Apparently they're more frequent than your husband would like, from what I know," he replies. "But don't worry, Miss Reeves. I'll be guarding you with my life." I roll my eyes once we're safe beyond the elevator doors, slightly relieved to have a moment of peace from the loud jazz music of the reception area. "I can look after myself, thank you." "Oh, no doubt about it," Jake says smoothly. We arrive in a dimly lit hallway, which feels ages away from the hectic, crowded energy of the lounge. Jake inserts a card key into a door on our right. "After you," he says, waving for me to come inside. My own office space greets me. Floor-to-ceiling windows frame stunning views of the city, while rich dark wood paneling and plush velvet chairs suggest a space not just for work but for regal meetings. Not bad, I concede, taking in the space. I could get used to this. "You had it decorated," Jake remarks casually. "It would be weird if you didn't like it." I frown at that. He's right, of course. While I may not remember doing it, the fact remains that I was the one to organize this luxurious space as I saw fit. The only thing is I don't remember it. It's strange walking in someone else's shoes, but even stranger when this person is none other than myself, just not the version I remember. I wonder what similarities lie between my alternate self and me. We seem to have the same taste in clothes, jewelry, and furniture. I see myself in the life this other me has set for herself. How similar are we? We don't share the same history, that's for sure, and she married Kieran, so we're not completely alike. But I guess the Vivien who sat at this large desk and reviewed business contracts for her alpha and husband can't be so different from me. "So, I did speak with Harry," Jake tells me, settling down on a chair. He says this with a certain caution in his words. I'm guessing I'm not going to like what I hear next. He's not opposed to helping you with the witch, but he encourages. "Well, he'd like you to help us in exchange," Jake says, gouging my reaction. He doesn't look like he feels guilty for saying so exactly, but perhaps a little sorry. And while I don't blame him or Harry for wanting to use my predicament to their advantage, after all, in this world, they don't remember me. It still hurts that neither of them are jumping at the chance to help me out. I'm used to their unconditional support, at least in times of need. But unfortunately, it seems I won't be able to count on them like I usually do in this reality. Suddenly, the diamonds adorning my neck and the vastness of my office seem much less appealing. "I understand," I tell Jake, trying not to grimace. "Anyway, I'm happy to help while I'm here. Before reality fixes itself, I might as well make use of my time on the inside. I'd been investigating Kieran too. Remember." "So you say," Jake replies, holding back a sigh. "Earning Harry's trust isn't going to be as easy as I'd hoped." "Is there something specific you'd like me to do?" I ask. "We'll discuss it when Harry gets here," Jake replies. "In the meantime, though, it would be best if you didn't attract attention. We don't want you blowing your cover." I nod. This makes sense and was a consideration I already had in mind. If Kieran or any of his men begin to suspect I'm not who I say I am, we could all be in trouble, including Jake and Seth, who is still being held somewhere back at the hotel. I wonder if preventing his death here might somehow save his life when I get back to my world. I can only hope so. But there's no certainty. What I can do, though, is focus on uncovering whatever Kieran's really up to. And about keeping up your cover, Jake hesitates before continuing. What was that in the car earlier? I don't react immediately, too shocked that he would allude to it. What do you mean? I ask awkwardly, avoiding his gaze. Jake purses his lips. Look, you may not remember, but you and Kieran have quite the reputation. The reputation, I ask, perplexed. To put it bluntly, everybody says you hold him by the balls. I don't have to be. I start, wrinkling my nose in distaste. Sorry, but it's what I've heard. It's what's expected, he explains. I furrow my brows in confusion. I do like to exceed expectations, but I'm not exactly sure what you're asking me to do here. I feel lost. You're saying I should boss him around, I ask, seeking clarification. Jake looks a little amused. I'm saying when he initiates something. You shouldn't deny yourself just because there's someone else present in the room, least of all me. I'm speechless. Is he really suggesting what I think he is? I've never been so embarrassed in my life. Not even a day ago, I was diving into a pool fully clothed in front of the entire shifter elite. I'm not denying myself, I protest, affronted. But in my mind, it hasn't even been a day since I've been with the man. I don't know what the other Vivien was getting up to with Kieran, but she isn't me. To my great shame, I feel the beginning of tears prickling my eyes. I don't remember ever being intimate with him, I explain, pushing through. And it isn't like me to do things in front of an audience. Jake gives me a considering look, regret slowly marking his features. You're right. I'm sorry. That was inconsiderate, he says after a while. You shouldn't do anything you're not comfortable with. I breathe out a small sigh of relief. Just keep the action behind closed doors. My anxiety comes back full force, which Jake immediately notices. What is it? Are you not attracted to him? He asks curiously. Your scent certainly seemed to indicate that you were. Oh God. The strong urge to flee the room stirs within me. I make an involuntary movement for the door, but Jake notices and catches my wrist. His gaze finds mine, questioning yet patient. He's not unattractive, I can see, but in reality he's my sister's mate. This realization hits me. In this world, he isn't mine. We are married, but not mated, so how did Vivien truly feel about Kieran? If she really loved him, why hadn't she mated with him? Was she onto him as well? Had she been afraid of what he was capable of? And let's not forget he's potentially dangerous. Exactly, I add. He's dangerous. You'd be much safer playing the dutiful wife. Well, I don't feel safe enough to. I struggle to find the right words. Luckily, Jake seems to take pity on me. To my surprise, he grabs my hand and gives it a light squeeze. Okay, you're right. You don't know the man. It can't be comfortable. He pauses, considering his next words. But in his mind, you're married. So you're going to have to give him something, he suggests, concern visible in his expression. I gulp nervously, the tension all too apparent. Like what? I ask. My voice wavering slightly. I don't know, I yak out. Session's going, Jake says. Jake. I protest, blushing furiously. What? You enjoyed it earlier. I hide my face behind my hands. Your sister won't blame you for saving lives by kissing the guy a little, he jokes. I don't want to talk about this. Oh, come on. You know what? This could work out in our favor. You're going to go on a sex ban, nothing below the belt type of thing. It's going to drive him insane. I give him 3 days before he's spilling all the information you might want, Jake strategizes. I can't just seduce information out of him, I argue. Why not? It's a great idea and PG-rated at that. Because I start biting my lip. Jake stares at me expectantly. I don't want to say it. I'd rather be anywhere else at the moment. Eventually, I mutter something under my breath, feeling like it's being pulled out of me by forceps. Sorry, what? Jake blinks. I didn't quite catch that. I said, I have no experience, okay? I sigh. So whatever it is Kieran expects, it's going to be painfully obvious that I have no idea what I'm doing. Least of all with him who I'm supposed to know intimately. It's not that hard. Jake rolls his eyes. Just do what you always do. Honestly, the way you're acting, You make it sound as if you've never done anything with anybody at all. I remain silent. The silence stretches, seemingly endless. You've hooked up with people before, right? Jake asks eventually, his tone careful, as though he knows he's trading on thin ice. I shake my head. But you've had lovers, boyfriends, he probes further. I shake my head again. This is awful, I think. I'm having an out-of-body experience. Is this what they call dissociation? Oh, Jake says eventually. Present time. Still in my office with Jake. My relationship with him has become difficult over the years, to say the least. Being with him can feel like navigating a layered, complex novel. There's so much subtext to decipher between what's said and unsaid that sometimes I'm not even sure what we're talking about anymore. But one thing I never had to worry about with Jake, at least, with the version of him I've always known, is awkwardness. We may bicker, yell, and disagree. But we never feel awkward with one another, so it's all the more disconcerting to feel so off balance with this version of him. Silence has stretched for an uncomfortable amount of time, and neither of us has broken it yet. I'm torn between asking him to say something and changing the subject, or running away from this entire conversation altogether. But Jake suddenly speaks, his voice booming in a way that almost makes me jump. Jake, I snap. Sorry, he frowns, seeming thoughtful. I don't want to wait another hour for him to speak again. It hadn't really been an hour before, but it certainly felt like one to me. Well, if that's all, I think I'm going to. Why not? Jake asks, meeting my eyes. The sincerity in his blue gaze freezes me in place. Sorry, what? Are you not interested at all? Because that would be fine, by the way, he quickly adds. There's no obligation. It's not that, I snap, grinding my teeth. Why does he insist on speaking about this? He's got that look, the one that says he's not going to let me off the hook. I just never had the opportunity. You never had the opportunity, he asks, bewildered, as his gaze roams over my form. It's a heavy, appreciative look. One that I'm pretty certain is making me visibly blush, a perfectly ridiculous response. I know Jake is attracted to me, at least. He had been in my reality. I'm just unused to him showing it so openly. He hasn't done so in years. Does it matter? Depends, Jake says, rising from his chair to approach me slowly. Does it to you? I suppose it didn't until I got here, but now with this whole mess with Kieran. Look, Jake, he says, taking hold of my hand. Practice makes perfect. It's literally what I've been saying. No. Perhaps you should start practicing now. I gaze around the room incredulously. You're going to hurt my feelings, Jake. He jokes, but I frown as the meaning behind his words finally sinks in. You're saying I should practice with you? I exclaim, snatching my hand away. Unbelievable. I know he's a flirt, but I'm not usually on his list of potential conquests. Why not? We both agree it would be best to get a little physical with your husband without becoming uncomfortable. But you're worried he'll notice. Self-conscious. That's not exactly what Jake shushes me with a finger on my lips. It's something I'm used to, something he tended to do in my world. It effectively quiets me down because of how similar it makes him look to his counterpart. You claim to know me, he says, searching my gaze once more. I just thought maybe you'd be more comfortable building up confidence with someone you know. Building up confidence. I scoff. You make it sound as if we're preparing for a business meeting. Oh, I'm sure it would be much more pleasurable than that, he says softly. It knocks the air out of my lungs. Is he being serious? He certainly looks it. He hasn't looked at me like this in years, with a kind of unabashed warmth in his eyes, free from all trace of resentment. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed it. I missed that look until now. It's absolutely gutted, not only because it reminds me of how the real Jake no longer desires me anymore, but also because the fact that this one does is stirring up a very physical response from me, one I hadn't experienced in a long time. A sort of warm, fluttering sensation grows with every second I hold his gaze, making me want to flee and get closer at the same time. If I said yes right now, what would he do? I imagine him taking a step closer, wrapping his arms around my back. The memory of lips against mine from long ago suddenly feels vivid and tangible. I have to go. I gulp, abruptly removing myself and running for the door. Jake doesn't come after me. I tell myself it's for the best. 10 years ago. Genevieve asks me as I get into her car, "What's this?" She's driving Margot and me to town for a much-needed shopping spree, as she likes to call it. In the back seat, my sister glares at me with all the might of a 16-year-old teenager, her arms crossed in annoyance. Even though she's moved in with me at the pack headquarters now, I rarely get to hang out with her. She arrived 3 years ago to begin her training, but mine had been about finished at the time. So I'd been busy doing various work for our alpha rather than attending classes with her. Some attempts had been made at having me teach her and her peers some lessons, but Margot had been so unreceptive that everyone deemed it best for Harry, Jake, or a regular teacher to instruct her age group instead of me. I respected my sister's need for independence after all. She'd probably been eager to make a name for herself within the pack rather than just being seen as the little sister. But what annoyed me was that while she was downright hostile when we were together, she'd grow enthusiastic and overly sweet whenever Jake or Harry would show up. While I hoped the behavior could be explained by a natural inclination toward older, attractive male members of the pack, I feared it might have more to do with my mother instead. Margot was only younger than me by 4 years. Perhaps Genevieve assumed that wouldn't make much of a difference to Jake or Harry should one of them be reticent to take me for a mate when the time came. "What's what?" I replied distractedly, putting on my seatbelt. "She's talking about the massive hickey on your neck," Margot deadpans. My hand immediately flies up to the left side of my neck, which Jake had been thoroughly kissing just a moment before. We'd been reviewing strategic documents together when one thing led to another, and we'd ended up making out on his bed. The feel of Jake's body pressing against mine had gone to my head, and I hadn't even minded when he'd been lightly sucking on the skin of my neck. "It's not a hickey. It is to everyone who's not blind, girls," Genevieve snaps, giving me a look as she starts the car. "Who was it?" she asks me. "No one. Vivien." My mother's voice makes me tense like some strange Pavlovian reflex. There's no reason for me to fear her. What could she do? I'm a grown woman now. My wolf just as strong as hers, if not stronger. Yet it's the not knowing that unsettles me. There's excessive praise one moment and sharp insults the next, hugs then slaps, love then hate. None of it makes sense. The unpredictability alone could give anyone whiplash. Even my wolf grows uneasy in her presence. It was Jake, I confess truthfully, feeling like a child caught making a mess. Genevieve purses her lips. "I thought you decided to wait." "I have," I protest, my heartbeat quickening with embarrassment. "I don't wish to speak of this in front of Margot. In fact, I don't ever wish to speak of this. We'd agreed it would make me appear more valuable to remain untouched before being mated." I nod. It's what Mother had said when I argued that waiting until I was mated might be just as attractive, if not more, than rushing into physical intimacy. It seemed like a good idea at the time because Genevieve had been adamant that I make both Jake and Harry my lovers. But having no desire for the latter, I balked at the idea. Not only would it feel as weird as kissing my own sister to do anything with Harry, and I was pretty certain he'd feel the same, but above all, it would upset Jake, which I wanted to avoid at all costs. So rather than being with both, I made a point of being with neither. To my great relief, Genevieve deemed the plan acceptable since, though slightly outdated these days, some packs still expected wolves to save themselves for their future mates. The problem was that I was only to become mated when Jake became alpha, an event years away, a time that felt like an eternity whenever I ended up in his arms. We never did anything other than hold each other or kiss, save for earlier. While I'd been happy at first, it was becoming more torturous to hold back with every passing day. It wasn't Jake being too insistent, it was how my body reacted whenever he was near. "We haven't done anything but kiss," I growl lowly. "Darling, do whatever you want with Jake. Just make sure whatever you do with him, you do with the other one as well. We wouldn't want him to consider you off limits." "Yes, Mother," I reply from the back seat. Margot snorts disbelievingly. "Something to add?" "Darling." My sister sends me a mocking look through the rearview mirror. "Oh, nothing. Just can't really imagine Harry and Viv locking lips. That's all." I growl at her, making her go quiet, though her knowing, judgmental gaze remains fixed on me for the rest of the ride. Present time. In Kieran's penthouse suite. Despite Kieran being absent from our bedroom when I arrived home last night, it took me a long time to fall asleep. Swirling thoughts of my uncertain future kept playing in my mind. Would the witch be able to help me? What would happen to Seth? And what exactly did Kieran, the enhancement substance, had little to do with the anxiety gnawing at me? What truly consumed my thoughts was the conversation I'd had with Jake, a moment I couldn't stop replaying in my mind. More specifically, what it might have led to if I hadn't fled. I didn't regret leaving. Entertaining Jake's suggestion would have been reckless. Yet, no matter how hard I tried to silence them, my thoughts betrayed me, conjuring vivid images of what could have happened: his touch, his proximity, everything I had narrowly escaped. The more I resisted, the more intense the visions became, until my body reacted as though they were real. Restlessness took hold, filling me with an unbearable energy that made the room feel suffocating. Sleep seemed like the only escape. I stirred awake hours later, surprised to find myself still tangled in the sheets. It must have been deep sleep, as I hadn't noticed Kieran slipping into bed beside me. But now, there was no mistaking his presence. He lay pressed firmly against my back, his arm wrapped securely around my waist. For a fleeting moment, I wondered if he could desire someone even in slumber. Swallowing hard, I debated whether he might actually be awake. His breathing, however, remained steady and slow. Carefully, I attempted to shift his hand from my middle, planning to roll away once free. Instead, Kieran tightened his grip, his fingers brushing higher until they grazed the curve of my chest. I gasped softly, praying the sound wouldn't rouse him. Too late. His breathing hitched almost instantly, and his lips began moving against the nape of my neck. "Morning, love," he murmured, pressing a gentle kiss to my sensitive skin. Clearing my throat, I managed a weak reply. "Yes, hello." I tried again to move away, doing my best not to seem too abrupt. Kieran wasn't having it. With ease, he flipped me onto my back, his larger frame pinning me down. When our eyes met, though, he lifted himself slightly onto his elbows, giving me some space. I wanted to say something, anything, but words failed me. Should I protest? Or should I initiate something lighter, as Jake might put it? Before I could decide, Kieran spoke. "If you hadn't been so deeply asleep, I'd have woken you up last night." His voice carried both amusement and flirtation. Slowly, he lowered his nose to my neck, inhaling deeply. "Your scent," he groaned, rolling his hips against mine. This time, my gasp came from pleasure rather than shock. I wanted to ask what he meant about my scent, but before I could form the question, he continued. "You've been so responsive lately," shifting his weight onto one arm. His free hand slid beneath the hem of my nightgown, fingertips grazing the delicate skin of my inner thigh. Another sharp intake of breath escaped me, earning a low chuckle from Kieran. "I should punish you for playing your little games," he teased, his gaze locked on mine. My own eyes darted helplessly to his chest, unable to focus or move under his intensity. "But how can I," he added, his tone thick with desire, "when you smell like that?" Confused, I blurted out, "Like what?" Kieran laughed then, a rich, warm sound that left me momentarily breathless. So embarrassed, I don't think to protest when his mouth captures mine. It's a heated, possessive kiss that Kieran entirely dominates, steering our pacing and movement with the obvious intent to claim. I can barely keep up, slightly worried about doing something wrong. I'm not used to such intensity. Wrapping my arms around his neck, I let him lay, docile while trying to think ahead. I need to escape, but with enough poise that Kieran doesn't think I'm running away. God, how can I possibly regain control from a man who's kissing me like this? Let alone from a man who's currently my alpha. Something my wolf is keenly aware of, all the more eager to please. I'm at a loss, completely at his mercy. The only thing I can think of to remedy this situation would be to straight up reject him, but I can't. It's becoming suspicious, and do I even want to? I don't know what I smell like, but I do know what I feel like physically, at least, which is all that seems to matter at the moment. Physically, it certainly feels like I need this. "Look at you, my darling." Kieran smirks as I let out an involuntary small whine when he removes his mouth from mine. "You're even more touch-starved than I am." Then he flips me over until I'm sat flush against his hips, which he bucks up against me. A sharp spark of pleasure courses through me, so sudden and startling, so new it shocks me enough to pull away. "Are you all right?" Kieran asks, looking almost as startled as I am. Of course, I laugh nervously, throwing my hair over my shoulder to give my hands something to do. "Why do you ask?" "Oh God, He's looking at me like I've grown a second head. I need to think of something. How had Jake phrased things yesterday again? I've been thinking, I tell Kieran, forcing myself to crawl back over to him, which he seems to appreciate. You know how sometimes food tastes even better when you've been starving. Kieran furrows his brows for a moment before his features morph into a more obvious frown. I don't think I'm going to like where this is going. I smile my most assured smile. We've been married for a while now, Alpha. It might be nice to spice things up. We wouldn't want you to grow bored now, would we? I'm surprised to see the effects of my words on Kieran. He suddenly looks uncertain and defeated, his shoulders sagging briefly. Is this really about me? He asks after. Or are you the one growing bored? He sighs while I try to come up with a good response that would flatter both his ego and interest. Fine, Kieran says in an oddly resolute tone before I can come up with anything. He gets up, moving toward a painting near the bed. I'm surprised to see him push a button, unlocking it from the wall to reveal a hidden safe behind it. Kieran enters a passcode, reaches his hand inside, and extracts a small vial filled with a red substance. I'm pretty certain it's blood. Is this what you had in mind? He asks, waving the vial in my face. Using the serum again, all the while, I'm doing my best not to let anything show. A million thoughts race through my mind. What is this? It doesn't look like the same substance I obtained the day before from Jake's conquest. What does Kieran have in mind, and how should I respond? I'm going to need him to hand over this vial no matter what it takes. Kieran, I say carefully, we don't need this. He hesitates, clearly torn. I don't think he wants to take whatever this is, but for some reason he feels obligated. I don't want you to take it, I tell him firmly while extending my hand. His shoulders sag briefly before he relinquishes the veil without resistance. It feels icy cold against my palm. Hold on to it, Kieran says, his gaze still locked onto the vial with a mix of longing and apprehension that unsettles me. There's been an unsettling surge of alphas being dethroned by random shifters lately. Many packs are in chaos, rebelling against their new leadership. Everyone is on edge. I frown, so Kieran knows about this too. But he speaks as if the situation concerns him personally, as though he has nothing to do with it. Essentially, you think it's because of this? I ask, holding up the vial questioningly. You know we take extra precautions not to let it leak, he replies. It wouldn't benefit us if it did. And Cole keeps close track of how much we make, which isn't a whole lot. Kieran looks troubled, and I can't help but wonder how so many packs end up attacked or entirely taken over. None of it makes sense unless the wolves toppling well-established alphas had access to something like our serum. That would explain everything and yet raise even more questions. I voice this thought aloud, watching Kieran closely. He appears genuinely perplexed and concerned. While he just admitted to manufacturing the very product we've been investigating, what he calls the serum, it seems he never intended to distribute it widely. From what he says, he only meant to rig the fights he organizes in his favor. Could he be lying? Why would he deceive me, his wife, someone he seems to trust? If this is indeed causing the uprising, then we need to figure out how it could have leaked. We'll find out, I tell him, studying his face for any sign of duplicity. There's none. I know, he says seriously, clenching his jaw. And I don't like where my thoughts are leading me. Which is, I prompt. It's starting to look like my beta has been betraying our pack. Cole, I ask, stunned. While I'd found him suspicious before, he always seemed loyal to Kieran and the pack, at least outwardly. But now I realize I hadn't been paying enough attention to him, too focused on Kieran and my own struggles to notice someone I dismissed as less significant. He runs all the fighting operations these days, Kieran explains grimly. He has access to everything, including the manufacturing process. I would have interrogated him outright, if not for the gnawing worry that there's more at play here than we understand. Kieran grimaces, his friend's eyes meeting mine, serious, troubled. Honestly, Viv, I'm afraid of putting everyone at risk. I've been so determined to carve out a name for myself, for our pack, I might have created a monster in the process. He moves toward me again, sagging against my shoulder in an obvious search for comfort. My arms wrap around his shoulders instinctively, letting him bury his face into my neck. At least he's momentarily distracted from any attempts at seduction, though I'm uncertain how long I can keep this up. This latest revelation has proven just how little restraint Kieran values. He'd willingly dosed himself with a dangerous serum rather than stay away, so selling him on the concept of chastity feels nearly impossible. Hours earlier, attempting to focus on training exercises had proven futile. I'd abandoned the effort altogether, retreating instead to monitor the front of the house from the adjacent drawing room, the one our alpha uses to entertain personal guests. Harry, who's been keeping me company, tries his best to distract me but isn't having much luck. "It's going to be fine," he says, for what feels like the 100th time. I'm sure he'll be home any minute now. But there's tension in his shoulders, subtle yet unmistakable. I reach for my phone again, frowning when the screen confirms no news from Jake. "You said Chloe went with him." I ask, already knowing the answer. I don't know Chloe well. She's 5 years my junior, and was once the most unassuming, discreet wolf in our pack. That changed a few years back when she found her fated mate, made a development that sent everyone reeling with excitement. Everyone except me. I'd seen through the facade, recognizing the manipulative streak in Nate's mother. But because it was a fated bond, no one questioned it. Fate deemed it a blessing. After all, thankfully, Harry had begun to see things my way. Yes, her mate wanted to visit his old pack. I was supposed to go along to meet with Seth. But Jake offered to take my place. The only reason I could think of for Jake insisting on meeting with Seth Taylor, recently ascended alpha of his pack, instead of Harry, boiled down to one thing. 10 days ago, Seth Taylor had asked me to become his mate and rule his pack by his side. I'd carefully kept this from Jake, but judging by the lingering trace of anger in his scent saturating every room in the house, it seemed my fears were confirmed somehow. He'd found out. And based on the weight of his reaction, it was clear he hadn't taken the news well. Dread pooled in my chest as I wondered what might be unfolding over there. "Between Jake and Seth Taylor, how mad did he seem to you?" I asked Harry, not daring to meet his eyes. I did send him a brief glance, though, when he didn't reply immediately, and caught him making a small grimace. Harry, being the definition of stoicism, even a small grimace wasn't good. "Maybe we should go over there," I said, already thinking of 100 excuses we could give for barging in uninvited on another pack's territory. This could make matters worse. Seth had just become alpha. Jake was supposed to be representing our interests over there. What Harry wasn't saying here was that if he or I were to impose on them, it could undermine Jake's authority enough to make him even more likely to hit Seth square in the jaw. He wouldn't start a fight, though, right? I pinched my lips. With an alpha, no less. It was bad politics and dangerous at that. "Jake won't care that he's an alpha. You know that." "Not helping," I muttered. "Sorry," he sighed. "But he does see you as his Viv, and another wolf has essentially tried to snatch you away." "Then why didn't you accompany him?" I growled, my anger at Jake switching focus onto Harry. Because Jake was our future alpha, and if he said he'd rather go represent our pack instead of me, it wasn't my place to question him. But mostly because I didn't know what Seth had done, because someone hadn't told me about it. "You would have told Jake. And you know it. When you ask me to keep quiet, I do," he protested, crossing his arms as if daring me to say otherwise. "Well, yeah. What about the time where—" I interrupted myself when the sound of tires erupted in the distance, gradually coming closer. Harry and I shared a brief look before hurrying outside the house. Jake's car pulled in, parking in the distance, and the two of us hurried along the path leading to the front gate of the property to meet him and Chloe. When the door of the car opened to reveal Jake's form, my eyes naturally fell to it, searching first for injuries, then any indication of what might have happened. There was a slight bruise under Jake's eye, but it was barely there, already healing thanks to his shifter powers. His stance was steady, movement fluid. He seemed fine, but his eyes, they seemed haunted, weighted by some horrible truth I'd yet to hear about. Jake opened the back door of the car to gently help extract a small form from the vehicle. "Chloe." Harry gasped before breaking into a jog to help Jake out. For a minute I was certain Chloe had been gravely injured. There was blood on her neck and hands. She was wearing fitting clothes, which told me she must have transformed in a hurry. But she seemed able to walk, though she didn't respond when Harry put an arm around her shoulders, speaking softly to her. Her eyes were wide, and she was trembling like a leaf. "What happened?" I asked Jake when I reached him. Despite the situation being obviously charged with tension, I was too happy to find him unharmed to feel anything but relief. I threw my arms around his shoulders in a hug, which Jake only briefly responded to before moving me away. And that was when a second car pulled into the driveway, grounds following after Jake. I'm stunned to see Seth Taylor emerge from the vehicle, flanked by 2 shifters from his closest entourage. He briefly meets my eyes, giving me a polite nod though quickly looking away. "I've come to meet with Alpha Ronan Harrow," he tells us, moving forward, "to settle the great offense that has been committed by a member of your pack against my own." My heartbeat picks up as my gaze snaps to Jake's defeated expression. "What did he do?" I ask, mind reeling from the possibilities but mostly from the fear of what will happen to Jake in the future as a consequence of this great offense. "Not him," Seth says, sending me another brief glance before pointing an accusing finger at Chloe. Her name leaves his lips like venom. My jaw drops beside us, and Jake's arm tightens protectively around Chloe, who all but bursts into tears. Later, back at the hotel, Kieran hands over the vial of serum we'd been searching for. He's quickly called over to a meeting, leaving me to my own devices. I've barely had 2 bites of my breakfast, trying to strategize how to navigate my perilous situation when Jake props himself down on a chair in front of me, not without stealing a grape from my plate. "Morning. Sunshine," he greets, popping it into his mouth. I roll my eyes, hoping to hide the immediate self-consciousness I feel after last night. No matter how perfectly casual he's being, his unaffected behavior only flusters me more. Unlike me, he certainly mustn't have spent the rest of his evening thinking about what it would be like if we'd actually moved forward with his idea. He must have gone straight on and seduced someone else into his bed without any second thought, the sly bastard. "Are you listening to me?" Jake asks as I realize he's now stolen my yogurt. "No," I reply, taking it right back. It makes him laugh. It's kind of unfair how much warmth his laughter conveys. It makes one feel special, even when they aren't. "I was saying we can drive downtown as requested. Whenever you're ready." I guess he wants to speak in private again, so I nod politely. Jake leads me to the front of the hotel, where the sun is shining brightly, as if to compensate for the dark undertakings happening inside its walls. A car is already waiting, Jake taking the wheel and I sitting at the back, as pack politics dictate, for he and I aren't equals. "Are we going to see Harry?" I ask once we're on the road. "Yeah. We thought it'd be best for privacy not to meet straight up at the hotel. Though it's not like we can hide your meeting with another alpha for long. So, you'll have to think of something to tell Kieran." That does make sense, I muse aloud. I could say I've reached out to create a potential alliance. "You smell like him, Kieran," Jake says casually, almost as if he'd been commenting on the weather. Or at least it would seem so to most people. But I'm not most people. "Well, we do share the same bed." Jake flashes me a glance. "You did more than share a bed," he comments, taking a turn. His shoulders are slightly tense. My first instinct is to bristle, but instead, I bite my tongue and look away. The instinct to tell him it's none of his business rises quickly. But that would seem overly defensive given what I'd shared with him the night before. Besides, he isn't my Jake. I remind myself there's nothing at stake here. "I tried following your advice," I explain, my words spilling out more cautiously than intended. "But I got a little overwhelmed." "Is that so?" Jake said, his scent spiking in a way I'm unused to. There are undertones of frustration, but something else lingers beneath, something I can't quite place. Is he annoyed with me? Perhaps he finds me inadequate compared to someone who might have handled seducing Kieran with more ease. I interrupt myself, hesitating over how to phrase my thoughts. I didn't know how to discourage his advances without making it seem too abrupt when I suggested we hold off for a while. "You suggested." Jake briefly glances toward Vivien, seated nearby. Of course he's not going to jump at the idea of refraining from touching you. The man has eyes, for crying out loud, and a sense of smell. "What's wrong with my scent?" I ask, suddenly remembering how Kieran had commented on it earlier. To my surprise, Jake looks slightly embarrassed. I try to recall another moment where he'd shown such vulnerability, but come up short. "There's nothing wrong with it, per se," Jake mutters, clearing his throat. "It's just obvious that you—" He trails off again, leaving me waiting. What? I press when his silence stretches too long. The point is, Jake says, sidestepping the question entirely. You can't expect Kieran not to make a move like it's open for discussion. Why wouldn't he try to persuade you? You're his wife, you normally enjoy being with him. You need to take charge, make him want to do as you say. Well, I don't know how to do that. I snap, irritation bubbling to the surface. This reminds me I still haven't told Jake about my discovery yet. I almost bring it up now, but then decide against it. That card needs to stay tucked away until we speak with Harry later. Revealing something this big that I possess the very thing we've been searching for has to be done at the right time. It'll take some convincing to earn his trust fully. The point is, I start again, my heart pounding furiously. I don't think I can. The admission feels humiliating, but I see no other choice. If anything, this morning proved I have no idea how to navigate my relationship with Kieran. His reactions are completely unpredictable, even when physical intimacy isn't involved. And when it is, well, I'm utterly lost. You'll figure it out. Jake encourages lightly, though his tone carries an edge of impatience. I glance outside and realize we've parked in the city's historical district. My focus shifts abruptly to the matter at hand, our upcoming meeting. We'll speak about it later, I tell him as we both step out of the car. For now, I decide to take him up on his offer to practice navigating Kieran under his guidance. Better to avoid making the rest of our meeting with Harry awkward. 7 years ago, a week after Seth Taylor visited our alpha regarding Chloe, I watched Ronan, the only alpha I'd ever known. A veritable symbol of strength fills my gaze as Ronan rolls himself into the ground floor library, his head held high, his face a mask of composure. He hasn't uttered a single complaint about being confined to a wheelchair, though it's only been a week. Perhaps it will come later, but I doubt he'll ever let his sorrows show. I still can't believe he took the fall for Chloe Parks of all people. Margot observes from her spot on the bench beside me. For once we're seated together, side by side under the shade of a towering pine tree. From here, we have a clear view into the library where Ronan will soon make his decision. It's the role of an alpha to stand up for their pack. I say absently, my eyes tracing the curve of Ronan's profile, now slightly slumped behind closed doors. But he didn't have to do it. Seth had seemed content with letting Chloe bear the consequences of her mistake herself. Here's what happened. Jake confronted Seth about the proposal he'd made to me, a confrontation that spiraled into a reckless, full-blown fight between the two men. It was idiotic on Jake's part. Not only is defeating an alpha nearly impossible if you aren't one yourself, but winning without intending to claim leadership over Seth's pack would be seen as bad form and risk inflaming tensions between our people. And that's exactly what began to unfold. Jake had been moments away from victory when Evie, a member of Seth's pack, moved to protect her alpha. An instinctive reaction Chloe, who'd been present, mirrored. Transforming in an instant, Chloe attacked Evie before she could reach Jake, saving him but leaving Evie severely injured. A human might not have survived, but Evie was a shifter. And while her healing abilities would eventually mend most of the damage, they wouldn't act quickly enough to spare her years of paralysis. Fights between alphas from allied packs were tolerated, but harming someone from another pack, someone who hadn't directly attacked you, was a grave offense. Seth demanded retribution, and according to our laws, the perpetrator could either pay for their crime themselves or leave the burden to their alpha. Which is precisely what Ronan did for Chloe. He stepped in, taking the punishment meant for her and sparing her years of immobility. Knowing him, he would have done the same for any of us. Do you think Mother would have done the same for either of us? Margot asks abruptly. I snort. Certainly not. She'd have let us rot. Margot chuckles at that, though her expression softens into something more contemplative. It feels good to sit like this with her again, free of her usual sneering. In fact, she sought me out this time, likely hoping for insider information on the succession who between Harry or Jake would replace Ronan, but even so, her presence is almost companionable. No, she says after a pause, surprising me. I think she'd have done it for you. You're her pride and joy about to become. Her voice trails off, but her meaning hangs in the air. My heart gives an involuntary leap. Upon hearing her words, I falter. My sister observes, do try to contain your excitement. One would think you've orchestrated this whole mess with Seth to hurry Jake's nomination along. I purse my lips. I'd done no such thing. My sister is right, reputation is everything, and mine has to be kept pristine if I am to lead this pack by my mate's side soon. I focus on Ronan, who's now welcoming both Jake and Harry into his office. I try to feel what everyone ought to be feeling at the sight: worry for the future, sadness over losing Ronan as an alpha sooner than planned. Too soon, perhaps. For me, it will never be soon enough. Yet, while uncomfortable, the thought cannot be helped. Seeing Ronan, this man I'd always admired and strived to impress. One who'd made me feel protected and cared for growing up when my own father had failed to do so, should have been all but devastating. I don't know what it says about me that I can't contain my joy. It makes me a rather terrible person, doesn't it, to find joy in someone else's suffering. Of course, it's not Ronan's actual suffering that pleases me, I only wish him well. But it's the implications behind his injury, his current paralysis, which makes me giddy with excitement. Ronan cannot continue being our alpha in his condition, meaning in a few minutes or an hour at most Jake will be named alpha, and he and I can finally be mates. Seth came on to me. I tell Margot. I had nothing to do with it. My sister shrugs her shoulders. Behind the window, Ronan shuts himself off, waiting for his hair's reactions. Nothing shows on either Jake's or Harry's faces. My heartbeat picks up. I wonder if Jake and I will be able to mate this very night, or if we should wait a few days more. I'm so tired of waiting, of all the pretense, of feeling trapped in the role of a liar, a manipulator, when I've never asked for it. I want to be myself, free of my mother's expectations. If all goes well, they'll settle in a few hours. I'll have done what she asked. She'll leave me alone once I'm finally mated to an alpha. She'd always pushed for me to become one. Do you love him? Margot asks as I watch Jake open his mouth to speak behind the windowpane. I don't reply. Jake's face is grave and ashen, the very picture of defeat. And all traces of joy leave my heart, replaced with painful dread. I have a sinking feeling about what's about to unfold, like all my dreams are about to crumble, like I'm about to lose everything. Present time, downtown. Harry is waiting for us in the back of a cafe, absorbed in a book as we arrive, which doesn't surprise me. I take a look around the dimly lit space. I'm sure he picked out this place because it looks old and architecturally interesting. Also, it's almost completely empty. You'll see, Jake tells me, sounding amused. He's kind of an old man inside. I know what he's like, I remind him. Harry briefly glances toward us as we approach, looking very much like he'd rather continue reading, which again, doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. What does surprise me, though, is the total lack of warmth in his measured gaze when he finally meets mine. I'm reminded once again that while this Harry may look familiar, he isn't going to act like the one I know. There's something off about his scent, something I can't quite place. He looks the same, light brown hair, sharp gray eyes, and rugged features too stern to be called beautiful, though not without appeal. Still, there's always been a severity to Harry that contrasts sharply with Jake's easy charisma. While Jake is quick to flash anyone a sunny grin, I doubt I could count on one hand the number of times I've seen Harry laugh. Sit, Harry says vaguely, gesturing toward the empty chairs across from him. The firmness in his tone makes my wolf bristle. I'd always acknowledged Harry's authority. It would have been impossible for any shifter not to, but here, his alpha nature presses down on me with an unfamiliar weight. So, you're Vivien, Harry comments, clearly expecting me to speak. But my thoughts are elsewhere. Has my Harry been tempering his natural dominance around me all these years? He must have. I glance at Jake, who sits relaxed and at ease beside him. Could it be that my Harry didn't want me to feel excluded by asserting power over me the way he naturally would with others like Jake? Jake speaks up, breaking my train of thought. You're from an alternate reality where you know us. His tone is casual, but his words hit hard. Apparently, not as well as you thought. I mumble, unsure whether I feel touched by my Harry's consideration or embarrassed that he felt the need to tiptoe around me. Will you tone down the alpha posturing? Jake interrupts, swiping a bite of Harry's muffin. You're making Viv uncomfortable. It really can't be helped, Harry replies evenly. Jake rolls his eyes at his cousin's unapologetic tone. Ignore this grump, he tells me, nudging me lightly in the ribs. It's nothing against you. I struggle to reconcile my knowledge of my two best friends with the versions sitting before me now. This Harry commands attention in a way I'm unused to, And this Jake is openly considerate of me, a side of him his counterpart hadn't shown in years. A pang of loss washes over me. Let's make this short, Harry says. Jake cuts in again. She wants my help reaching out to the witch. It'd be hard for her to get away from here without raising suspicion. She also doesn't have anything to trade for information. But what will you trade me for my help? Harry asks, his question slicing through the room like a blade. This response feels so foreign coming from him, or rather, a version of him. The Harry I know has always been willing to help, often at great personal cost. Then again, that generosity only extends to those he trusts. And while kind, Harry isn't particularly trusting, not much more than I am anyway. What do you want? I respond evenly. Harry and Jake exchange a glance before Jake turns back to me. Would like you to hand over the sample of the serum that Nadia gave you. Nadia, I frown in confusion before realizing he means the girl who knows Seth. I hesitate before speaking my next words. I can do you one better. I'll hand you a sample of the serum you've been looking for. And I'll also give you whatever it is Nadia gave me, which I'm sure is something altogether different. Why do you think so? Asks Kieran. He told me so this morning. I reveal, keeping my explanation short. I'd rather avoid telling them that Kieran essentially offered to take the stuff to spice things up in bed and handed me a vial of it. I add this, hoping it will take their minds off prying further. Did he tell you how he got the sample? Harry asks. I hesitate briefly before revealing. He confessed to manufacturing it himself, but he claimed he's only doing so in small quantities, with the sole intent to rig the fights he makes money from. He has no idea how the serum has leaked to the point of creating such an uproar, but it worries him. A little late for that, Harry interjects. Even if he's telling the truth, he's still responsible for making this serum in the first place. I nod, though I feel somewhat guilty. My loyalty is to my pack, my actual one, not Kieran's, and I do want to get to the bottom of things for the sake of our entire species. But remembering how concerned my temporary husband sounded this morning, I really do think it was never his intention for things to go this far. He made a bad decision, but he isn't without regrets. He does feel bad, I think, defending him carefully. Maybe if we were to tell him the truth. No, Harry cuts in. I don't trust Kieran Reeves. As for your take on the man, either you have no idea who you're dealing with because he isn't actually your husband, or you're lying. I sigh. He really can be relentless sometimes. Up to you, I say. But I'm not lying, and I do want to help, if I really were on Kieran's side. Do you really think I would give you solid evidence of his implication in a crime? Perhaps if it were a trap, Harry commented, a barely there smirk tugging at his lips. I realize I won't convince him of my loyalty in one sitting. Trust takes time, and Harry's doesn't come particularly easily. You said you wanted samples in exchange for speaking with the witch. I tell him. I'll give you both products, the one we got from Nadia and the one from Kieran. Will that do? I want them up front, Don. I point at Jake. I don't have them on me. But I'll give them to him when we get back to Kieran's hotel. Harry gives me an assessing glance. How do you know I won't just keep the samples without going to see the witch? Because I know you, I reply, staring him in the eyes while reminding myself I have no reason to feel intimidated by one of my best friends. I can be helpful. I stretch. But I think we should be open about the information we hold. If you tell me everything you know, it could help me find out who's been leaking the serum and why. Kieran suspects Cole, by the way, Jake chimes in. He claims he's the only one with enough access to have done it, or at the very least have something to do with it. Harry exchanges a glance with Jake, and I can tell they're debating whether to tell me something. Eventually, Harry gives Jake a small nod. Do you know how Kieran makes the serum? He asks, his gaze searching my expression openly. I don't, I reply, but his pause tells me he's not entirely convinced. He gives me a pointed look, waiting. Well, it looks like blood, I say carefully. From what I've seen, yeah. And who do we know who's been giving away free blood lately? My heart skips a beat, of course. How had I not thought of it before? Seth, I exclaim, stunned by the implication. You think they use his blood? We know they do, Harry confirms. They've been taking the blood of unsuspecting alphas and using dark alchemy to convert it into an enhancing substance that can make any shifter as dominant and powerful as the alpha who supplied the blood. It only lasts for a few hours, but it's addictive. The side effects include increased aggression if not full-blown rage and blackouts. I'm stunned by this flow of information, unsure what to address first. So, have other alphas gone missing? I ask, not as obviously as Seth, but there are patterns. Whenever one comes to visit Kieran for a meeting or another, they usually end up staying longer than planned. Most have confessed to not remembering anything from certain points of their trip. I purse my lips. You think Kieran's men dose alphas to take their blood unknowingly, then use it to make more serum? Yes. But what's worrying is that, unlike the others, Seth has been here a while. It's hard to believe Kieran wouldn't know about that. We're talking about another alpha staying at his own hotel for an entire month. Jake argues, probably because they need one on hand to make more of the serum, hence the distribution increase. He's got a point. It's unlikely Kieran would miss Seth's presence. He'd been wandering the hotel lobby just yesterday. Even if, by some miracle, Kieran hadn't noticed him directly, there's still the matter of his scent. Does this mean he'd been lying to me this morning? If so, it would imply my alternate double hadn't been aware of his scheme either, or at least not to its full extent. You mentioned alchemy. It isn't a particularly common practice, to say the least. In fact, I didn't think anyone engaged in it anymore. What makes you think they've been using this method? Well, I figured since none of the traditional human products impact shifters much, the serum had to be somewhat supernatural related. As it turns out, there have been instances of enraged, overpowered shifter outbreaks in the past. A vampire had been behind them, using what I believe is essentially the same serum. He'd been referred to as the alchemist, a name we've heard whispers of while looking into this whole mess. You think the same vampire has been making the serum? I ask, incredulous. No, Harry says. That vampire was sentenced to death, but whoever has been making the serum clearly isn't being shy about paying him tribute, since they've seemed to attribute themselves accordingly. His nickname and the use of his serum formula, it's just a theory, but with the sample you promised, I should be able to determine if it's right. I blink, impressed. I'd forgotten how efficient you could be. Had I not come up with the same conclusions in your world? Harry asks, dubious. I'd know about it if you had, but I'm sure he hadn't probably. I realize this with no small amount of annoyance because ever since he's been mated to Emma, Harry's been thoroughly distracted. Which does make me wonder. I look around, half expecting her to appear at any moment, but she still hasn't, and we've been here a while now. Harry only leaves his mate at home when he deems a situation so risky it's worth having her get mad at him for it. So the fact that she isn't here now essentially means Harry sees me as a threat. You know, I scowl, slightly hurt. You certainly didn't have to come by yourself. What do you mean? Harry asks. Oh, come on. We're from the same pack. You don't have to hide her from me. Harry furrows his brows. Sorry, but who am I supposed to be hiding? God, he can be so stubborn sometimes. Your mate, I say. Who else? Harry's gaze snaps to Jake, who shrugged, looking perplexed. Is Harry mated in your world? Well, of course he is. I freeze. What do you mean in my world? Is he not? I turn to Harry and realize what had been bugging me about his scent. He smells unmated, like he used to before Emma. Emma, who apparently he now has no idea even exists. Does this mean? Could this be what I wished for him not to be mated to Emma anymore? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Why would wishing for Harry and Emma being apart result in Jake not remembering me or working here and becoming my husband? What's the connection there? Perhaps you shouldn't have told him that, Jake says once we're back inside the car. He seemed distraught. He barely raised an eyebrow. I defend. Didn't even ask me any questions. We'd quickly left Harry to go and retrieve the promised samples after I'd told him he had a mate in my world. News he'd been particularly indifferent to. I don't think he fully believes my alternate universe story, and my mentioning his supposed mate hadn't helped my case. He probably thought I was trying to trick him. Jake, however, is much more curious. What do we think of his mate in your world? He asks, glancing at me in the rearview mirror. Do we like her? You like her well enough, I guess, I reply before realizing the implication behind my words. I scratch my throat awkwardly, hoping Jake doesn't catch on to that, though of course he does. Oh, so you don't, then, he comments, intrigued. Why not? Is there something wrong with her? How to tell him that there's nothing wrong with Emma herself. Yes, she's somewhat immature and bratty at times, but what bothers me isn't the girl, it's the nature of Harry's bond with her. A fated bond. It makes me wary. I don't understand it, only that it can break up previously happy families in a matter of seconds. How could I get behind the concept after it had taken my father from me? I can't. I tell Jake. Yes, it's unlikely, but what if I had wished for Emma and Harry to be free of their bond? He's starting to see me as an ally, and I can't have him doubting me again, especially when Harry still does. To change the subject, I say, I'm going to take you up on your offer if it still stands. Jake sounds aggravatingly confused. My offer. I do my best to keep my voice steady, though I avert my gaze. About helping me practice for Kieran, without warning. Jake abruptly pushes the brakes of the car, bringing it to a jarring stop. Guess he hadn't been expecting that. 7 years ago, the day the next alpha was chosen. I waited for Jake by the tree, the tall old oak that stood between our pack's headquarters and Harry's childhood home. I'd been feeling strangely numb since hearing the news. It was as if my mind was scrupulously keeping out any fear about the future, refusing to let me question what all of this would mean. I'd been so sure Jake would become alpha. Perhaps it was foolish wishful thinking. Yes, Jake had made a mistake confronting Seth, and worse, getting into a fight with him. The consequences had been disastrous. Chloe, who'd protected him, had gravely harmed someone in the process, and Jake's father had paid the price for it. But amongst the pack, none of that mattered. What people remembered was that Jake had fought an alpha and come out on top. Jake, who hadn't even become one yet, had proven himself strong enough to lead. Our entire pack seemed certain he'd be chosen. But now, an hour after the announcement that Harry would be our next alpha, I'm still waiting here by our tree. When Jake finally, looking just as perfect as he always has, but with a new troubled depth in his gaze, and a graveness painting his features I don't think before stepping into his arms. Burying my face against his shoulder. Are you okay? I ask because I'm starting to feel something now. Jake must be devastated. He's worked so hard to become alpha, and everyone expected him to earn the position. He's Ronan's son, yes, but that hadn't been enough. His scent feels dull. Lacking its usual bright and lively tint, it tells me everything I need to know. I pull away to stare into his eyes. What did your father say? I ask, grazing his cheek with my fingers. Do you want to talk about it? Not really, Jake mutters, resting his forehead against mine. What's done is done. If I think too hard about it. His voice trails off, heavy with unspoken despair. This isn't about me right now. I'm really sorry, I tell him, leading him to sit beside me under the tree. I can't imagine how you must be feeling. Jake stays quiet for a while, his blue eyes lost somewhere in the forest surrounding us. Dark bags shadow his eyes, and I realize just how exhausted he looks. In truth, I feel kind of relieved, he says after a stretch of silence. My gaze snaps up to his face. Relieved. How could he possibly feel that way after losing everything, after what happened to Chloe, to my dad, all because of me? Jake shakes his head as if trying to escape the thought. He inhales deeply before speaking again. At least now that Harry's alpha, it won't happen again. He'll do a great job keeping everyone safe. His voice falters slightly before he turns to me, taking hold of my hand. And I'm glad it isn't me. I'm not good for the pack. That's not true, I insist, grabbing his face between my hands and searching his gaze. You would have made a fantastic alpha. Everyone thinks so. Everyone's wrong. Jake closes his eyes, guilt etched into every line of his expression. An alpha should look after their pack first and foremost, but I didn't. When it came down to it, I failed. He hesitates, squeezing my hand tighter. Do you know? I can't even be sure I wouldn't do it again, he whispers. Seth tried to take you from me. It's all I could think about. I wasn't thinking about the pack or Clue or representing my father's interests. I was only thinking I couldn't lose you. That I wouldn't let anyone take you away. My throat tightens painfully, but somehow I manage to force out my next words. Is that why your father chose Harry? I'm sure it is, Jake replies flatly. I don't see another reason. This is all because of Seth's stupid proposal. All because of me. You should have told me, I say softly. You should have reassured me that I'd never consider another. Despite everything. It's the reason I gave when I declined, Jake interrupts, his tone hollow. He watches me carefully, gouging my reaction. But no response comes immediately. My mind goes blank. Is he saying what I think he's saying? Your father chose you, I ask. He did, but I declined. You declined? My head begins to spin and the words catch in my throat. They just won't come out. He declined. Even though he knew what it would mean for us, for me. For our future together. He declined despite knowing I would only mate with an alpha. Viv, Jake pleads, his expression crumbling as he sees the devastation on my face. Please don't. No, what? I snap, yanking my hand away. Don't be furious. Don't feel betrayed. Jake, how could you make this decision without even talking to me? I couldn't live with myself if I became responsible for an entire pack. He bursts out, his voice breaking. Despite everything you've done nothing wrong. I growled at another shifter for what was mine. I shout back, scrambling farther away from him. There isn't one person in our pack or hell, even in Seth's, who wouldn't understand. Which is exactly why not just anybody can become alpha. Jake lunges toward me, reaching for my arm, but I pull back sharply. It's not just about strength, he argues, frustration bleeding through his words. It's about putting others first, about being willing to sacrifice yourself for them. I hear him. On some level, I truly do. And maybe he's being too hard on himself. The fact that he recognizes his mistakes and that they weigh on him so heavily says more about his character than any title ever could. About the alpha he could have been. All these thoughts are consumed by one overwhelming realization: he isn't choosing me. He's not choosing us. He's choosing the pack over me. And while that would make him a great alpha in my eyes, it ultimately means he doesn't love me enough. If he did, he'd have become alpha no matter what for me to be with me. But that kind of love doesn't exist. It's what my mother always said: love fades. Happiness and security come down to one thing: power. Who has it and who doesn't? Love will fade, but your value to the pack will not. A flash of my father walking away with his new mate days after celebrating his anniversary with our mother flashes before my eyes. She'd been right all along. Viv, Jake pleads, grabbing onto my shoulders. This doesn't have to change anything. I take a quick step back. I warned you, I reply in a quiet voice. I told you many times. I want you to be my mate, Jake tells me solemnly, honestly. Most days it feels like you already are. Well, I'm not, I protest. The whirlwind of emotions inside me too complex to decipher. And I won't ever be. You're not an alpha. But I love you, Jake says fiercely. Isn't that enough? I can tell he's being sincere, or at least he thinks he is. He does love me. But for how long? How long until he grows tired of me, or worse, meets his fated mate and forgets about me altogether? It could happen. And then what would become of me? Where would I belong? A normal shifter could leave a mate behind. But an alpha, they don't just mate with anybody. If he'd been alpha, Jake would have been tied to me. But now I shake my head, ignoring Jake's devastated expression, and walk away. I tell myself his protests don't mean anything, and neither does his love. Inside a bedroom in a random hotel. I pace around the room. Jake has taken me to one that isn't part of any of Kieran's establishments, for obvious reasons. Jake watches my back and forth from the bed where he's lounging, hands behind his head. You know, he jokes, when I said I'd take you up on your offer. I didn't necessarily mean right now. I roll my eyes as he slowly gets up to interrupt my pacing, his hands finding my shoulders. Look, he tells me, his eyes meeting mine. We can go slow. We don't even have to do anything at all. The implications feel enormous. Is it somehow wrong to touch this man? Let him touch me in return, when his double from my reality might not have wanted us to. Certainly wouldn't have, in fact. All I know is that I need help handling Kieran in this whole mess. But Jake takes my hand, bringing my wrist to his lips. His gaze never leaves mine as he plants a slow, delicate kiss against my pulse. My breath hitches slightly as Jake focuses on getting a whiff of my scent, which he seems to enjoy, judging by the look on his face. You're very responsive, he observes. Kieran had said something similar. I'm not sure what it means. And I don't like that I feel like I have no control. Control over this specific situation eludes me, which isn't the point. I need to reclaim it, especially from Kieran. You said I had to impose to take charge. How do I do that? I ask Jake. My lips pressing into a thin line as technical questions flood my mind, questions I don't dare voice aloud. Yet somehow, Jake seems to understand them anyway because he chuckles softly. You're thinking too hard. This isn't a test, he teases. His tone is familiar. But there's an unfamiliar warmth in the blue of his eyes, in the curve of his smile, that I never thought I'd see again. I crave more of that warmth, even as something feels absent, a recognition, perhaps, or a shared understanding we lack in this world. Then Jake takes my hand in his, looking like he might tease me further. Maybe he enjoys this moment. Regardless, his response comes straightforward and sincere, without a trace of mockery. It's about confidence, Vivien. You need to know you can get your husband to do whatever you want. I open my mouth to protest, but Jake cuts me off, his lips stretching into a grin. Yes, you can. You could probably get any man, but especially one who's married you and loves you. Piece of cake. A blush grazes my cheeks as I scratch my throat awkwardly. Jake notices, smiling indulgently at me, the warmth in his gaze deepening. He tugs gently on my hand, pulling me closer. Let's start with something easy, he murmurs. I'm going to kiss you now if that's all right. I've kissed Jake before. Though it was years ago when we were young and he was a different person then. Still, I nod, bracing myself. His palm presses against my back, warm and firm. And the familiarity of his lips meeting mine disorients me slightly. His touch is far more assured than the hesitant boy I once knew. At first, I let him set the pace, worried my inexperience will show. But soon, memories of us flood my mind, tugging at my heart. Then Jake's scent shifts, becoming richer, deeper, woodsy with arousal, and it commands all my attention. The urge to break the kiss and bury my nose in his neck grows irresistible. I know I'd only enjoy it more. This isn't the boy I remember. He's a man now, unafraid of what he wants. There are new nuances to him, ones I wonder if I can push further. Testing the thought, I pull on his hair, leaning in, making him groan a low, guttural sound that sends a shiver through me. His teeth graze my lower lip, nibbling gently. And though no one has ever marked someone else's lip quite like this, the pressure ignites a spark within me. My knees weaken, and the instinct to bare my neck rises sharply. My heart skips a beat at the realization, startling me. God, what's wrong with me? That ship sailed long ago. It's too late for us now. Determined, I press my hands against his chest and push him away. Maybe we should focus on you, I say firmly. His lips are slightly swollen because he's been kissing me. And I realize it's me, not one of the random women he usually spends his nights with, the ones I sometimes cross paths with at breakfast. You don't want me touching you, Jake interprets somewhat accurately. I almost laugh. I do want him too much. It's humiliating because his voice is steady, calm, in control, while mine falters. This doesn't mean the same thing to him as it does to me. I know him, but he doesn't truly know me. What do you think you'd be comfortable with? He asks. His question makes me feel exposed, vulnerable. I don't precisely know what I want or don't want. Before all of this started back home, it was like my body had shut down after Jake and I broke up. It hadn't yearned for any kind of physical touch. It was as though that part of me had vanished. But since waking up here, in this world, it's like I'm not myself anymore. I'm suddenly craving things I can't even picture, let alone voice aloud. How about we reenact what happened this morning? Jake suggests. You can show me exactly when you felt overwhelmed. Would that help? I know he's trying to be patient, considerate, but frustration bubbles inside me. Right now, I wish he wanted me as desperately as I want him. Instead, he's treating me like some delicate, inexperienced thing, which I suppose I am, but that doesn't make it any less embarrassing. In my world, our relationship couldn't be more platonic, and it will certainly go back to that once I fix everything. This is it, I tell myself. When I get back home, I won't get to touch him anymore. I plant my hands on his chest. All right, I say, pushing him onto the bed. Jake's eyes widen briefly, which pleases me immensely as I lower my body to straddle his hips, feeling a flicker of empowerment. My lips find his again. This kiss is slower than before, but somehow just as intense. Jake runs a hand through my hair, while I slip a hand beneath his shirt, tracing along the plane of his abdomen. My touch is exploratory, unfocused, but when my fingers graze the hem of his jeans, there's a sharp spike in his scent that sends a rush straight to my head. He sits up to meet me, his mouth falling onto my neck, leaving slow, trailing kisses along its curve. They have me gasping, even more so when his lips begin to apply pressure. My hand tightens in his hair, urging him on. Jake's kisses grow bruising, his mouth sucking against my skin with increasing vigor. A quiet moan escapes me, and Jake murmurs something in a low, unreadable tone. My brain, muddled by the feel of his lips on my skin, takes a moment to process his words. You weren't kissing my neck, I confess, shutting my eyes. I feel Jake pause, pulling back carefully. Should I stop? He asks. I shake my head. Jake's scent wraps around me again just like it used to. I don't know how I ever managed without it. What else? He murmurs against my skin, his voice low and intoxicating. He smells so good that my wolf practically sings from the attention, without thinking. I guide his hands from my hips to my thighs. Unlike this morning with Kieran, my legs are covered by loose-fitting pants. You've been wearing less clothing, I presume, Jake asks as if reading my mind. I nod slowly when he lifts my chin to meet his eyes. Did you not like it when he touched your bare skin? I shiver at the memory of Kieran's warm hand against the inside of my thigh. Jake catches a fresh whiff of my scent, and his eyes darken. You did like it, he says, no longer unaffected. His pupils dilate, his grip becoming firmer. The thought that he's enjoying this even a little goes straight to my head. It wasn't unpleasant, I confess, emboldened by the way Jake's breath hitches. Then I bite my lip. He moved. Moved how, darling? Jake asks, brushing a strand of hair from my face. My uncertainty returns, and I feel childish for it. Carefully cupping my cheek, he asks, did he hurt you? His voice carries a dangerous edge now. Tension rippling through him as though ready to pounce depending on my answer. No, it didn't hurt, I say quickly. Jake studies my expression, understanding dawning in his features. It felt good, I admit, my heart pounding dangerously fast. Hey, it's nothing to be embarrassed about, he reassures me. But if it isn't something you're comfortable with. It's not that, I interrupt, my voice small. I was just surprised, that's all. Jake meets my gaze, and there's an unspoken understanding between us now, one I'm still unaccustomed to. Do you want me to try it? He asks carefully, gauging my reaction. Think about it. If it feels like too much, you should always say no. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. Inexperienced as I may be, I know what consent means. But mocking him for being considerate and communicative would be foolish. It makes me feel safer somehow, knowing what to expect. I guess you could try, I whisper, forcing myself to meet his gaze. But I'll tell you to stop if I don't like it, or more likely kick you off. Jake smirks but doesn't act immediately. Instead, he cups my face again, lowering his lips onto mine once more. His kiss is slow, almost exploratory, giving me room to take the lead, an opportunity I seize with growing confidence. My hands find their way around his neck, and I press closer, losing myself in the pressure of his mouth against mine. I could kiss him forever. Eventually, I feel his hands settle on my hips, his touch light at first, then firmer. He lowers me down against him, but doesn't move right away. Instead, his mouth finds my neck again, sucking hard. On instinct, I buck into him, feeling a spark of relief and something deeper as the moment stretches on. Pleasure twists in my stomach, but the relief is fleeting, far too brief. I moan, and before I can think better of it, I snap. Are you shut up? Pulling Jake's mouth back to mine. My hips roll experimentally once, twice, and then keep moving because it feels too good to stop. I don't know what I like more, how my body feels or how Jake is clearly enjoying this too. We're both groaning now, his scent sparking with rising pleasure. I sigh against his lips and he complies, moving against me again and again, warmth spreading through me like wildfire. His mouth moves to my neck, sucking sloppily, as if he's losing control, and it feels too good to care about embarrassment. There's no room for that now. Soon, though, the warmth turns to burning, the pleasure tantalizing but not quite satisfying. I whine involuntarily, and then Jake's teeth graze my neck, barely a hint, fleeting. He shifts, aiming for another spot, but I don't let him. I grab his hair, forcing his mouth back down, almost shoving my shoulder into it, with a desperate moan I didn't know I could make. I don't want him to stop, I want him to mark me. Finally, I feel him tense against me, pulling back to search my gaze, questioning. Viv, he asks, breathless, troubled. I don't understand at first, I just want his mouth on me again. But then it hits me I'd all but begged him to give me a mating mark, to claim me. The realization makes me feel worse when my first instinct is to be offended that he hasn't yet. This is Jake, and I've waited long enough forever, really. But the thought dissolves quickly when I remember. This man isn't my Jake. Not only is he uninterested in mating with me, But my Jake, the one who knows me, certainly isn't interested either. Not anymore. We should head back, I say, pulling away. Jake reaches for me, his gaze searching, confused. Why did you do that? He asks, flustered. I'm going to shower briefly. We can't have Kieran finding your scent on me, I interrupt, fleeing toward the bathroom. You'll go next. Hold on, Jake protests, regaining some composure. You said you and I aren't together in your world. So why did you? I can't bear to hear him finish. Thank you for your help, I call through the bathroom doorframe. But I think I can handle Kieran from here. I snap the door shut before he can reply. 7 years ago, a few hours after rejecting Jake, my mother sits across from me, staring over a plate of barely touched food. She exudes calm, though her eyes betray the storm of thoughts racing through her mind. It's going to be all right, darling, she says, though it sounds like she's trying to convince herself. Yes, we can fix this. Her tone is almost kind, almost like a normal mother's, genuine, attempting to comfort her child. I hate that, despite knowing how disingenuous she is. A part of me still wants to believe her. Part of me still wants to cling to that faint sense of comfort, reaching for it like a deprived sunflower yearning for the sun. She caresses my cheek, and I can't remember the last time she's done so. I close my eyes and let myself savor the moment. Maybe she does love me, I dare to think. In her own way, perhaps she does. On some level, she seems to pity me, and that must mean she cares. She didn't leave me. She might not be Mother of the Year. But Genevieve stayed, and she gave us a future. You've been neglecting the other one, haven't you? My mother says. You can't just throw yourself at him the minute he becomes alpha. That wouldn't seem sincere. Go at it gradually. She pauses, considering. I think we should look at a couple months' timeline before you try anything. I open my eyes and release a sigh. Genevieve, I'm not going to pursue Harry, I protest. He's like a brother to me. But he isn't your brother, Genevieve counters sharply. That's what matters. And feelings change. His will too. And what about my feelings? I ask in a flat tone. Don't they matter? Genevieve gives me a pitying look. I warned you not to get too attached to either one of the boys growing up. But you were so certain Jake would be chosen. He has been chosen, I defend. He declined, she snaps. What matters is, he won't be alpha. He isn't an option anymore. Something stirs inside me, a small, rebellious thought I'm too emotionally drained to suppress, despite knowing the risk. Why not? Why can't he be an option? He says he loves me. Genevieve's face twists into disdain. Love, what good does that do? She sneers. If he really loved you, he wouldn't have declined becoming alpha. I clench my fists. It's exactly what I thought earlier, and I hate how perfectly it echoes the toxic way my mother thinks my fears now taking form in her shape. I'm confronted with the possibility that perhaps they hadn't been unfounded. He doesn't think he deserves to be alpha, I say. That has nothing to do with you, she retorts. What matters is that he says he wants you to be his mate. Surely that must count for something. Vivien? How many times do I need to remind you? We're shifters. Mating with someone you aren't fated with. They can leave you one day to the next if they meet their true mate. But that rarely ever happens. How can you be so foolish? You know what you stand to lose if abandoned by a mate. We were packless, Vivien. Your father left us all alone. I know, I murmur. But do you have any idea how much it hurts, breaking a mating bond? My mother stares me down, remnants of her pain visible on her features. I close my eyes as though reliving it all over again. I know, she says softly, then hardens her tone. But an alpha wouldn't be able to leave you on a whim, not if you're what's best for his pack. And you've trained hard your entire life to be the very picture of what's best. You essentially run the family company with great success. No other shifter could compare. No pack could ever hope for more, Vivien. An alpha will never leave you because, to an alpha, his pack comes first and no one will be able to provide more than you. I feel tears running down my cheeks. She's right, of course. I know she's right, but I can't do it. Mom, I whisper. I love Jake. I don't want anybody else. The impact of Genevieve's hand against my cheek doesn't come as a shock, but it still hurts, not so much physically. Yes, there's a sting, but it's what comes with it that hurts the most, her disdain, my shame. You listen to me, Genevieve mutters, grabbing onto my wrist. You will mate with an alpha, preferably Harry, and that's final. You don't get to decide. I growl, snapping my arm away. I've had enough of this of her. A part of me wonders, fears, she may be right still, but I don't want to listen to it. Not for once. You're going to regret this, Genevieve tells me, watching me rise from our table. No one can know that, I reply. I'm going to find Jake. I tell myself my heart already feels lighter at the prospect. I'll tell him I was an idiot and that, of course, it doesn't matter if he becomes alpha or not. I only hope he forgives me. Back at Kieran's hotel, my emotions are all over the place after Jake drops me off back home. Our entire car ride together is tense with a heavy silence, and I've given him the promised samples of serum for Harry. I lock myself up in my room, which I find blessedly empty. I don't think I could have dealt with Kieran right now on top of everything. I try to untangle the mess of emotions I'm feeling, but everything is such a mess. I feel embarrassed first and foremost at how I'd acted with Jake. It's not so much about him as it is about me. Of course, I'd known I still harbored some feelings for him, wouldn't anybody with their exes. But I think I'd carefully avoided analyzing how deep these feelings still ran. What good would it have done me to accept them? It's not like they would amount to anything now. Faced with an alternate Jake, with whom I didn't share a difficult past, it was like it was all bubbling up to the surface, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I'd essentially encouraged him to claim me earlier. And it had seemed so right, so natural. Like part of me bigger than I could have ever imagined still considered him my mate, despite everything. Not only did that hurt, knowing my Jake certainly didn't feel the same, but I loathed the fact that I did when it wasn't reciprocated. The rejection burns unbearable. But this Jake, the one I was faced with these days, what must he be thinking? That I'm desperate, sad, unwanted. Surely he's going to pity me, if not feel downright disgusted after what I'd done. I'm ashamed, confused, and hurt, and on top of that, ridiculously pent up. My mind might feel distressed, but all my body feels is yearning, the desire for completion, one I'd been made to yearn for but eventually denied. I feel restless, distracted, and perfectly unable to settle and think rationally while knowing I dangerously need to. I don't know how long I pace the length of this penthouse, only that eventually I'm saved by a knock on my door. A shifter I've never met informs me solemnly that a guest is waiting in my office. "Will you see them now?" he asks. I'm half tempted to decline, too much of a wreck to want company, but I can't pass up the chance for information. Whoever waits could know something about Seth, the serum, or anything else. "Lead the way," I tell him, following outside my room. As we walk, the young shifter's eyes wide, his heartbeat spiking painfully loud even from where I stand. A blush spreads across his features, though he quickly turns away, hiding his face. "This way, please," he says, voice strained. His unease is palpable, but I find no smooth way to question it. We descend to the ground floor, moving through a quiet corridor until he points to a door near the end. "Right here," he mutters, avoiding my gaze entirely. His cheeks are flushed scarlet, breaths shallow and uneven. "Thank you," I say, puzzled, before stepping inside. What was that about? The thought barely registers as I'm confronted by my guests. My mother lounging behind my desk isn't surprising, but seeing my father standing beside her hits like a punch to the gut. It's been years since I last saw him, years since he left without looking back. Shifters age slowly, he looks almost unchanged. Dark hair, kind eyes, warm smile, he gazes at me as if he cares. The urge to lash out bubbles beneath the surface, but I suppress it. "Are you all right, baby?" my father asks, his tone gentle. Insults claw at my throat, but I bite them down. Instead, I turn to Genevieve. "What is he doing here?" My voice carries an edge sharp enough to make her brow furrow. "We were supposed to have lunch," she says, reproach lingering in her tone, though she softens when she notices how pale I am. "Are you unwell?" "Darling." She steps closer, reaching toward my forehead, a gesture so human it feels absurd coming from her. Shifters don't get sick. But there's something maternal in her instinct, however faint. Still, I don't move, watching my father warily, feeling like the air has thinned too much to breathe. As my mother approaches, her expression shifts, concern morphing into shock, then outright disapproval. "Goodness, Vivien," she exclaims, staring openly. Her reaction confuses me. I've done nothing unusual. Yet her gaze pierces through me, searching for answers I don't possess. I have no idea why she looks so uncomfortable. "What is it?" I ask, still staring my father down. My mother suddenly seems to remember him. and she snaps her gaze towards him while pulling me behind her. "Leave us," she tells him in a tone that leaves no room for discussion. My father furrows his brows. "What?" "But Vivien doesn't need you here right now," my mother says firmly. "She isn't fit to have lunch at the moment. We'll come back next week." My father looks like he wants to protest. I can't believe I still remember what he looks like when he's about to argue. Can't believe my brain bothered remembering anything about him at all. "I'll be behind you in a couple of minutes. I just need a word with her alone," Genevieve snaps before pointing towards the door in a clear sign of dismissal. My father nods slowly, almost regretfully, before walking toward the exit. As he gets closer to it, Genevieve pulls me back, almost as if she wants to keep me far away from him, which I find strange. "See you soon, pumpkin," he calls out. "I don't think so," I snap, my throat awfully tight. I feel 9 again and desperately want to cry, but just like I hadn't then, I hold it in. I'm good at that. "What the heck is going on, Vivien?" my mother scolds, her eyes almost comically wide as soon as my father has disappeared from the room. "What are you doing with him?" I snap back, clenching my fists. Genevieve looks confused, though no less unimpressed than before. "What am I doing with my maiden husband?" she asks. "Certainly nothing you've been up to." "Her mate and husband," I echo faintly, feeling lightheaded. I let myself sag onto a nearby chair, a sign of weakness I normally wouldn't allow in front of an audience, but it can't be helped. Not now. Her mate and husband. It can't be. My father left. He left us. What about Fa? I force the words out, forcing her name to pass my lips, even though it's been forbidden. Banned for as long as I can remember. Farah. The fated mate. The one my father was destined for. The love that had been so big it was worth leaving his daughters behind for. But there's no recognition behind my mother's eyes as I speak. No spike of hurt in her scent, only blankness and confusion. "Who?" she asks. I close my eyes. "What is going on? How is this happening?" "Darling." I hear Genevieve ask behind the blood pounding in my ears. "I need to be alone," I tell her, keeping my eyes shut. "Leave me." I'm not sure how long it takes for her to respond. It could have been a second or an hour. I can't even tell. I feel like I'm choking on air. My father was here. My father hadn't left my mother. "I think that's probably for the best," my mother says tersely. "But please, darling, do not leave this room before you've dealt with your predicament." She adds this last part sounding somewhat nauseated. I have no idea what she means, and frankly, I couldn't care less. The poor kid who went to fetch you must be in quite the state, and I can't even imagine the uproar you'd cause if you ran into more shifters. For crying out loud, Vivien, you're a grown woman. Sort yourself out before you embarrass our family further. Father was here. I can't think. I don't listen to what my mother is saying. I can't. The only sound that registers is the door snapping behind her, and then the tears begin to flood. I can't even remember the last time I cried. It's like I'd forgotten I even had the ability. What is happening to me? I feel so out of place in this world. I don't think I can take many more emotional surprises before I completely lose my mind. Is this a bad time? A voice echoes from across the room. I close my eyes briefly, letting out a breath before looking up to where the voice came from. 7 years ago, after I confront Genevieve and seek out Jake, I find Harry absorbed in a book, seemingly oblivious to my presence. "Where is he?" I demand. I've been searching for Jake for 2 hours now through the house, the forest, his contacts to no avail. My worry is escalating. Harry responds nonchalantly as he leisurely turns a page. His indifference infuriates me. "You know exactly who I'm talking about," I snap. He sighs, finally setting aside his book and giving me a frosty look. "Why are you asking?" The distance in his eyes tells me Jake has likely confided in him about our earlier conversation. "I just want to talk to him." "Don't you think you've done enough talking for today?" Harry retorts, his stare piercing. I look away, my frustration mingling with regret. I made a mistake, all right, I admit it. Though I feel these are words I should be saying to Jake, not Harry. "Look, I don't know what he told you, but..." "He told me you rejected his proposal." Harry cuts in, his voice devoid of warmth. Hearing it from Harry, one of my closest friends, makes it even more painful. "Yes, well, that was stupid of me." I manage, my voice cracking slightly. "No kidding, Harry," his gaze now probing rather than icy. "Harry, please. I just want to clear the air, all right. Harry studies me for a long moment, his expression softening slightly. Finally, he sighs and gives me the address of a bar, a rough place known for its strong drinks and shifter clientele, down by the river. What did you expect? Harry replies, returning to his book, signaling the end of our conversation. Determined, I drive to the bar, each minute stretching out as I replay my last encounter with Jake. Will he forgive me? If he does and we try to be together, will it last? The bar's run-down exterior, under the moonlight, mirrors the turmoil in my heart as I step inside. The thick scent of shifters and stale liquor assaults my senses. I scan the room for any sign of Jake, following the faint traces of his scent to a secluded corner with an empty stool. He's been here, but now he's gone. A man at the bar slurs his words, squinting at me through a drunken haze. I'm looking for someone, I say, desperation creeping into my voice. Young man, blonde, blue eyes about this tall. I gesture, hoping for a clue. You mean Jake? My heart leaps. Yes, was he here? The man nods, dashing my hopes. He was, but he left. I nod in thanks, about to leave, when he adds, Didn't think I'd see you again so soon, though. Thought you left with him. Confused, I correct him. This is my first time here. I search his face for an explanation, but find none. His droopy eyes fall back to his nearly empty bottle. Have a good evening, I mutter, giving him a quick nod. Bye, Margaret, he calls out as I walk away. I freeze. Margaret, my sister, whirling around. I grab him by the collar. What did you just call me? He looks genuinely puzzled. Isn't that your name? Jake called you that earlier. I release him abruptly, my mind racing. Margot was here with Jake. That can't be a coincidence. A sick feeling twists in my stomach as I rush home, dread weighing heavy on my chest. At home, everything is quiet. I go to Jake's room first. It's empty but still smells like him. I linger, dreading that I might never come back here. Then I head to Margot's room. My throat so tight it feels like I'm suffocating. They don't even notice me arrive, lost in each other as they are. I go perfectly unseen. I don't know how long I stand there, watching the love of my life with my sister. Too long, probably. Over and over, I think. This could have been me. This could have been me, moaning against his lips, making him sigh for me, wrapping my legs around his hips. But in the end it isn't. Still in my office with the witch. I hadn't anticipated her swift return after handing Jake the samples just hours ago. Harry didn't delay in consulting her, a reminder of his unwavering reliability. Would you like a tissue? She asks, her tone neutral. I'm all right. Good, because I don't have one, she quips dryly, her gaze piercing. So it's true then. I've granted your wish. Interesting. Her words ignite a surge of urgency in me. I stand abruptly, driven to resolve the chaos her spell has snared me in. Do you know what I wished for? I ask anxiously. The witch shakes her head, causing my heart to sink. I don't. But it was no minor wish. My magic has enveloped every aspect of your reality, even affecting me. What does that mean? I press, desperate for clarity. It means everything you've touched, every interaction you've had is now steeped in my magic, actively reshaping reality to fit your desires. I sigh, frustrated by her cryptic explanation. How is it you can't tell what I wished for? I'm not sure, she replies, but it resulted in a whole lot of unanticipated changes. Can you fix it? I ask, my heart pounding with hope and fear. The witch closes her eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Normally I wouldn't. I can only grant one wish per person, that's the rule. But in this new reality I seem to have created for you, you haven't made a wish yet. I guess I could grant you a new one. I flinch at the suggestion. I can't make such a wish, I protest. I'd have to pay the price. Yes, you would. It takes what matters most to you, she confirms. The risk terrifies me. Whatever it is, it could make things worse, not just for me, but for others. I can't do it, I insist, shaking my head. There must be another way. There is none, the witch replies coldly. I clench my fists in frustration. Surely even you can't think it's okay to leave things like this. It isn't right, I argue. Either make a wish or leave reality as it is. Seemingly indifferent to the choice. This isn't just about me. My voice rises with desperation. So many other lives have been affected. I've stolen my sister's mate. It won't affect either of them, the witch interrupts. They don't remember each other. They feel no pain. Even so, it's not just them. My parents, Harry and his mate. I begin pacing the room. How could one wish affect so many people? The witch frowns, intrigued. Affected how? Well, in my world, my sister ended up with Kieran after I broke off our engagement. My father left my mother years ago, and my friend Harry is mated. It's a fated bond like my father's with his new wife, but those bonds seem non-existent here. Perhaps I wished for fated bonds not to exist. I pause, pondering. That's not it, the witch replies. Fated bonds are caused by light magic, the very opposite of mine, and with so much of my magic permeating your world. Everything that connects to you, well, I suppose it must have snuffed out the light. What did I ask for? I frown, confused about the distinction between light and dark magic. I didn't think it could do that, to be honest, she admits. Even I'm surprised. But magic isn't static, it's an evolving entity. Whichever spell I cast is evolving and constantly adapting to maintain things the way you wanted them to be. It's affecting other types of magic in the process, like the light magic behind fated pairs. So fated pairs don't exist in this reality. I seek confirmation. No. Light magic still exists around the world, and so do fated pairs. The only ones broken up by the spell are those that were part of your life prior to your wish. But you don't think that's what you wished for, to get rid of fated bonds? I doubt it, she says. If that had been the case, I probably wouldn't have been able to cast the spell. I'm not allowed to tamper with light magic directly, at least not on a scale that would eliminate all fated pairs. No, if anything, this is a consequence even I hadn't foreseen when granting your wish. My magic has evolved beyond what I instructed it to do. Like a virus. Somewhat, the witch agrees, looking contemplative. Though it could work out in our favor, well, in your favor. I don't really care either way. How? I ask eagerly, desperate for any solution. My magic evolving means it must have been struggling to maintain itself. It's doing things it shouldn't be doing, namely, affecting light magic. I believe if you were to force the white magic to awaken, it would force the dark to retract enough for reality to reset itself. You mean it would be like rebooting a computer to erase the virus? I ask. Not really, she rolls her eyes, but also kind of yes. But you cannot use white magic, I clarify. I cannot. In fact, there isn't anyone on this plane of existence who can. It is an ancient form of magic woven within the fabric of life itself. So how does that help me? I interrupt, frustrated. If you can't use it and no one else can, how am I supposed to learn how to use it to reset things? The witch gives me a disdainful look. I certainly didn't say you'd be learning how to use it. You mortal fool, she snaps. That's impossible. I open my mouth to protest, but she continues before I can speak. I said you should force it back awake and let it work itself out. Great. Awesome plan, I reply sarcastically. And how do I do that? The witch checks her watch as if she's growing bored. I just told you. White magic essentially brings fated pairs together. The ones around you are currently being kept apart because of dark magic. Bring one back together, and the white magic should force itself back into your reality and counteract my entire spell. Should I ask? I feel uneasy. Probably. It would make sense for it to do so, though I must admit, your situation is unprecedented, at least for me. Is there no other way to fix things? I grimace, not liking the plan. Yes, there is, the witch says dryly. If you make a wish, it'll solve your problem right now. I sigh. If it comes down to it, and there is no other choice, I suppose I'll have to. Too many lives have been affected here for me not to make a wish and possibly ruin my own life. It doesn't seem fair to ruin everyone else's to preserve mine, especially when this entire mess is my fault. But because what I love most could very well be a person, and I'd rather die than harm that person in any way, I think I have no choice but to give this fated mate's reunion thing a try. The only problem is, Chloe's fated mate was a violent abuser, and I have no idea where to find Emma. So that means I'm going to have to get my father back with the woman who ruined our lives. The very idea has me grinding my teeth. 24 years ago, in my childhood home, I'm awakened by a hand on my shoulder. Despite the warm haze of sleep, I instantly grab onto it, twisting the wrist it is attached to before my eyes even open. Good, Genevieve says. She's standing above the bed in her nightgown. It's still dark outside. Get up, my mother says, resetting her wrist without a trace of a grimace. I always find it impressive how well she masks her pain. When Dad left last year, for many months, it was too painful for her to get out of bed most days. Yet whenever an old packmate would come to visit, she'd make sure to be up, dressed. and looking resplendent to welcome them into our new home. It was like a superpower, and I wanted it. Shifters were an open hour of her quick recovery. Meanwhile, they all looked at me and Margot with pity in their eyes. "You coming or what?" "It's dwar in the morning, mother," I complain, glancing briefly at the alarm clock. "You can't very well practice during the day," Genevieve shrugs. "We don't live among shifters anymore, Vivien. There are humans around." Her nose wrinkles in disgust at the word. She doesn't dislike humans per se, she just doesn't think we should be subjected to them on a daily basis. As she explained, they're so beneath us. "What if Margot wakes up?" I ask as we exit my bedroom. You know she can't fall back asleep if I'm not there. She needs to grow out of it. You're not helping her by coddling her like you do. But she's scared we're going to find our fated mates and forget all about her, like Dad has. Genevieve freezes in her tracks. We're in the living room, the dining table next door bathed in moonlight. "That's ridiculous," she ends up saying before pulling the door that leads down to the basement open. I gulp nervously, hopefully quietly enough so she doesn't hear. My mother hates weakness. "After you," she says, pointing the way. I make my way down the stairs, switching on the lights when my feet find the ground. Then I carefully remove my sleep shirt and pants, folding them on a small chair in the corner of the room. Behind me, I hear Genevieve taking out her phone. "Ready?" she asks. I nod, "Then go," my mother says, hitting the start of the timer. I crouch, closing my eyes, beckoning my wolf to the forefront of my mind. It doesn't obey immediately, to my frustration, but like my mother told me, I stay focused, and soon it is there, pressing down strong emotions. Hatred helped the turn. So I picked her, that day at the park, my dad walking off to get ice cream, not returning for a while. He'd been back eventually, with no ice cream and a blonde woman in tow. The two of them had been pressed, their bodies inching closer and closer together the longer the stranger stood there while my father introduced us. I smiled at her. Margot had too. She'd smiled back. I want to rip out her smile with my teeth. The bones in my shoulders break first, then the ones in my jaw. It's the worst pain in the world, but it fuels the rage. And the wolf erupts from me, tears itself from every part of me. I fall into pieces to let it free, and then it is there. "That was longer than a minute," Genevieve comments, eyes glued to her phone. "Now change back." A whine tears itself from my wolf's throat, too much resembling a plea. "Now, Vivien," my mother snapped, the command in her words shifting my wolf's stance. I emerge from inside it like I would from murky waters. It's like I've been holding my breath, trying not to drown. I stand back up, my human legs only subtly shaking again. Mother says, I grind my teeth. My body hasn't fully recovered yet, it is still sore. But not as sore as it had once been when my mother had declared she needed to upgrade my training. "No alpha will take me if my children don't meet the standards of his pack," she said. "And we're not settling for a low-grade pack, you mark my words." She'd gotten many proposals already from varied shifters, all from good families and pedigrees, but Genevieve wanted an alpha. She'd made the mistake of settling for a beta once before, and look where it had gotten her. "You're too slow," she says, eyeing my wolf form critically. "Change back." My wolf holds back a howl again. I hold back a scream. Again, I think she's worried she isn't going to be able to find an alpha and that she's past her prime. She's nearly 32 now, old to find a good mate. It's never too old for a mate, but a good one is secured young, when the shifter is in his prime. Again I gasp, my vision going blurry. I think I'm about to be sick. "Come on, you've nearly broken your record," I hear Genevieve comment from above me. I can't see her very well, stars are dancing in front of my eyes. "Do you want me to bring Margot downstairs?" I hear Genevieve ask. I clench my fists. "No, mother." "Do you want us to be split because no mate will have us as a family?" I shake my head. "Good," she says. "Now go again." I do end up getting sick right after that. But then I do as she asks. Present time at Kieran's hotel. I've been trying really hard not to despair, but the gravity of my situation is catching up to me. Meeting the witch again hadn't provided the solutions I'd hoped for. Now I was facing the fact that escaping this mess might be much trickier than anticipated, if not outright impossible. Yes, I could make a new wish, but what if it made everything worse? What if in trying to return to the old reality, I found out that Jake had been erased from existence, for example? I sigh. watching the olive in my martini glass twirl slowly from the bar stool in Kieran's hotel, a place of high ceilings and vast, sweeping spaces echoing with subdued conversations and the clink of fine glassware. I might have appreciated the artful way the lights cast shimmering patterns across the rich, dark wooden surface of the bar, but tonight, all this opulence feels oppressive. The normally soothing clinks and murmurs of other patrons morph into a cacophony, tightening the knot of anxiety in my stomach. Adding to my discomfort, I catch the odd, intense glances thrown my way by various shifters at the bar. My mother's earlier comment about my scent being off echoes in my mind. "You look like you need a real drink, Miss Reeves," the bartender tells me, pouring a small glass of a dark, almost black substance that smells strong but not unpleasant. "What is it?" I ask, bringing it to my lips. "The kind of stuff your husband and his men like to have when they're really looking to feel something," the girl replies, giving me a sheepish look. I down the drink in one gulp, enjoying the burning sensation down my throat. "May I have another?" Around me, the walls seem to inch closer, the air grows thicker, and the weight of unseen expectations presses down harder. "Can I ask you a question?" "Of course, Miss Reeves," the girl replies, blinking curiously. I scratch my throat, more from awkwardness than the pleasant burn of the drink. "Is there something wrong with my scent?" The waitress's eyes widen briefly, confirming my fears. She stammers, looking nervous. "Nothing wrong. Just spill it out," I snap, pulling the bottle of inhumanly strong liquor from her hands and serving myself a new shot. "Well, your scent," the girl begins, grimacing as though searching for words. "It seems to indicate—" She trails off awkwardly. I wave my hand, urging her to continue. "You smell very enticing," she blurts out with an uncomfortable grimace. I have no idea what she means, but it's clear she isn't going to elaborate further. The weight of her intense stare becomes too much. All I want now is to retreat to my room. "Can you send a bottle of this upstairs?" I ask, rising from my seat. The girl nods silently as I leave. Once safely behind closed doors, I feel marginally better, but not by much. Kieran's whereabouts are unknown, and whether or not he'll show up tonight remains uncertain. But suddenly, the thought of him joining me feels unbearable. When the promised bottle arrives, I quickly pour myself another drink, then another. The barkeep had warned me, this stuff is stronger than regular human alcohol. Yet aside from a slow burning warmth spreading through my body, I don't feel its effects. Perhaps I should just go to bed. My stomach churns. I haven't eaten since morning. Food holds no appeal, it feels like knots twisting inside me, reminiscent of the anxiety spells that plagued my youth. I shower hurriedly, change into my nightgown, and grab one last drink before settling into bed. Darkness swallows the room, silence pressing against my ears. Memories flood back, unbidden conversations with the witch, with my father, with Jake. My heart pounds harder against my chest. Lives around me are unraveling because of my wish. Dark magic lingers in the air, tainting everything. And it's all my fault. Restless, I tiptoe across the room, dragging the bottle back to bed with me. Taking a long gulp straight from the cap, I try to steady myself. With the lights off, my other senses heighten, the taste of alcohol grows subtly herbal. The fabric of my nightgown tingles faintly against my skin. What exactly is wrong with my scent? Ignoring the sinking sensation creeping over me, I close my eyes tightly. Relaxation eludes me. Instead, images invade my mind, Jake's darkened gaze, heavy with lust, pinning me earlier. It's almost as if his hands are on me again, firm and warm. This is ridiculous, I scold myself. It won't happen again. But then, why couldn't it? There's no reason it shouldn't. Or is there? For now, the reasons evade me. The mere thought sends warmth pulsing through my veins, quickening my heartbeat and shortening my breath. My fingers drift to my neck, pressing lightly where his lips had been. They don't feel nearly as good as his kiss did. His mouth, there I'd liked it. Absently, my hand wanders lower, tracing paths his fingers might have taken. Shivers race down my spine. It feels silly, indulgent even. But I can't stop. To allow myself to at least think about it, it's just a thought. Thoughts don't mean anything. The room grows warmer, and I leave my bed for the comfort of a plush chair. I attempt to pour myself a new drink out of boredom, but when half its contents end up outside the glass, I go back to sipping straight from the bottle. The alcohol still burns down my throat, everywhere, all over. A pleasant sort of burn that grows into something restless and yearning. The sound of footsteps echoes from outside my room, down the hall. Is Kieran coming back? Perhaps I should hide this bottle of whatever it is I've been drinking. Then again, it's empty, which is quite a shame, really. What I should do is ask Kieran to get me another one. I could seduce him into getting me another one. I'm definitely supposed to seduce him for one reason or another. I push myself out of the chair, a giggle escaping my lips at the unexpected motion. I try to make out if the footsteps are getting nearer. But there's nothing but silence now. I guess Kieran isn't coming. But how am I supposed to seduce him if he isn't here? I need a plan. I like to plan things, and I'm very good at it, or so I think. Though right now my mind feels slow and fuzzy. I know, I'll ask Jake for a plan. He's an expert at seduction. He'll think of something, perhaps even help me prepare. That sounds like an excellent initiative. I really should prepare, and maybe kiss him. Yes, that sounds like a good idea, a very good idea. As I stumble out of my room, the hallway extends before me like a funhouse corridor, elongated and wobbly. I can't remember what I'm supposed to be doing, but I think it has something to do with Jake. Jake knows things. Perhaps he can even fix this ridiculously wobbly hotel. I giggle again, trailing a hand along the wall for support. Jake. I sing-song, banging on his door. The one on my left opens instead, revealing Jake's stupefied expression. What are you doing in that other room? I ask, glancing back and forth between the doors. Jake doesn't reply immediately, blinking in surprise before his eyes begin to glow a bright gold. His scent thickens dangerously, a mix of anger and something else. Get in here, he growls, grasping my wrist and pulling me toward him. I trip, stumbling into his arms, which I find particularly funny. Jake shuts the door behind us, his other arm wrapping around my back. Not much, just a firm touch to keep me upright, but I enjoy it nonetheless. Warmth seeps from his fingers to my naked back. Slowly, he bends his head to bury his nose against my neck, inhaling deeply. What were you thinking? I hear Jake ask. Surprised, I feel a shiver coursing through him. Going outside smelling like this, do you have any idea how dangerous that is? Are you insane? Why is he getting angry at me for it? It's not my fault. No one will tell me what's going on with my scent, and I need his help to prepare. I try to explain, but he just looks at me like I've sputtered nonsense in an entirely different language. Language, Jesus, you're drunk, he observes, looking comically startled. Jake's gaze is dark, almost murderous. Did anybody see you? He asks, his voice low and menacing. I stretch my neck to him in submission, but Jake just clenches his jaw, making no indication of nearing me. I pout, pulling his face towards mine. Why aren't you kissing me? I complain. His lips on mine feel as good as before. I want to feel them everywhere, all over me, his hands too. For the briefest moment, he responds so beautifully, deepening our kiss with a low growl, his hand traveling down my back to my hips. The next, he pulls me away, squeezing my arms painfully. Stop, I laugh, going in for another kiss, but Jake moves his head so I end up nuzzling his neck instead. He smells so good, God, it makes my head spin and my legs give out from under me. I press myself against him for support, hand roaming his chest. Jake's entire body becomes rigid against mine. Vivien, you have to go, he groaned, sounding like he's in pain. I frown, confused. Are you hurt? I ask, searching his face. I can help. Jake closes his eyes, features twisting painfully. His face is gorgeous and perfect, and I love it down to every freckle. I don't think you understand what you're doing to me, he warns. You shouldn't have come here. His grip is so tight it's almost painful. I like it. I really can't understand why he isn't kissing me all over. But Kieran, and in practicing, something seems to snap in Jake. Then he grabs me by the thighs, pulling me into his arms before swinging me down on his bed so quickly it gives me vertigo. Do not say his name right now, Jake growls, one hand encircling my neck as he hovers above me. He pushes my thighs open, settling himself between them on the bed. His eyes look crazed, and his scent is so thick it's making me wild. I need more, so much more. Jake, I cry out. Please, I need. He claims my mouth again, invading it with his tongue, pressing down against me for a moment too short before pulling away once more, though not without nibbling my lower lip before releasing it. I know you need it, darling. You smell like a goddamn meal, he says, pinning my arms back with one hand and stilling my hips down with another, making me whine. To think you'd let anyone else near you when you're like this. I close my eyes, dizzy with the way the room seems to swirl around us. I don't want anyone else, only him. Can he see that? It's only ever been him. Vivien. Jake cups my face, sending me a torn look. Is this a trick? What are you doing to me? A trick? Why would I trick him? I just want him to want me, not him, the other him, the one who's holding me now and who hasn't betrayed me. He's on edge, dangerously so, and in the back corner of my mind, something tells me I should be careful even. But I only feel warmth and safety underneath me. The bed is like cotton, and it smells just like him, perfect. I love you, I murmur sleepily, tracing the contours of his face with my fingers. So much. Jake's words are He goes still, like he's stopped breathing entirely. I should probably do something about that, but I think I may need to have a small rest first. I'm very sleepy for some reason. A quick little nap shouldn't hurt, just 5 minutes or so. My eyelids are so heavy. Will you halt me? I don't know if Jake heard me. He doesn't move at first, but then he shifts us so my head is nestled against his chest, his fingers running through my hair. Sleep. Red, he murmurs, kissing my forehead. My eyes snap back open at the nickname. Jake, why did you have to? And I drift into oblivion, holding on to his hand, hoping he doesn't let go. When I wake up next, the room around me is dark. The bed is just as soft, though imbued with a different scent than before. I'm confused and groggy, my eyelids heavy with sleep, but my body is taut with a strange pressing ache. There are big, strong hands roaming down my naked flank, a firm body pressed against mine, lips kissing and sucking bruises onto my neck. I sigh. Is this a dream? You've got to let me have you. My love, Kieran whispers against my hair. You're not leaving this room until you do. You'll cause a riot. I shift against him, making him groan. I'm drowsy. The warmth of the bed tempting me toward sleep. His scent is thick with cloying desire, and his body betrays it all the more. His fingers move lower, and my mind hesitates, but my body doesn't. It remembers echoes of things I may not have experienced myself, but that my alternate self certainly has. My alternate self knows just how to shift her hips to help Kieran's wandering hands feel good. In seconds, I'm a mooning, panting mess, one who cannot remember why she hasn't been doing this sooner. It feels so good. I feel so good. This must be a dream. It feels like one. Everything is slow, strange, and dizzying, a truly fantastic dream. More, I gasp, bucking up. My lover stills briefly, though keeping close to me, holding me. Have you been drinking, sweetheart? He asks, amused. His words don't make sense, only his touch does. In this dream, it seems you have. Kieran gives me a considering look, one tinged with concern. He grazes his thumb over my lip, which I immediately suck into my mouth for reasons I can't explain, maybe to see his gaze darken like it does. It makes me feel powerful. Kieran's eyes, though, there's laughter in his tone. You have no idea what you're doing, do you, love? I rub against him in response, muddled pleasure coursing through me. It's nice, but not quite nice enough. I'm going to take good care of you, baby, Kieran says, shushing my pitiful whines. Don't you worry, I've got you. Kieran's mouth is on mine again, then it's on my neck, my stomach, traveling lower and lower until it's where it's supposed to be. I moan and twist and shake, holding Kieran's face where I want it, feeling more like a wild animal than I ever have in my life. Until suddenly, finally, it all peaks into breathtaking pleasure that has me screaming desperately for someone. I sink into the mattress, spent and purring in relief. I snuggle closer. Into the warmth, I drift back into sleep within seconds. Present time, in my bedroom, it's well past noon when my eyes finally open. My mouth feels dry. But otherwise I'm much better than I have been in days. Rested and relaxed, my body tingles pleasantly for reasons I can't quite place. There's no rush to get up. Instead, I stretch lazily in bed, letting the moment linger. But as I lie there, I realize the details of last night are hazy at best. What did I do? I suppose I had a bit too much to drink. Falling asleep early seems like the only explanation. If I'd known alcohol could leave one feeling so satisfied upon waking, maybe I would have indulged sooner, though not to the point of blacking out, of course. Closing my eyes again, I bury my face in the pillow. It smells of Kieran and me, our scents mingling in a way that stirs faint memories. I'd been dreaming of him, hadn't I? His touch, his mouth. Suddenly, I sit upright with a sharp intake of breath. Oh my God. It wasn't a dream, was it? I hide my face in my hands, my heartbeat quickening. What have I done? What was I thinking? Clearly I wasn't. This is such a mess. How could I let my sister's mate do those things to me? Hot shame tightens my throat even further as my traitorous body begins to throb, more memories flooding back. I'm the worst kind of person. In this life, Margot and Kieran aren't mates, but that doesn't change the fact that what I've done is unforgivable. Kieran belongs to her, not me. And while I can't deny how much I enjoyed it, none of it can ever happen again. No matter what, he isn't touching me again. I'll get my own room, and he won't have a say in it. I don't know what excuse to give him yet, but I'll figure something out. This whole situation is a disaster, and I'm an even bigger one. But enough is enough. I need to pull myself together before I ruin everyone's lives any further. At least I haven't messed things up with Jake. That sigh escapes me as I finally climb out of bed. Imagine if I'd gone to him last night, spilling all my tangled emotions. That would have been catastrophic. One crisis avoided, at least. Now I need to focus on getting my father reunited with his fated mate, who isn't Farah, and put an end to this charade once and for all. After a quick shower, I head to my office, where the same shifter from yesterday serves me lunch. He seems calm today, almost relieved as he sets my meal on the desk. Whatever troubled him before must have resolved itself. Good for him. For me, though, the challenge remains. I need to find Farah. The mere thought of her name makes me frown. Reintroducing her to my father and watching them fall in love again, it's unbearable. Every fiber of my being recoils at the thought, but it must be done. I have to make him destroy our family all over again, and the sooner, the better. Hopefully. Farah is still with the same pack she'd been part of when father met her years ago. But how do I get her here? And how do I get her alone with him? The mere idea of spending time with her, even speaking to him, fills me with such discomfort that I find myself procrastinating instead. Turning my focus to another pressing issue, uncovering the alchemist's identity while I'm still here. Kieran could help, though. Can we trust him? I'd need to ask about Seth, why he allowed the Alpha to stay for so long if he harbored no ill intentions toward him. As the sun begins its descent, I decide to search for Jake. The prospect makes me uneasy, but not as much as thinking of Farah and my father or even Kieran. So Jake it is. After trying his phone a couple of times without success, I head toward his room, apprehension warring with determination in my chest. As I near his bedroom, I hear his voice echoing down the hallway. I freeze, curiosity overtaking me as I strain to identify who he's speaking to. He sounds agitated. Carefully I move closer, mindful of our heightened shifter hearing. Removing my shoes, I take slow, muted steps on the plush carpeting until I settle in a spot far enough from Jake's door to remain unnoticed, but close enough to catch their conversation. "Pull yourself together," Harry's voice booms from within. Surprised, I hadn't realized he was back so soon. Jake mutters something too low for me to fully decipher, though I catch fragments. Torture and insane. My stomach twists. "Jesus, you've only just met her. You don't know anything about this woman," Harry growls, his tone dripping with exasperation. "This is I'm tired of your nonsense," a voice. Jake replies, but their voices drop after that, leaving me straining to hear more. After a few minutes, I decide to reveal my presence. Harry greets me first, looking like he's seriously considering slamming the door in my face. "Can I help you?" His tone is curt, but then again, he's always been a man of few words. I try not to take it personally. "You're back," I say, feigning surprise. "Good. Can we talk?" I move to step inside, but to my shock, Harry blocks my path, forcing me out before shutting the door firmly behind him. "Not here," he snaps, gesturing for me to follow him. Confusion furrows my brow. "Why not? Is Jake not around?" I ask, knowing full well he is and wondering what Harry's game is. He doesn't answer, merely leading me down the hall. "Don't worry about Jake," he says, brooking no argument. His scent carries an edge of tension bordering on aggression, which sets me slightly on edge. He guides me up 2 floors into one of the most luxurious suites in the hotel, second only to Kieran's and mine. The room is mine, I realize with curiosity. Harry remarks that it should have been obvious since he had the key for it, but I'm still surprised. "You'll be staying here," he says, gesturing toward the window bay. It offers a breathtaking view of the city, though now isn't the time to admire it. "I've had the samples you gave me tested," Harry begins gravely. One was indeed the serum I suspected created from Seth's blood. His confirmation doesn't ease my unease. Kieran has been dabbling in dark alchemy to amass wealth, which disappoints me further. Still, I remain unconvinced that he isn't the alchemist himself. Meeting his gaze confidently, I assure him, if he is, we'll stop him. Harry purses his lips. To be honest, I'm not sure how much I trust you, he admits, but Jake does and time is critical. Seth has been held here too long. His pack needs him back, and I fear for his well-being. They've been draining his blood. He pauses before adding, there's something else. I've also tested the other sample, the one that girl gave you. Turns out, it's vampire venom. My mind freezes at his words. Vampire venom would explain how Kieran and his men managed to extract blood from various alphas without detection. It's an incredibly potent poison, affecting humans and shifters alike, though its potency varies depending on dosage. Among vampires, it's used to subdue prey, leaving them dazed and compliant. Typically delivered through bites, it renders victims suggestible. But how did they acquire so much of it? I muse aloud, dread pooling in my stomach as the implications sink in. You think they've allied themselves with vampires? Harry suggests grimly. While it might make sense for vampires to sow chaos within our community, it complicates matters significantly. Shifters maintain a fragile truce with vampires under the Accords. If these vampires are violating that truce to secretly destabilize us, we could face internal strife or worse, interspecies war. This is worse than I thought, I murmur, rising to my feet. We need to find this alchemist immediately. Hopefully the vampires are merely accomplices, Harry replies. I'd prefer dealing with a shifter conflict over an interspecies one. Agreed, I say firmly. Which brings me back to why I'm here. Seth has been detained far longer than anticipated, likely because the alchemist hasn't found another source for the blood needed for his serum. But suspicions are growing, and Seth knows it. No, I interject sharply, already anticipating where this conversation is headed. You don't even know what I'm about to say, Harry retorts, frowning slightly. Yes, I do, I counter. You're making your bad decision face. Harry crosses his arms, annoyance written all over his face as he prepares to speak, but I cut him off. Oh God, you want to set yourself up as bait, don't you? I groan, frustration seeping into my tone. They need a new alpha, and there you are. With a perfectly valid excuse for being here, Harry argues that his plan is to bring my cousin back to our pack. I let out a long-suffering sigh. This is so typical. Harry, I don't even know where to start. I pause, dread pooling in my stomach. So what? We just wait until they try to dose you with vampire venom. Harry gives me a pointed look, and my sinking feeling grows worse. You want to wait until they go through with it? I screech, absolutely furious. It's unsettling how well he seems to read my thoughts. I've been your beta for years, he counters coolly. I don't read minds. I just know how you think, and by that, I mean you're an idiot. I rise from my chair, pacing the room. Harry's plan is ridiculously dangerous, perhaps even more so than he realizes. In my world, I'd found Seth dead, though I suppose I can't tell him that now without raising suspicion. I should have said something earlier. And what if they do manage to take some of your blood? I challenge. The serum is only as strong as the alpha's blood it's based on. Look at all the damage already caused by Seth's blood. Think about what they could do with yours. That's why you and Jake will stop the entire thing before they can take any of my blood, Harry says confidently. This sounds like a massive gamble, but I suppose if it all goes to hell, we still have a chance to fix it by getting my father back together with that woman and resetting reality. I still don't like it, though. If I oppose Harry's plan too much, he might start doubting me as an ally again. What do you want me to do? I ask, resigned. Or at least trying to buy time until I can come up with a better plan to deter him. That's how I usually operate, going along with him until I can steer him towards something safer. No one has ever straight up opposed Harry when his mind is set on something, except Emma, whom I miss more and more every day. You'll make sure Kieran and Cole take the bait, Harry says casually, planting the seed in their minds over the next few days. Hopefully. One of them is connected to the alchemist himself. I sigh, reluctantly nodding, though unease still lingers. What does Jake think about this? I ask. Surely. He isn't fully at ease with the idea. Harry, who had grown increasingly relaxed during our discussion, suddenly tenses again. Let me worry about Jake. You'll find Cole and Kieran now, won't you? He says, dismissing me rather imperiously. He's usually much more considerate when giving orders. feeling compelled to obey as my wolf urges me to appease the potentially dangerous alpha in the room. I know for a fact Kieran is out at one of his clubs today, overseeing renovations. I'd been told as much earlier. I decide to try Cole first, though there's a good chance he'd have gone along. I've been told his office is situated near mine on the ground floor, so I decide to head there first. I don't need to announce myself, he may be the beta of this pack, but I'm the alpha's wife, and that grants us equal footing. As luck would have it, when I approach his door, I hear his voice booming from behind the wall. How many times do I have to tell you? You don't make the decisions here. Visions of disdain lace his words. I'm in charge here, and you're just a low-grade, pathetic. Sad excuse for a he groans as though struck, followed by shuffling sounds, signs of struggle, and muffled protests from a woman. I'm about to barge in when her voice rings out more clearly. If I'm so pathetic, why waste your time bothering me? My heart pounds wildly in my chest. I know this voice. Cole has his back turned to me when I enter the room. He's bent over his desk, pinning his victim down by the neck. Let her go, I snap, commanding as much authority into my tone as possible. Cole abruptly turns around, interrupting himself upon realizing who walked in. His face, previously twisted in a sneer, relaxes into something polite. Can I help you? Don't make me repeat myself, I order, moving past him to help the girl up. As I'd suspected, I'm suddenly met with Emma's clear blue gaze. Relief floods through me. Emma, however, looks nothing short of confused. Thank Miss Reeves, she says, her caution uncharacteristic. Before I can respond, Cole spits at her. Get out. She jumps and scrambles for the door. If someone had told me days ago that I'd feel elated at seeing Harry's mate, I wouldn't have believed them. I've never enjoyed her company in my life, but now, thanks to her miraculous appearance, there will be no need to approach Farah after all. All I'll have to do is introduce this Emma to Harry, and everything will sort itself out. 6 months ago, at home, the first time I heard of Emma, Harry was busy grading papers. He liked to pretend being a teacher was tedious and unpleasant, but we both knew better. Before he became alpha, thinking Jake would take the role, he'd been working on his PhD and planning to move abroad to focus on academic pursuits. That dream hadn't materialized when Chloe requested to attend a nearby university to experience a more human life for a while. Harry agreed, on the condition that he'd accompany her as a teacher. I hadn't argued. Chloe's powers were unstable, and her relationship with her mate was rocky and worrying. It made sense for someone to watch over her. It didn't have to be Harry, it shouldn't have been. He was far too busy already. But Jake argued that he deserved to want things for himself, and so I let it go. Though I was starting to regret it now because there were at least 10 different meeting reports I needed him to review, and a business contract I'd worked hard on that needed his signature yesterday. All the man seemed intent on doing was grading some stupid archaeology papers. Didn't you say it wouldn't take you more than an hour? Jake mocks, moving his chess piece on the board we've spread between us by the fire. It's a rather bad move on his part, obviously, so I try to spot the trap he's planning. I only have this one left, Harry replies distractedly. He's writing careful notes on whichever copy he's working on, his eyebrows furrowed in deep concentration. You said that an hour ago, I observe, trying and failing to hide my irritation. Just fail them and be done with it. That wouldn't be fair. I thought all your students were lazy imbeciles who didn't deserve to pass. I never said that, Harry protests, turning back to his paper. Just that they weren't impressive, except for that one. That one's particularly clever. Annoying. Even. Jake and I exchange a surprised glance. Not only does Harry never compliment anybody's intellect ever, but he also doesn't admit to being annoyed. Remind me to come up with harder questions next time. Harry grinds between his teeth. I'm going to have to give her a near-perfect score. He looks so aggravated at the idea that I just know Jake is going to want to push the issue. Except, I don't want him to because we've wasted enough time on Harry's students as it is. I kick him under the table. He ignores me superbly. Your smart student is a she. Then, Jake asks, tone neutral, but wiggling his eyebrows at me while I continue kicking him in the shins. Yes, Harry replies, sounding like he's only half listening, absorbed by his reading. What's her name? Emma. What does she like? She's an insufferable, obnoxious brat. Jake is practically beaming. What color are her eyes? Blue. And yes, Emma's pretty, Harry replies before interrupting himself to send his cousin a dark look. Harry's got a crush on his student. Jake gloats excitedly, with all the maturity of an 8-year-old. I do not, Harry sighed, marking a quick grade on the paper and turning toward me. So what do you need me to sign? The second time I hear about Emma, Harry's ridiculously drunk. I've never seen him drink more than a glass of wine, so I don't attempt to slow him down nearly as fast as I should have. By the time he's done rambling on about Emma and their situation in an increasingly slurred speech, I have no choice but to go and get Jake's help getting him to bed. What happened? His cousin exclaims, looking torn between curiosity and amusement. He does deflate when he realizes Harry's passed out cold, though. Bisp, undibispi, he then says, putting one of Harry's arms around his shoulders. Should I be worried? I hesitate to tell him not only did Harry say I shouldn't, but mostly, I didn't want to voice it out loud. Voicing it out loud would make the entire thing real. And I don't want to deal with the fact that our alpha just revealed in a drunken stupor that he's found his fated mate who, to make matters worse, is a 20-something human girl who couldn't be more unfit for him if she tried. The only upside is that Harry seems determined not to claim her, though I do hope he copes without resorting to intoxication in the future. He'll be fine, I declare as we both drag him upstairs with some difficulty. He's upset because of some human girl. He'll get over it. We should set him up with someone, Jake concludes while dropping Harry onto his bed. The latter groans something incoherent, which I just know is Emma's name. What did he say? Jake asks. Nothing, I reply, pushing him outside the room. The third time I hear about Emma, Harry's scent is as dull and lifeless as his gaze, and he lets me know he's rejected their bond. I don't understand how they could have been bonded in the first place. He swears he's never claimed her, but apparently that hadn't stopped a bond from forming. I'm silently terrified at the power these fated bonds seem to have and wonder why I'm the only one who seems to care. I am relieved that Harry has rejected the bond, though he looks troubled. He does seem resolute in keeping it that way. He makes me swear not to tell anybody. Jake is away on a diplomatic assignment, so I don't mention anything for almost a month. When he comes back, though, he takes one look at Harry, and all hell breaks loose. What the added beast, Vivien, he made me promise not to tell you. Jake looks like he wants to throttle me. His sounds dying. Don't you think that kind of overrides whatever he made you promise? He's not dying, I say, though being really careful not to stare too hard at Harry's ashen complexion. He just needs time to recover. That's all. I really want to believe it that he'll recover, but Jake claims I'm in denial, and he's as furious as I've ever seen him. The way he looks at me in horror, it's like he doesn't know who I am anymore. Suddenly, I can't look him in the eyes. Listen to me, he'd said, grabbing onto my arms. I know you hate fated bonds, and I get it your father left you. But perhaps you'll consider that it wasn't all because of some magic bond, and more to do with the fact your mother's a total psycho and beast. But if you're not careful, Vivien, you'll end up just like her. I'd slapped him across the face because that was a low blow even for him. There were things we knew not to say to each other to keep a semblance of peace. My parents were on that list. Jake knew hearing about my dad still hurt like he'd left yesterday, and he knew there was nothing I feared more than turning into my mother. I see a flicker of regret across his face, but then he looks at Harry, and it's gone. You should have told me, he says gravely before catching my gaze, his icy blue eyes as cold as they ever were. He's the one who decided to break the bond, I defend, though my throat feels tight with guilt. Jake sneers. Don't even act like you haven't been encouraging it. I wouldn't even, 'twas your idea, mark my words. Vivien and Jake had warned me. Jake especially made it clear. If something ever happened to Harry because of me, he'd never forgive me. The fourth time I heard about Emma, she and Harry were bonded. By some miracle, Emma turned into a shifter, and Harry, now fully recovered, asked us to make her feel welcome. So I did what I was told. I acted like it didn't bother me. Like I was happy for my alpha and our pack. But all I could think about was how sick Harry had been. How he'd essentially chosen between death and a girl who didn't belong here. Even Harry himself had thought so before the bond took hold. These bonds ruined lives, and the very idea of them made me sick. But I didn't have a choice or a voice, so I accepted the situation. I accepted her. And I ignored Jake's knowing looks whenever he came around, forcing a smile onto my face. Presently, in Kieran's club below the hotel. Beneath the pulsing vibrancy of dim lights and throbbing music, there's an undertone of tension that seems to seep from the walls themselves. Maybe it's just me projecting, but it makes my wolf uneasy nonetheless. The place is packed. The air thick with expensive perfumes mingling with the sharp tang of alcohol and the heady rush of pheromones from both humans and shifters alike. As I weave through the crowd, my eyes keep darting back to Harry across the room, standing near one of the bars. I can't stare too openly, he's meant to play bait tonight, but the fact gnaws at me anyway, especially since Jake, who's supposed to be helping guard him, is nowhere to be seen. Cole, however, I spot right away. He's lounging at a table with a couple of girls, Nadia draped possessively at his side. Part of me is relieved not to see Emma among his entourage, another part feels frustrated. I want to introduce her to Harry as quickly as possible. The sooner reality resets itself, the better. But perhaps an evening where Cole's men might prowl, looking for an opportunity to dose Harry with vampire venom or take his blood, isn't ideal for their reunion. Earlier, after finding her with Cole, I learned that Emma had been a member of my pack, or rather, Kieran's, for a couple of months in this reality. She was already a shifter here, though still new to it. Just like in my own timeline, born and raised human, she's very much a novice in the shifter world, useless, weak, barely even a wolf. Not worth your time, Miss Reeves, Cole had said, his tone dismissive yet laced with possession. His eyes gleamed when he spoke of her, and I didn't like it one bit. He'd found her wandering after she'd been turned and arranged for her to join the pack. I suspected he saw her as nothing more than his plaything. While I doubted he intended to mate her, he clearly wanted control over her every move. When I ordered him to step aside earlier, he barely held back a snarl. I had asked him to keep away from her, and in the end, he promised to comply with my request. This news greatly relieved Emma when I informed her of the development shortly afterward in the privacy of my office. "Thank you, Miss Reeves," she'd said cautiously, as if she couldn't quite believe what I was telling her. Then, in a tone much more characteristic of the Emma I knew, she added, "If I ever see this creep again, it will be too soon." She hadn't elaborated, but confirmed that Cole had been tormenting her ever since she joined the pack, delighting in her low rank and using her lack of power against her. All this to say, Emma's introduction to the shifter world hadn't been pleasant. So, perhaps it was for the best she wasn't around tonight. At least her experience had revealed Cole's true nature to me. He was power-hungry, sadistic, and untrustworthy. Did that make him the alchemist we were searching for? Perhaps not. But I was now convinced he was at least involved in the operation we were trying to uncover, if not the mastermind behind it entirely. "Are you looking for someone?" I snapped my gaze toward Kieran, who has somehow managed to approach me unnoticed, thanks to the throbbing music and the knot of worry tightening in my stomach. "For you, of course," I reply, forcing a smile as I place a kiss on his cheek. "Is that so?" Kieran's face remains passive, though his tone carries a hint of skepticism. The music pounds through the club, its heavy beat echoing the rapid drumming of my heart. He extends his hand, leading me toward the dance floor. The crowd parts for us as they would for royalty. Kieran pulls me close, and I allow it, feigning casualness while my eyes dart to every shadowy corner, scanning for potential threats. I'm certain Harry is well aware Jake isn't here yet. I doubt he'll let himself be dosed with anything until he's sure reinforcements are nearby. The air feels charged, each sudden movement around me drawing my attention as my mind races with contingency plans. "Are you feeling better today, darling?" Kieran asks, pulling me from my thoughts. I blink, realizing he's likely referring to my previously inebriated state. "Much better. I've spoken with Cole earlier. Have you found out anything?" I'm tempted to tell him about Harry acting as bait right now for Cole, but I hold back, knowing I can't fully trust Kieran yet. "No, though I've noticed him bullying a girl." Kieran frowns. "Someone from our pack. Yes, Emma Pierce. I've told him to keep away from her." Kieran nods, seemingly lost in thought. I consider that now might be a good time to confront him about Seth. If I ask him outright, he won't have time to. And what of Jake Hargrove? Kieran interrupts, his tone casual but enough to send alarm bells ringing in my mind. What of him? I ask, keeping my voice neutral. Kieran's expression doesn't change, but the weight of his words hangs between us like a challenge. Hold on tight. You said you wanted to interview him further, that you weren't sure we could trust him. I stay silent, waiting to see where he's going with this. Have you thought about it, though? Kieran asks. I haven't made a proper opinion yet. I reply neutrally. I haven't seen him much. Kieran bends his head toward me, his lips grazing my ear. Then care to explain why it's his name you scream when we're in bed together? My heart skips several beats. My first instinct is to panic over this revelation, but I can't lose focus, not again. Time to get myself together. What do you mean? I ask, sending a glance toward Harry, who is still here looking just fine. I mean exactly what I said, Kieran replies, an air of threat in his tone. Care to explain yourself? What's there to explain? I shrug. I'd had too much to drink. I don't remember screaming anything. How convenient, Kieran sneers. You know what else was convenient? I pull away to stare into his eyes. How you took advantage of the fact that I was too drunk to say no, despite knowing I wanted us to keep our distance these days. Uncertainty flashes behind Kieran's eyes briefly. You enjoyed it, did you not? That's not how consent works, I reply battingly. If I'm too drunk to remember my husband's name, then I'm probably too drunk for everything else. Wouldn't you say? Kieran looks taken aback, so I push on. You know, I couldn't even remember what happened this morning. It took a while for it to come back. Satisfaction courses through me as Kieran pales. What I'm saying is essentially true. I don't regret what happened between us. Exactly, I'd enjoyed it, but I wouldn't have let it go this far if I'd been sober. This isn't about what I want or enjoy, I continue. This is about being Margot's mate. Playing along is one thing, but letting him do something so intimate to me is another. Vivien, Kieran says, somewhat more hesitantly, I had to do something. Your scent was so needy you would have caused a riot if I'd let you go on smelling like that. You think I can't defend myself? I snap, realizing what he'd been implying. I was afraid you wouldn't want to, Kieran confesses, making my heart sink. I'm your husband. I should be able to take care of your needs, but I should have waited for you to regain your senses to do so. I'm sorry. I sigh. I don't love what he's done. But in his eyes, I'm his wife, and while I'd been quite intoxicated, I'd certainly shown him very telling signs of my enjoyment. I want to tell him I forgive him. But his guilt is palpable, and this is an opportunity I can't let pass. I think I'd like us to sleep in different rooms for a while, I tell him, avoiding his gaze because it makes me feel a little guilty. I think we need time to rebuild trust. My eyes fall onto Harry again, sharp anticipation coursing through me as I realize he's speaking to someone. Even more so when that someone turns out to be Jake. He seems agitated. Harry's holding on to his arm, moves as if trying to hold someone in place. I frown, confused about what's happening, until Jake's gaze locks with mine from across the room. My body freezes instantly. His eyes are a bright, unnatural gold. His pupils so large and dilated that he looks otherworldly. Every line of his posture screams tension, aggression radiating off him in waves. His hand grips the edge of the bar tightly, his jaw clenched like iron. Nervously, I swallow. It's ridiculous because this is Jake, and I'd trust him anywhere. But there's something primal in the way he stares at me, like he's ready to leap over here any second. What's wrong? Kieran asks. I'll be back, I reply distractedly. I need to speak to Jake alone. Something's not right, I can tell. Even from here, amidst the mingling scents of humans and shifters combined, I catch his scent clearly. It hits me hard, making my head spin. All I know is that I need to talk to him alone. With a tilt of my chin, I gesture toward a door at the back of the club. Thankfully, Jake catches on immediately, heading that way and disappearing into what I know leads to private stairs connecting to Cole's office upstairs. I wait a few moments before following, ensuring Kieran is occupied speaking with Cole and paying no attention to me. This can't take long, not with Harry still out there, but Jake looked off, beyond himself. The second I step into the dumbly lit office, his scent assaults me again. The room is bathed mostly in silvery moonlight streaming through the windows. I spot Jake's form in the shadows near the corner, but freeze where I stand when thick, woodsy notes laced with anger and frustration wash over me, pinning me in place. Jake, what happened? I managed to gasp out. He doesn't respond, only watches me intently, prowling around the office like a caged animal. What's wrong? I choke out again. The possessive edge in his scent makes my heart race. I'm not naive, I've known enough shifters to recognize one teetering on the edge of losing control. Jake hasn't shifted yet, but it's clear his instincts are ruling him now. There's a void in his eyes, a predator's gaze, that would normally have me bracing for a fight. Yet instead, my muscles slacken, my mind clouding hazily under the weight of his presence. Jake, I murmur, my voice breaking as he stalks forward. He closes the distance between us until his body presses mine against the wall. His mouth crashes onto mine, harsh, demanding. My head spins further when he pulls away just enough for his lips to curl into a snarl. You smell like him, he accuses, burying his face behind my ear. Dizziness overtakes me as I realize he's scenting me. In the back of my mind, I know this shouldn't be happening. I shouldn't smell like another shifter, especially not one who isn't my husband. But this is Jake. And Jake hasn't scented me in years. Not since Margot. Back then. After their night together, I caught traces of him on her skin for weeks, and it nearly drove me mad. A wound inside me splits open again, raw and unhealed. It urges me to lash out, to push him away. But all I feel is the heat of his breath, the intensity of his gaze, and the ache of everything left unsaid between us. To get back at him for destroying me. Even though it's been years and it hadn't truly been him, but an alternate version of Jake, how can I not remember? I share a bed with the man I taunt, though my reaction comes out more like a pleased gasp because Jake is lifting me into his arms. My legs wrap around his waist and it feels right. You let him touch you. He growls, lowering me onto Cole's desk to stare me down, pressing his fingers around my throat. His eyes burn with rage. And a small part of me wonders if he could be driven to hurt me in a fit of possessive anger. That small part feeds on the rage, the dominating stance, and the scent bordering on feral. I want it. I realize I want to drive him insane, to see what he'll do. So what if I did? Am I not allowed to enjoy myself? Jake's eyes glow gold. Oh, you're going to enjoy yourself, sweetheart, he murmurs, pushing my legs further apart. But from now on, at nobody else's hands but mine. A shiver runs through me. I need him closer. I want to reach out, but I deny myself until he uses his tongue. I snap back, practically preening when I feel Jake's teeth pressing against the inside of my neck. He doesn't let them pierce the skin, but it's a near thing, and it has me seeing stars. All these years drowning in my own hurt over what he'd done, and here I am, ready to beg for him to finally mark me after mere seconds of attention. I should have never carried you back to his bed. Jake speaks between bruising kisses against my throat. I suppose I'm to blame, but this ends now. I briefly wonder what he means because I don't remember him carrying me anywhere, and will probably feel embarrassed later about what all of this implies. But in that moment, I feel him lowering my underwear down my legs, and I can't think of anything else. You said you loved me, Jake says, unbuckling his belt. No, I didn't, I gasp, feeling him press against me. Even if you hadn't, it wouldn't matter. You said there was nothing between us in your world, but you lied, didn't you? You're my mate. You're mine. I try to edge him on, to pull him closer with my legs because I'm going to lose my mind if he doesn't, but he remains stubbornly still. Tell me I'm wrong, please, Jake. I whine, feeling downright out of my mind. Go on, look at me and tell me I'm wrong. I can't. I whisper and then I moan as our bodies become one. No more words are exchanged, only touches that burn so good there's no room for anything else. It's easy to feel shameless like this, to expose my neck, to beg. It's easy to lose myself in the moment and ignore the footsteps coming from down the hall, the sound of a door opening, and the light of the hallway pouring inside the room. However, Emma's widening eyes and dropping jaw are harder to miss. Oh my God, she exclaims, shutting her eyes. I mean, I'm so sorry. Pretend like I'm not even there. With that, she rushes out of the office before either Jake or I can get a word in. Emma, wait, I call out, rushing after her. The retreating figure in the hallway catches my attention as her shoulders visibly tense. To my relief, she halts her run, waiting for me to catch up. Her face is etched with pure consternation. And Reeves, I'm so sorry about what I saw, she stammers, looking everywhere but at my face. I mean, not that I've seen much or anything. Haven't seen a thing. I roll my eyes, grasping her wrist and pulling her after me. May we speak in private? I ask, not waiting for an answer before pushing her into my office and shutting the door behind us. Emma audibly gulps beside me. I'd feel a little sorry for her if the situation wasn't so dire. Emma, you mustn't tell a soul about this, I say firmly. She immediately affirms, her blue eyes widening comically. I mean it, not a soul ever. I pinch the bridge of my nose. If Kieran finds out about this, to my surprise, Emma reaches for my hand and gives it a light squeeze. Em Reeves, I promise your secret is safe with me, she assures me with disarming sincerity. You protected me from Cole. I'd never put you in a dangerous position. I promise. I'm taken aback. There's a protective fire in her gaze I've never seen before, at least, not where I was concerned. Emma and I aren't very close. She's my alpha's mate, and I have certain obligations toward her, that's all. I'm pretty sure she doesn't like me very much. I heard your voice coming from Cole's office, Emma explains, her expression pained. I thought I was worried he'd hurt you for what you'd done. But in this life, I realize she's grateful toward me, and apparently, her gratitude easily translates to a burning loyalty I hadn't expected. She'd sincerely been worried about me. Oddly touched, I acknowledge her attempt to come to my rescue. Obviously, if I'd known you were just having a good time with some really, really hot guy. I interrupt awkwardly, scratching my throat. Then, because she seems intimidated and because it's so unlike her to care even the tiniest bit about my feelings toward her, I add, thank you for trying to help. It's very kind of you. The girl bites her lip briefly before speaking again. I'm the one who should be thanking you, she says in a low, grave voice. You didn't have to help me with Cole, but you did. Nobody else ever lifts a finger against him. I frown, about to ask her to elaborate, but she cuts me off in a hushed tone. Does he hurt you? I blink in surprise. Cole. No, don't worry about him, I assure her quickly. But Emma glances over her shoulder nervously. Your husband, the alpha, she clarifies, grimacing at the word, clearly hating everything it implies. Does she have something against Kieran? He doesn't, I assure her. He isn't like Cole. Henri, I don't think you understand what's going on in this pack. Emma interrupts, sounding more like her old self than she has in a while. People disappear one day to the next. Others come in sporting bruises. It's like we're no better than slaves to him. She growls, clenching her fists. He's got this guard of big shifter men always glaring down on us, barking orders, telling us to do things. What things? I ask, not liking where this is going one bit. I don't know. Cole doesn't let me in on anything. I just go around cleaning toilets and scrubbing floors. But there are others who have these haunted looks in their eyes. I think there's something very wrong going on around here, she confesses, sounding more pissed off than scared, which is definitely more like the Emma I know. And do you think Kieran is the one behind all of it? Emma gives me a pointed look. Reeves, he's the alpha. I may be new to the shifter thing, but even I know nothing ever happens without the alpha's consent. How could he not know? This steals the breath out of my lungs. She's right, of course. But Kieran looked so troubled the other day when he mentioned the serum. I can't reconcile this troubled man with the dangerous leader Emma believes him to be. Suddenly, I see her body tense, her scent growing distressed. He's coming, she mutters, fidgeting nervously. Who? Emma says, giving me a pointed look. I don't know what he's been doing to her exactly, but clearly it has her on edge. I want to assure her this is all going to be fine. But I can't go into too much detail without implicating her, which would ultimately put her in danger. But I need her to know she's going to be safe from now on. I'll take care of him, I tell her, putting a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Go home for now. We'll talk more tomorrow. As she is about to exit the office, Cole's voice booms. What are you doing here, girl? He barked, seeing Emma. Shut up, I snap, making him deflate immediately. She was just on her way home, but I gave her the night off. Go, Emma, I tell her, waving her out. I need to speak to Cole alone. Emma sends me one last sorry glance before exiting hastily. Once she is out of her shot, Cole turns to me, crossing his arms. We've got a problem, he says with a somber expression. I think he's going to admonish me for defending Emma, but to my surprise, he waves at me to follow, leading me to his office. You know I'm on board with the whole leading Hargrove idea, but I think that husband of yours is starting to catch on. You might want to tone it down a notch unless you're thinking of accelerating the timeline. I frown, glancing around the room. Jake is, of course, nowhere to be seen. And somehow, he's done a really good job of putting the room back in order and erasing all traces of our scents. Hidden cameras, Cole tells me with a smirk. Your idea. Don't tell me you've forgotten. I try to keep my face neutral, even though my heart plummets all the way down to my stomach. Cole didn't seem to care one bit that I'd been with Jake. But Cole presses down on a button inside one of his desk compartments, and the wall shifts to reveal a hidden door. Let's go, he says, pushing it open. Cole's brisk pace barely slows as we descend into the bowels of the hotel, his familiarity with the route evident in his confident stride. The passage is narrow and dimly lit, the air thick with dampness and the faint metallic tang of old pipes. The corridor is dimly lit, the rough walls echoing our footsteps back at us. Cole is quiet now, the air growing cooler, carrying a dampness that clings to my skin. The flickering bulbs above cast long, ominous shadows. How long is this corridor? I ask myself. With each turn, it seems endless. How can it exist in a bustling hotel without anyone knowing, without Kieran knowing? Emma was right, he probably does know. What a fool I've been. Cole stops before a heavy steel door, its surface marked with scratches and a faint sheen of moisture. He punches in a code, and the door grinds open, revealing a vast, almost barren space illuminated by harsh white, artificial lights. They cast no shadows but expose every stark detail of the clinical morgue interior. In the middle stands an operating table with a body on it. I take a careful step forward, more incredulous than anything. My wolf hisses in warning at the back of my mind. Seth lies unmoving, completely naked, his body already stiff with rigidity. Yeah, so he's dead, Cole says, sounding annoyed, though not because he cared about the deceased. How, I ask, forcing myself to stay composed. His body was getting too used to vampire venom. We had to keep upping the dosage. Guess he couldn't handle it. Cole shrugs. I'd failed. The one good thing my wish had accomplished, a second chance to save Seth, and I'd failed to seize it. I get you want to use Hargrove's alpha cousin as the replacement, Cole continues. I like the idea. He's got a perfect pedigree, but he's constantly in the spotlight. If he were to go missing, it would raise too many questions. So, what's your suggestion? I manage, though focusing on his words feels impossible. Why is he telling me this? Why does he act like I have any say in whatever's going on here? I think we finally put your husband to use, Cole says with a grin. Make him the replacement. He's growing suspicious anyway. It's about time we get rid of him for good and officially crown you queen. I mean, he's been a good cover, but he's turning into a liability. The guys and I are getting tired of pretending he runs the show around here. What do you say, boss? Boss. Did he just call me that? I feel lightheaded, like I need to sit down, but now is clearly not the time. Cole's confident smile falters when I don't respond. He inclines his head deferentially, suddenly wary of what I might say. You decide, though, Alpha, he says. We'll do as you command, as we've always done. Thank you for watching. To continue the story, click the link or thumbnail on your screen. Consider supporting the author by liking or subscribing if you enjoyed it.